16. A duelist bloodied. Glenn learned when he arrived that the builders of the Sandsea Cup had set up a fenced-in area the size of Wolf Pine for dueling to take place. It was split into dozens upon dozens of square dueling arenas. Each arena looked to be about 20 paces across and square, with 5 thick wooden poles planted in an X to provide limited cover from ranged attacks. They looked to have been made from trees chopped from the local woods. The poles would not hinder his movement through the dueling square, but he could put one between him and a burn or freeze projectile if he timed it right, which, as a soul seer, he could easily do. He would know exactly when a caster completed their skill. Again, it wasn't quite fair to the caster, but this quest from the gods wasn't quite fair. 16 adventurers had gathered around the dueling square to which Glenn now reported, Square A4. A survey of the other fields allowed him to estimate that a similar number of adventurers were gathered around their own assigned squares. So many 10 to 15 hopefuls were on the dueling field today. No wonder the qualifiers took several days. Since Glenn had arrived, his gaze and that of the other adventurers had remained fixed on a tall man in white robes, their officiant. Nervous butterflies filled Glenn's stomach as he waited, but finally, as if responding to some silent call, the officiant raised a hand. "The singles qualifiers will now begin." As the man spoke, Glenn was vaguely aware of many other officiants saying similar things. "As you should know by now, this is a single elimination bracket. Once you lose any single duel, you're out." Glenn knew that fact too well. It would ratchet up the pressure on everyone participating. It was also a necessity in a contest with such a huge number of participants. "The winner will be decided thus. The duel will end when one party falls unconscious, calls for a yield, or is unable to continue. For those of you who have never dueled before, know that if your health falls low enough, the gods will end your duel at once." That was one small comfort. Glenn knew a plethora of spiritualists were on hand in case anyone died, to use resurrect so they wouldn't meet the forever death. But even with the duel ending the moment someone fell to low health, deaths might still occur. Someone could tumble over and hit their head or break their neck. "Who you will duel from this group was randomly chosen last night, as was the order in which you will duel. Whichever one of you wins all 3 of your duels in this group will merge into a new group of people with similar success from other groups." Just how many level 10 to 15s had signed up for the singles bracket? Given nothing prevented them from signing up for singles and doubles, and the bracket qualifiers were staggered so as to not overlap, Glenn expected it would be, well, everyone with the coin. "While you can step away after your duels, I won't recommend it, because if you're not here when I call you for your next one, you will be automatically disqualified." Glenn had no intention of going out like that. He planned to stay as long as he could and observe the other fighters. He had done precious little dueling in his time, so even if he wouldn't be facing the people he observed, he still needed to know common tactics. "I will now call the first adventurers from Group A4. Contestant Elliot L., if you are present, step onto the field. Contestant Glenn G., if you are present, step onto the field." So Glenn would be the first to duel today. Even so, no one stepped onto the field. As Glenn swept his eyes across the crowd of adventurers gathered around the field, he decided it would be up to him to act first. He wasn't going to see how far he could push the officiant. His opponent wanted to see who he would be facing before stepping into the ring before entering himself. A power play, or simply curiosity? The officiant looked around impatiently. "Contestant Elliot L., step onto the field. Contestant Glenn G., here." Glenn stepped into the dueling square. He would offer his opponent the small satisfaction of entering second. Unlike him, his opponent couldn't see his status sheet with the use of a skill. He looked to the officiant. "Contestant Glenn G., present." A dark-haired man stepped from the crowd and into the dueling square. "Contestant Elliot L., present." The man offered Glenn a sly smile. "Sorry you had to end up facing me. I'll make it quick so you have plenty of time to go have more fun." Glenn offered no quip in reply. Becka had suggested he shouldn't quip. Instead, he visually sized up his opponent. It bothered him that he would be cheating today, technically, by using Soul Scan to anticipate his opponent's every move, but Zack needed this. Needed him. The officiant spoke again. Take your places in the colored squares. Glenn G, red square, Elliot L, blue square. You may commence your duel at your discretion, but neither of you can leave your square once you enter it, until your duel begins. While Glenn's opponent was noticeably muscular, Elliot had a taut athleticism that suggested speed and agility rather than raw power. He kept his black hair cut in a tail across his head, with the sides of his tan head bald. He also smiled a bit too confidently, a bit too smugly, which, to Glenn, suggested he was nervous about facing a muscular brutalist in steel armor. Elliot's own choice of armor was unusual. The man wore a dark bandana across his mouth and nose, as well as dusk leather armor, which made no sense for an adventurer who had registered as level 14. Glenn pondered the reasons why his opponent might choose such armor for this duel. Was it simply a matter of finances, or, in this case, having none? Dusk leather armor was available to adventurers as early as level 5, and while it was good armor for a mobile class that was just starting out, like a duelist or a shadower, it offered poor protection relative to the monsters an adventurer would face in their early teens, let alone a brutalist like Glenn. Even against Glenn's weighted commoner's mace, that dusk leather would be about as useful as parchment. Perhaps his opponent intended not to get hit. Elliot also had 2 iron daggers sheathed on his belt. The combination of his opponent's build, armor, and weapons screamed shadower, but the weapons didn't match the man. As Glenn considered all he'd learned as a truth-seeker while completing large and small investigations for Brennan Shadesinger, he fixated on why these details bothered him. A shadower of level 14 who had acquired enough coin to pay the entrance fee for singles would almost certainly have acquired enough coin to afford a better set of armor. Elliot would have had great difficulty surviving to level 14 and level 5 armor. In addition, the iron daggers on Elliot's belt, or more accurately, their leather sheaths, gleamed as if brand new. Had Elliot's daggers seen years of use, those sheaths would be more weathered. Also, iron daggers were usable as early as level 5, which suggested the ludicrous idea that Elliot had fought with these daggers for 9 levels. The obvious lack of wear and tear on both the sheaths and the daggers themselves argued against that. Yet, if Elliot had recently replaced his daggers, why buy iron instead of the superior steel variety? As Glenn and his first opponent sized each other up, and the officiant for their qualifier moved into position to act as referee, Glenn saw through the illusion. His opponent was not a shadower. His opponent wanted Glenn to think he was facing a shadower. The armor, the daggers, the swagger, it was like Becka's masquerade skill. A grand illusion. The man standing across from him must have recently bought that dusk leather and those iron daggers, because the items were relatively cheap by the standards of a successful level 14. Elliot wanted to make prospective opponents think he was a shadower, and mentally prepare to fight a shadower, then surprise them with skills they wouldn't expect. Yet, by entering the dueling ring without armor or weapons that were appropriate to his class, fooling Glenn into thinking he was a shadower wouldn't benefit Elliot. Even if Elliot was secretly a harmcaster, he would get perhaps one good strike with burn or freeze before being overwhelmed by Glenn's attacks. Deception of this sense only made sense if... Glenn felt a rush of satisfaction. There was one class that had no need for armor or weapons. In fact, heavy armor and weapons would only impair that particular class in battle. Elliot was an anchorite masquerading as a shadower. Elliot likely intended to allow Glenn to strike him repeatedly and successfully in combat, miming pain and silently healing himself with Orament. Meanwhile, each blow he absorbed increased his strength by 2. Glenn would think he was winning, until Elliot grew so powerful he could manhandle even a fully armored opponent into submission. It was a clever ploy. It was also the only explanation for Elliot's choice of gear that made sense, and having now figured out his opponent's strategy for this duel, Glenn finally felt justified in validating his suspicions with his own deceptive skill. It wasn't entirely cheating if he'd figured out his opponent's plan with his own senses. Soul scan. Name: Elliot Longspear. Age 20, level 14. Class: Anchorite. HP 210 of 210. Blood 80 of 80. Experience 108,244 of 112,000. Strength 20, Divinity 10, Vitality 21, Wisdom 8, Prowess 14, Luck 6. Gear: uncommon dusk leather, uncommon leather boots, uncommon iron dagger, common silk bandana. Slotted skills: uncommon aura mend, anchorite, Anson, uncommon adrenaline rush, anchorite, Anson, uncommon bracing blow, anchorite, Anson, uncommon haymaker, anchorite, Anson, uncommon stone punch, anchorite, Anson. Slotted blessings: uncommon numb, anchorite, Anson, uncommon fighter's balance, anchorite, Anson. Known skills: uncommon pummel, anchorite, Anson. Known blessings none, crests none. As the officiant who would serve as their referee called out, "Contestants, ready yourselves!" Elliot tauntingly drew both daggers, as expected. Glenn focused on Elliot. "Duel me." A spectral flag sent by the gods dropped between them in the center of the field. Elliot grinned hungrily. "I consent to this duel." The officiant knifed one hand downward. "Fight!" Elliot darted forward. With all the speed and agility Glenn would expect from an actual shadower. Shadowers had skills that would allow their daggers to pierce thick armor or slide between its plates. They would make anyone who thought they were fighting a shadower while wearing armor nervous about getting struck. Glenn wasn't nervous about having his armor pierced. He knew Elliot had no piercing skills. Even so, he reflexively blocked the initial flurry of dagger blows. Knife tips clattered like rain on Lillian Stoutcragg's enchanted steel shield. While the blows were no threat, allowing them to land would still count against him in the eyes of the officiant. Elliot leapt forward and made a wide swipe, but Glenn easily sidestepped the blow. He found himself with a perfect opportunity to slam what seemed to be an over-eager shadower in the side with his mace. If he'd done so, Elliot would no doubt stumble off howling as if in pain. That would be Glenn's first mistake. As he celebrated striking the first blow, Elliot would silently use Aura Mend to heal any damage Glenn had inflicted and gain 2 points of strength. Now that Glenn had guessed Elliot's game, this was all blindingly obvious. Glenn didn't strike with his mace. Instead, he simply allowed Elliot to recover. He sidestepped around to stay within the arena as Elliot, slightly surprised that his overreach hadn't been exploited, and attacked again. Glenn suspected any swing he took would connect with his opponent, by his opponent's choice, and debated his options as he circled and blocked. He knew Elliot was attempting to deceive him through both visual inspection and his soul-seer skill, but how could he use that information? The judges might ask about his battle afterward, and could become suspicious of him if he seemed to know things he could not. They wouldn't suspect him of being a soul-seer, since they had no idea soul-seers existed, but they could easily suspect him of cheating in another way, like paying someone off. When Elliot again intentionally overextended himself, hoping to draw another attack, Glenn obliged him by striking out with his steel mace, but he went for Elliot's leg instead of his thigh. The crunch of bone was audible to everyone inside and outside the circle. No one could miss that a shadower would have been badly impaired by the blow. Elliot howled in what sounded like very real pain as his health bar appeared. He stumbled away, barely keeping his feet, ending Glenn's enhanced sight. Elliot silently activated Aura Mend. Elliot kept his feet despite a blow that by all rights should have shattered his shin, and while he made a show of limping away as if badly injured, Glenn could already tell that he had lost almost no mobility, certainly not what one would lose to a mace strike. The officiant should be able to see that as well. Glenn took a step back as if surprised by what he just noticed. To the officiant, it would appear as if he too had just noticed that Elliot was still walking around despite taking a blow to the shin. A blow like that should have him either down holding his broken shin or bouncing on one leg, but he was still walking. Anyone could see that. Glenn now had a way to explain his suspicions, but needed more. He checked Elliot's status sheet again and confirmed what he'd suspected. Elliot's strength was now 22. It had increased by 2 when Glenn struck, and yet despite taking a blow that should have shattered his shin, his health was back to full. If not for unyielding, Glenn's town guard skill that granted him 10 extra strength as long as he carried a shield, Elliot would be almost as strong as Glenn was now. He could easily exceed Glenn's strength after absorbing a few more blows. At that point, wrestling Glenn to the ground and forcing him into a submission hold would be a straightforward ploy. Elliot visibly ground his teeth and danced forward with a stumble that wasn't quite convincing. An adventurer focused on Elliot's daggers or glare might have missed it, but Glenn was focused on his feet. When Elliot struck again, Glenn purposely swept aside his shield. Elliot was too surprised to slow, landing a strike with his iron dagger directly in Glenn's chest. The weapon sheared off Glenn's steel armor with a loud clang. The dagger didn't come anywhere near penetrating, even though a shadower who hoped to take down an armored opponent should have used one of his skills to ensure his blow penetrated thick armor. More proof Elliot wasn't the class he seemed to be. This time, Glenn didn't hit Elliot with his mace. Instead, he pushed Elliot with a wide swing of his shield. He did so forcefully enough that the blow would have easily sent any adventurer, let alone one with a broken shin, onto his ass. Elliot stumbled back and reflexively kept his feet. As he did so, Glenn heard the crowd gasp and start to murmur. Elliot had kept his balance perfectly, even after Glenn shoved him with a shield bash, despite having a broken shin. Fighter's balance, his anchorite blessing, and instincts honed through 14 levels of absorbing strong blows had betrayed him. Elliot's body had reacted instinctively to ensure he kept his balance, and in doing so, his ruse became clear. Glenn lowered both his shield and his mace. "Do you want to keep tapping away at me with those daggers? Or should we start the real duel now?" Glenn swung Becka about in a grand flourish before tossing his mace out of the ring. As Elliot gawked, and the crowd gasped, Glenn also removed his shield from his arm. He strapped it across his back. He still had it equipped, so he would continue to gain the passive bonus from unyielding. Then he raised both fists. As Elliot's grimace widened into a grin, Glenn grinned back. It was clear to both of them now that Glenn had no intention of striking Elliot with his mace any longer, which meant Elliot was no longer going to be able to bait Glenn into making him stronger. It was also clear Elliot would prefer to fight this duel hand-to-hand. "You're still wearing heavy armor," Elliot pointed out. "I'm not." "True. If you promise to wait for me, I'll take it off." Elliot chuckled and ended any play-acting. He sheathed his daggers, took a confident stance, and rolled his head about in his shoulders. "That's all right. If we're going to end the duel with wrestling, I'd prefer you have heavy steel armor weighing you down." "If that's what you wish. Wrestle to pin, best 2 of 3. I'm game for that if you are. You swear to honor that?" "I so swear." Elliot lunged. With a loud, ferocious growl Glenn suspected Ashley would have appreciated. Unfortunately for Elliot, Glenn had learned to wrestle both from Joanne Dewcrest, one of Wolfpine's most skilled town guards, and Ashley Bloodbraid, who could take down monsters barehanded, and most adventurers as well. Thanks to his refusal to bolster Elliot's strength by striking him repeatedly in combat, Glenn was also much stronger. Elliot fought and wrestled well, but he wasn't Glenn's equal. Glenn pinned him soon after, let Elliot accept it, then stood up. Elliot shook it off and attacked again, and shortly after, Glenn pinned him a second time. 2 out of 3, just as they'd agreed. When Glenn rolled off Elliot and rose, Elliot rose as well. He looked to the officiant and raised a hand. "I yield the contest. End the duel." Glenn saw no reason to draw this out. "I accept." It was now obvious to everyone that Glenn was both stronger and the better wrestler. The spectral duel flag between them vanished with a soft crack of thunder, and many in the crowd sighed with audible disappointment. They'd hoped to see 2 competitors pummel each other into a bloody mess. Instead, they had watched a short and abbreviated wrestling match, one that had ended before either competitor was even knocked out. The officiant raised one hand to grab the attention of the spectators. "The yield by Elliot L. is archived. The winner is contestant Glenn G. Elliot L., it falls upon you to report the results to the chief officiant." Before Glenn could offer his hand after the duel, Elliot stepped forward and offered his hand instead. "I never stood a chance, did I? How'd you figure it out so fast?" Glenn was pleased to see his opponent being magnanimous, especially when he had no reason to be. He shook Elliot's hand firmly, and was pleased when the man did the same. As they dropped hands, Glenn took a respectful step back. "It was your gear that first alerted me. All I knew from the referee is that you were level 14, so I found the idea of a shadower of that level entering a duel wearing low-level armor and wielding low-level daggers suspicious. After I saw you walk off a blow that would have cracked a shadower's leg in half, I knew something was up." Elliot blew out a heavy breath. "I considered buying some higher-level gear for this ploy. Couldn't afford to blow that much coin on a gimmick strategy like this one." It was still a good strategy. If I had to guess, you were hoping I'd hit you until you gained enough strength to take me down, using Aura Men to heal yourself, and once you were confident you could overpower me, you'd pin me. Got it in one, Elliot chuckled. Are you a seer, Glenn? I'm a junior blazer. I'm also in training to become a truth seeker. God, no wonder you saw through my ruse so easily. Just my luck to randomly draw a Blazer Truth Seeker as my first opponent when my strategy was to deceive someone. I've always had bad luck, back as far as I can remember. Elliot wasn't wrong. His luck attribute was among the lowest Glenn had ever seen on a level 14 adventure. He wondered why the gods had chosen to limit him in that way. He also liked Elliot already, despite this deception attempt. It had been strategic, not underhanded. Glenn nodded to show his respect for his opponent. Either way, you devised a novel strategy, and I enjoyed our duel. Good luck in the rest of the cup. You too, Blazer. If I have time, I'll come watch some of your upcoming duels. You seem like you'd be fun to watch regardless of who wins. Elliot left the circle to report his loss to the officiant keeping track of the singles qualifiers. The officiant beckoned Glenn over. When Glenn arrived, he inclined his head. Congratulations on your first win. Glenn smiled. Thank you. You should know this already, but as long as you continue to win today, you'll be expected to continue to duel. The officiant spoke loudly enough that other adventurers nearby could hear. You're free to take refreshment between duels, and also free to either pay for healers to restore your stamina, or have your own party members do so. You can also drink any potions you like, so long as those potions won't persist into your next duel. Glenn had read the regulations for dueling in the cup thoroughly. He knew all this, but he nodded to make sure the officiant understood he knew all of it. So how many duels will I be engaging today, assuming I continue to win? I like your optimism. There's 16 adventurers in this group, and only one of you will be moving forward. You'll need to win 2 more duels to be that person. If you survive, you'll join another bracket of 16 finalists. If you keep winning in that, you'll fight 6 duels today. And that qualifies me for the semifinals. The semifinals of the qualifiers, not quite the same. Still, don't get ahead of yourself. Focus on this duel by duel. And remember, because we're going to repeat this whole process for doubles tomorrow, you'll have a break before you have to do singles again. Except he wouldn't, because he was also enrolled in doubles with Nora. Now he knew why the scribe working at the signing table had asked if he was certain he wanted to sign up for singles and doubles. He wouldn't have time for rest. Fortunately, he had regrowth. I understand. Glenn nodded to show his thanks. I'll stop asking you questions now. The officiant smiled blandly. We do have more duels to get through. 17. A peek behind the curtain. Becka. Hand in hand with Glenn, Becka jogged toward the muddy staging area at the edge of the Sandsea Cup grounds. Sadly, she was among the last of the would-be maze runners to arrive. She had hoped to have time to evaluate the maze she'd be running from the staging area before stepping into it, but showing up just before the start had been unavoidable. Glenn's latest duel, which she'd taken pride in watching him win, had been scheduled shortly before she was supposed to report for the qualifying round of the Luminous Maze. While Glenn had defeated his opponent, a young level 13 skirmisher, handily and efficiently, the Luminous Maze was built on the far side of the grounds from the dueling fields. As they jogged over after Glenn won his duel, Becka had worried she would be late. Now, as she and Glenn slowed at the edge of the crowd, Becka saw she had been foolish to be worried. A crowd of maze runners had already gathered, chatting in small groups, but their early arrival offered no benefit. Ahead, an open field sat with long fences on 2 sides. There were no trees in that huge field. There were no ditches one would have to traverse to proceed. While the field did have some gentle hills, traveling up and down those would be less taxing than climbing the slopes of the Dewdrop Hills back in Gracia. The so-called Luminous Maze was nothing more than an empty field about half the size of Wolfpine. The only features, other than the fences and grass, were a few bobbing and swaying wildflowers of various colors, red and purple and white. At the far end of the field from Becca's current position stood a line of silk ribbons held up by posts. This couldn't be all there was to it. The luminous maze was not a foot race. Or was it? Anna had been very clear that participants had to traverse difficult terrain, solve complex problems, and both move and think on their feet to successfully traverse the maze. As Becka looked around at those gathered to complete the first round of the maze, there would be 2 rounds in total, she felt her confidence flag. Given the popularity of the dueling and monster fighting brackets, she'd hoped for less competition in the luminous maze, yet there easily had to be over 100 adventurers here, possibly even 200. Becka had learned through gossip in the common room of the Dancing Skitterer that there would be 4 runnings of the first leg of the luminous maze today, organized by last name. Once again, the alphabet had betrayed her by placing her in the first group to run. Other 10 to 15 adventurers could quiz their 10 to 15 friends who'd run the maze before them about what to expect, but Becka would have no such benefit. The 16 to 20 crowd would run the maze tomorrow, and the 21 to 25 crowd would run it the day after that. There were no brackets above level 25 offered for the luminous maze. Becka had speculated on why there were no brackets for higher levels when she signed up. Perhaps it was simply difficult, logistically, to organize more maze running than 4 times over 3 days. Even so, she wanted there to be more to it, if only because she could glean more information if she figured out why the brackets cut off at 25. Regardless, Becka knew only a small number of those running the maze would qualify for the next and final round. Even if she did solve the maze and reach the end successfully, if she was too slow, she'd still be out. She would have to be smart, quick, and clever. But she did have one significant advantage. All the other maze runners did not. She had Glenn and his unique set of skills to give her a head start. Glenn gripped her hand and diverted her as they reached the back of the staging area, and Becka allowed herself to be diverted. Walking with Glenn, they found a shallow hill and ascended. That let them see over the large crowd of participants, easily over 100, to the large group of robed individuals gathered on the far side of one of the side fences. Becka counted at least 30 individuals and 1 town guard in full god armor. As she glanced at Glenn in curiosity, Glenn stared at the distant group of robed figures as well. His narrowed eyes suggested he was using Soul Scan to obtain their classes, levels, and skills. His lips moved silently as he read pages she couldn't see. A moment later, he met her curious gaze. Mindbenders, guilecasters, and arctists. Becka nodded thoughtfully. How many of each? Of the 18 mindbenders gathered below, 3 of those are preceptors. The others range from level 24 to level 38. Then there's 12 guilecasters ranging from 14 to 20, and 6 arctists ranging from 20 to 29. That's an awful lot of people to create a single maze. Becka snorted. That many mindbenders could change a lot of minds. Glenn eyed her with worry. Will you have to consent to a duel? Multiple duels? I don't think so. Suspending the law of consent between that many adventurers and close to 200 maze runners would take the entire day. It's simply not possible logistically, so they must have slotted skills they can use without violating the law of consent. Glenn smiled in obvious relief. What about monsters? Demons? Will you face those? There was no mention of monsters or demons as an obstacle in the maze. This was widely advertised as a challenge of wits, not combat. That said, none of the class below need to attack a person directly to confuse or misdirect them. They can alter the environment. How do you mean? An illusion need not be harmful to be effective. Mindbenders and guilecasters can create all sorts of illusions, and arctists can create ambient ice, snow, and rain. If you combined enough illusions with enough foul weather, you could create quite the maze. Becka tapped her lips. And now we know why there's no brackets above 25. Glenn smiled with the satisfaction of having solved a problem that vexed him before. Anyone above 25 with a high divinity attribute might see through the illusions and simply walk to the finish line. He sighed. Doing this feels so wrong. Becka couldn't help but giggle. Just like last night. Quiet, you. So, love, what else can you tell me about my opponents today? Start with the guilecasters and what skills they have slotted. Anything you could tell me could help. Right. I'll try not to repeat any, but if I do, I'll trust you'll forgive me. She squeezed his meaty bicep. I'll try. Create fog, mask other, transpose, phantom mirror, phantom entity, and throw voice. He looked at her again. Do you know what all those do? Becka nodded thoughtfully. Using the skills Glenn had just called out, the Guilecasters gathered to create the luminous maze could create a dense fog, create lifelike illusions of monsters or even people, project their voices across the empty field while disguising those voices as someone else, make objects look like other objects, and mirror the terrain. It was as she'd surmised. All of the skills in question targeted the environment, not the person, and none would touch the maze runners directly. That would allow the Guilecasters to fill that empty field with dozens of lifelike visual and audible illusions without violating the law of consent. She would have her work cut out for her if she wanted to find her way through that. Becka looked at Glenn again. Mindbender skills now? Glenn took a breath. False ground, false light, skew perspective, mind barrier, silence, shadow trap, mirror box, and phantom monster. Becka shuddered as she considered those and what they suggested might happen. I know what a lot of those do, but I'm unfamiliar with phantom monster and false light. Glenn focused again. Phantom monster says, create a physical copy of any monster whose life crystal you possess. The monster can physically engage your enemies and absorb strikes for 1 minute. The skill consumes 80 blood and the life crystal of the slain monster. 10-minute cooldown. That's a bit intimidating. Even so, the monster can attack me without violating the law of consent, since a mindbender is controlling it. So, at best, the illusion could bar my path. It can't hurt me in the maze, but it could physically stop me from advancing for 1 minute. I guess so. Glenn now sounded worried again. Becka rubbed his arm to reassure him. What about false light? Glenn once again read the description of the skill directly from the status sheet of whatever mindbender he'd focused upon. Alter the ambient light level in a radius of 50 paces around the targeted area for 5 minutes. All who enter the affected area will see the area as if lit at the level you choose. 10 blood, 5-minute cooldown. So it can be used indefinitely, so long as the mindbender has 10 blood to renew it at the end of its duration. Becka shook her head. They could make that entire field dark as night in as many directions as they like. How many mindbenders have that skill slotted? A booming voice cut across the crowd. Attention Maze Group 1. We now call you to line up by order of level. Level 10's in the front, level 15's in the back. You have 5 minutes to assemble before you will be tasked to enter the luminous maze. May the gods smile on you. Becka hissed. Drat, we're already out of time. As she moved down the hill, Glenn grabbed her arm. I'll walk with you. You need to leave now if you want to get back to the dueling fields and claim your next victim. You've given me more than enough of a head start to challenge this. She spun to kiss him lightly on the lips, then patted his hand on her arm. Now let me go. Glenn reluctantly released her. As he watched her with nervous worry in his eyes, Becka smiled her best smile. For him. I'm going to be just fine, love. You're the one who could get his head caved in if you're thinking about me instead of your opponent. Go. Win. Glenn's warm smile returned. You can do this. And after I do, we'll celebrate again tonight. The wrong way. Becka shooed him with a motion of her hand and turned to head down into the crowd. Now run. Fight well. Glenn took off at a much faster pace than he had kept on the way over here. He would have no trouble making his next singles duel end, Becka hoped, trouncing another opponent. Now Becka had to cut her way into the dense crowd and take her place. A few steps later, Becka was deep in a throng of eager and anxious maze runners. As she expertly slipped through openings and moved closer to the front, she couldn't help but feel vaguely guilty for having gained all the information Glenn had provided. No one here knew the classes of those gathered to create this maze or their slotted skills. The vast majority of these contestants likely had no idea that mindbenders, guilecasters, and arctists were about to make their lives very strange. Even so, the feeling passed quickly. There was no reason the other maze runners couldn't have learned about the maze from people who'd run it in prior years. Gossip would spread. Becka had every reason to request additional information. She had a friend to bring back from the dead. Zach deserved her best effort. And even a little more. The crowd was still arranging itself more or less in the proper order when the town guard once more bellowed across it using public address. His voice carried over the crowd without issue. Everyone went silent and listened. "Attention, Maze Group 1. When we call for you to assemble, all level 10 adventurers must line up on the starting line. Anyone who moves into the maze before the start is called will immediately be disqualified." Becka continued forward until she was roughly in the middle of the crowd. As she moved into position, she glanced at a tall, beefy fellow who was obviously a brutalist. He had big muscles and a strong chin, but he wasn't Glenn. Becka politely tapped his arm. "Excuse me, might I ask your level?" The brutalist glanced at her, then grinned wide as his gaze coursed shamelessly up and down her body. "Gods, you're gorgeous. What's your name, miss?" "Taken." "That's a weird—" The brutalist caught on. "Oh, right. Sorry." He winced. "I'm level 12. "Wonderful." Becka smiled politely. "It's good to know I'm in the right place." The brutalist shifted awkwardly and focused on the town guard. Becka slipped a pace or two ahead. 2 large men blocked her way, but she expertly skirted around them and gained a few more places in the crowd. Soon she arrived behind a blonde-haired woman in mage robes who looked to be about her age. Becka politely tapped her on the shoulder. "Hello, I'm level 12. You?" The woman glanced back at her and frowned as if annoyed. 11. Now shh. Becka stepped back. She decided not to press her luck any further. Around her, people continued to exchange levels and greetings and exchange positions based on the results. Despite the fact that they were all competing today, everyone who was running the maze in Group 1 seemed excited to do so, and largely polite. Once the maze started, though, Becka suspected it would be every adventurer for themselves. The question was, why arrange the crowd from level 10 to level 15? Becka supposed it was simply a way to make the contest more fair. A level 10 had 2 less skills and 1 less blessing than a level 15, so to prevent those at the top of the bracket from dominating the maze, giving the lower levels a head start seemed fair enough. At level 12, she would be starting in the middle of the pack. She was glad for Glenn's tips. Soon enough, the town guard's skill-enhanced voice boomed over the crowd. We will now present the rules of the Luminous Maze. Today, Maze Group 1 has 142 contestants. Of those, only 35 of you will be advancing to the final leg of the maze. That means 3 out of 4 of you should make other plans. The guard's pronouncement was followed by shifting in the crowd and a good bit of nervous laughter. For her part, Becka had not expected the cutoff to be so sheer. Worse, as she scanned the crowd of level 10 and level 11 adventurers ahead of her, she gave up before she was done counting. All those people would enter the maze before her. What must the level 14s and 15s feel like? They would likely be panicking at the thought of having 36 lower levels complete the maze before they entered it. That would make them nervous and reckless, which, while it wasn't exactly fair, would otherwise work to her advantage. Still, given that everyone had paid a 5-moon entry fee, there must be more. When we call for the start, all level 10 adventurers should immediately enter the maze. 1 minute later, we'll call for level 11, then level 12 a minute after that, and so on. Again, if you enter the maze before your level group is called, you will be disqualified. As grumbling began to arise from the back ranks of the gathered adventurers, specifically those of level 13 and higher, the town guard clanged his guardian's mace against his guardian's shield so loudly that Becka involuntarily covered her ears. That shut the crowd up. Would the level 10s really get a 5-minute head start? Here is how the 35 adventurers to advance to the second and final leg will be selected. Only the first 7 level 10 adventurers to reach the far side of this field will advance to tomorrow's Luminous Maze. All other level 10s will be eliminated. That means only the first 7 people to complete the maze in each level group will advance to the next round. Sounds of relief erupted from the back ranks as Becka nodded to herself. Each level of adventurers would be competing solely with themselves. That meant the head start the level 10s would get would not be a head start at all. Even if every level 10 and level 11 adventurer reached the far side of the maze before her, Becka could still qualify for tomorrow's Luminous Maze so long as she was one of the first 7 level 12s to complete the maze. That selection process was both fair and efficient. The more she learned about the luminous maze and how it was conducted, the more Becka grew excited to take part in it. Perhaps, if she chose to evolve her class to Mindbender at level 20 and gained a few levels beyond that, she could one day be one of those gathered to create the maze. The town guard bellowed again. One last point of order. If you at any point are touched by an officiant of the maze, you are disqualified. These officiants will only touch you if you have already failed in some respect that would eliminate you from competition. So the moment someone fell in a pit or stepped in a trap, the trap wouldn't harm them, but it would be a cue from an officiant to tell them they'd been eliminated. Becka wondered if the maze officiants might be shadowers. They could easily hide themselves. The town guard continued. Moreover, if at any point you believe you cannot complete the maze, take a knee at your current location and raise your right hand above your head. The officiants will immediately disqualify you. However, you will no longer be targeted by any aspects of the maze. Kneel at your position until an officiant guides you to the side. So the luminous maze would be challenging or terrifying enough that people who attempted to complete it might become so frustrated, turned around, or terrified, they would rather take a knee than continue. Just what did these casters have in store for them today? Given the breadth of illusionary skills at play, Becka might encounter horrors in there. Yet she doubted any horror or setback would be sufficient to deter her from doing what she could to win an experience scroll that could help save Zack. The call to enter the maze will come in 1 minute, the guard bellowed. Prepare yourselves, and may the gods be with you today. Becka spent the next minute conducting deep breathing exercises. Zack needed her to do this. Anna needed her to do this, and Glenn was confident she could do this. She would not let any of them down. She might not be the strongest in their party, or have the strongest skills, but she was clever. Today, she would prove it. Level 10s, enter the maze, the town guard yelled. Ahead of her, a larger number of people than Becka expected rushed across the white line painted at the front of the grassy field. Most had only taken a few steps before they reeled, stumbled, and spun about. As the entire crowd of would-be maze runners advanced in unison, so the level 11s could line up at the starting line, the level 10s stumbled and yelled. There was a great deal of shrieking and shouting, and a number of people started swatting at the air. Several people stumbled and went down. One young adventurer even took a knee and raised her hand in the air. She was visibly hyperventilating with her eyes shut. That adventurer had surrendered almost immediately after entering the luminous maze and had given up after paying a 5-moon entry fee. Just what were those mind-benders throwing at them beyond that line? Why couldn't Becka see it from here? Soon after, the level 10s began advancing, or some of them. At least half were heading toward one of the 2 fences on the side of the maze rather than the finish line. 5 were actually stumbling back. 1 stumbled across the starting line from the opposite side, and they had no sooner stared at the level 11s in shock before the town guard yelled, Anyone who exits the maze on the wrong side is eliminated. You're out. After cursing and stomping 1 foot, the unlucky level 10 stormed off. The fact that he had gotten so completely turned around in under a minute was genuinely disturbing. Becka was fast growing to suspect today's maze run would be more challenging than she'd hoped. Everyone waited in breathless wonder as the level 10s, who were still largely proceeding forward, stumbled across the field. Some of them simply vanished, and some stopped moving forward at all. Again, Becka paid close attention. She imagined some might be trying to climb invisible walls or perhaps cliffs. She recalled the Mindbender skill, Mind Barrier. Sooner than she expected, the town guard bellowed. Level 11s, enter the maze. As the level 11s charged into the empty grassy field, and Becka and all her fellow level 12s hurried up to the starting line to take their places, the reactions of the level 11s was similar to that of the level 10s. None of the level 11s took a knee, as that one young adventurer had done, but many swatted angrily at the air or cursed and stumbled about. And still, despite standing right at the edge of the starting line, Becka saw nothing but a wide, sunny, grassy field filled with dozens of flailing, cursing adventurers. Once more, she took deep breaths and worked to calm her pounding heart. She had to be ready for anything. Level 12s, enter the maze. As Becka surged across the starting line, she stepped into a literal monsoon. 18. A luminous maze. Becka stumbled as so many others had stumbled. Cold, wet wind tore at her face, her hair, and her clothing. She raised one hand to shield her face against dagger-like droplets and, rather than being overwhelmed, marveled at the wind and rain. Mud sucked at her boots with every step, and dead and spindly trees dotted the bleak landscape. Mindbenders and godcasters could make her see such things, but how could they make her feel them? This mud sucking at her boots, this rain pounding her hand and face, this wind that felt like it could tear the clothes right off her body if it grew much stronger. The sky was so dark it looked close to night, so false light must be in play. As for the rain battering her face and clothing, it must be real. The law of consent would not prevent someone from splattering harmless water all over her, so perhaps this was why the Arctists were here. They were using their ice and water skills to create this storm. This didn't explain why she hadn't been able to see this squall before she stepped over the line. As Becka continued gamely forward and considered, however, the answer came to her. What she saw now was not the illusion. The illusion had been the grassy field. Now she grasped it. Mindbenders could not make mud suck at her boots or make rain from nothing, but they could hide both from people who could neither see nor touch it. On the far side of the starting line, all they would need to do was create an illusion of a fair and open field. What actually waited for maze runners, the meat of the maze, would be invisible. This revelation stopped her in her tracks. Now that she knew the Mindbenders had altered what she saw from the near side of the finish line, everything she had seen before was suspect. The finish line might even be in a completely different place than it had appeared. There could be hidden pits to trap her, snares to bind her feet, even stationary hazards like Shadow Trap that had been placed in the field hours ago. Shadow Trap would blind her for a good minute if she stepped into it, and it was one of the few skills that the law of consent allowed to target her. That was because she would choose to walk into it. As someone cried out to her right, her gaze snapped in that direction. She spotted a young male adventurer she didn't recognize with their head down and their hands raised. As they walked forward, blinded by the rain, Becka saw too late what waited for them. A river. There was a frothing, raging river crossing the field. The adventurer was walking right for its shoreline, but he couldn't see it with his eyes squinted and his hands raised. Becka instinctively stumbled in his direction. "Stop!" Her voice was barely audible across the storm. "Stop, wait!" The adventurer either didn't hear her or didn't trust her voice. When he attempted to ford the river, he slipped and dropped beneath it. Becka knew now that was no simple river. It must be part of a pit, and now that adventurer was trapped within it. He would not complete the luminous maze. An efficient might be leading him away right now. As she looked around for other adventurers, she spotted a few shadowy forms ahead and to her sides, but not nearly as many people as had entered the maze. The Mindbenders must be selectively hiding people from her and other contestants. How? Becka remembered that Glenn had mentioned some of those running the maze had slotted the skill Phantom Mirror that could create a straight reflective wall that would essentially mirror any terrain it overlooked. Were phantom mirrors present to her left and right, they would hide other adventurers, and Mask Other could hide herself. It seemed clear the only way forward was across the river that had swallowed that adventurer, so how could she avoid his fate? Becka set aside what she could see and feel, and focused on how she would build such a trap. She had seen the adventurer stumble and fall below the river, so how would she design a trap with those effects? The river had to be an illusion. It would be impossible for water to froth and rage so vigorously without washing out the land beyond the field set aside for the luminous maze. The river also coursed mostly parallel to the starting line, at least so far as Becka could see. Why have it course straight across when a winding river would be more frightening? Even if the Mindbenders could hide the maze and its specifics, they couldn't dig pits big enough to swallow a full person with illusions. Yet the builders who had erected the grounds for this cup could bend earth as easily as one molded clay. As Becka continued forward to the edge of the river, she imagined what must wait ahead. A trench. A simple trench. Moreover, There would be paths where one could cross the trench to make the maze possible, but such paths were impossible to see. A glimpse of movement allowed her to spot another adventurer stumbling across the river like she was walking across a balance beam. A huge gust of wind overbalanced her, and into the water she toppled, into the trench. So the challenge here was fourfold. First, one had to recognize that the river was an illusion. Next, one had to determine it hit a trench. Then, one had to find a way to safely cross that trench, perhaps a narrow beam like the one that adventurer had attempted to cross. And finally, one had to cross that narrow beam while being pelted by physical wind and rain. If only she had more prowess. Leo could cross a balance beam in his sleep. Still, she had to take this one step at a time, and the first step would be finding where to cross. Could she simply dip her boot into the water until she found hard ground? No, the mindbenders would anticipate maze runners trying something like that, and the trench might be greased and sloped when she got too close. She would fall down and slide into it. She considered pulling a few objects from her unfilled bag and tossing them ahead of her. If they dropped away, she would know a pit waited ahead. But she had too few items to do that for long. The answer came to her quickly. She raised one hand and focused. Shadow Bolt. At the mere cost of 20 blood, she had plenty of blood to spare, she blasted the river with inky black magic. She knew what happened when Shadow Bolt struck a hard surface from extensive practice. It would flash bright purple and then fade. No flash followed her Shadow Bolt. It had passed through the illusionary river and hit somewhere below, as she'd suspected. Had she continued forward like that young adventurer, she would now be in the pit and out of the running. Becka blasted bolt after bolt along the river. The fourth bolt exploded in purple light, which assured her whatever was hidden beneath the river was solid. She hurried over to stand in front of that portion, then remembered the adventurer tumbling off that balance beam. She wasn't a skirmisher, and her balance wasn't great on the best of days. She was also terrified of heights, and what if, while she was crossing that river, a mindbender suddenly suspended the river and showed her how high up she was? She could freeze. Crossing this river would not be dignified, it would not be fun, but Becka knew now how to do it safely. She dropped to her hands and knees, ignoring the fact that this would make her clothing quite muddy, and crawled forward. She secured the way forward with her hands. Soon she shut her eyes as well. She did not want any visual surprises to alter her path, nor did she want to be misled should the mindbenders use skew perspective. She trusted her hands and found what felt like a muddy wooden platform. It was only as big as her body, but it was wood, and sturdy wood. Reluctantly, Becka dropped onto her front and wriggled forward like a snake. Rain hammered her flesh and wind tore at her hair and clothes, but with her entire body now resting on the ground, she couldn't be moved. Using her hands to guide her, Becka wriggled forward. She soon found that the wooden platform narrowed to a wooden beam. Pressing her body hard against it and clutching the sides with her arms, Becka inched her way across with her eyes closed. The wooden beam eventually widened back out into a platform, which then became mud once more. Only once Becka was certain she had crossed it did she open her eyes. She grinned as she stared at what looked like a series of spiked wooden walls ahead. She stood in triumph. She was wet, cold, and covered in mud, but she had successfully navigated the first barrier of the luminous maze. Behind her, a woman shouted in shock before suddenly going silent. A level 13 had just fallen into the trench. The rain was still coming down around her, but far less hard. The bulk of the squall seemed focused behind her, which suggested the arctists maintaining it could not cover a large area, and now that she had bested the water challenge, they would focus on others. As Becka walked forward cautiously, slipping her boots forward rather than taking large steps, she examined the line of spiked walls ahead. She suspected these walls, like the trench, were physical structures. The mindbenders had hidden these walls as they had everything else. She reached the first wall not long after. It looked to stretch from one end of the muddy field to the other, but she could trust nothing she saw. She raised her hand and fired another shadow bolt at the wall. It burst into purple, just like it should. Having verified the wall was solid, she touched it. It was firm, flat wood. Touching the wall would not harm her, though as she examined the many nasty-looking wooden spikes atop it, she suspected those were no illusion either. An adventurer could try to go over those, but they could be cut badly or worse, fall into something on the other side. Again, the spiky wall skirted the law of consent. The builders had merely created spikes. It would be her choice to climb over them, risking punctures and cuts. The more she saw of this luminous maze, the more Becka was impressed by its crafty design. Yet if the maze designers did not intend her to go over the wall, she must be expected to find a way through it. The simplest way would be if they built the wall in segments with openings through which she could pass. Mind-bender illusions would hide those. Becka felt along the wall slowly, running her palms across the wood. Another man cried out nearby, after which his scream was cut off. Another victim of the luminous maze, and in particular of this part of it. So, to what trap had he fallen victim? Becca's palm abruptly snapped forward, and she pulled it back just in time. She had found an opening in the wall. As tempting as it was to simply dash through it, she was, after all, competing with dozens of other level 12s. She again paused out of caution. That scream she had heard was troubling. She couldn't be the first to decide there were hidden openings in the wall. That meant that the moment she found an opening, she would eagerly dash through and meet a trap. If she pushed her hands through the illusionary wall segment, something might grab her. How to proceed? If only she'd brought some sort of long stick. She made a note to gather sticks and other sacrificial objects and put them in her unfilled bag if she survived this round. Becka ground her boot tip into the mud before the opening in the wall. The mark would not last long, but it would last. She then hurried down the wall until she found another opening, marked it, and found a third. Another adventurer stumbled out of thin air. They almost collided before Becka leapt back. She blinked in surprise. It was the big brutalist she'd seen earlier, the one who told her she was gorgeous. While she appreciated the compliment, she hadn't wanted to give him the impression he had a chance. He gawked at her. "Where'd you come from?" "Same as you, I imagine," she pointed. "There are holes in the wall." "Yeah, I noticed that, but I saw someone go through one, and they screamed." Becka frowned thoughtfully. "Yet if the holes aren't the way through, what is?" The brutalist smiled. "Hey, want to work together? With your brains and my brawn—" "No, thank you," Becka interrupted. "I don't mean to be rude, but I'll be faster on my own. I do wish you luck." She took 2 steps sideways until he vanished. She had just passed through another phantom mirror. She was certain of that now. The Gal casters had used numerous phantom mirrors perpendicular to the starting line, splitting the space into many slices that would limit who could see who. Becka continued sidling sideways, marveling as more adventurers, many of whom were feeling their way along the wall like her, popped into and out of existence. She paused when she spotted a tall female adventurer brace herself before the wall. She dived forward. She passed through the invisible wall, but she did not cry out. She was onto something. Becka hurried toward the space the female adventurer had passed through and eagerly examined it. Nothing different, so it wasn't the space. It was the matter of travel. That adventurer had dived through the space rather than walking through it. Perhaps the trap was set to catch someone who blundered through with their head held high. If she dived through it instead, she might remain low enough or move fast enough to avoid the trap. Time continued to be against her. She had as much information as she felt she could reasonably gather. Becka moved to the position the adventurer had last occupied, braced herself as that woman had, and dived as far as she could directly forward. Something big whooshed over her head with a rush of wind, and then she landed in a heap on the other side of the wall. She'd avoided the trap, whatever the trap might be. As she glanced backward, she saw a gasping, muddy Becka staring back. Another phantom mirror, this one concealing the wall she just passed and whatever trap lay in wait. As she looked herself over, she grimaced. She was an absolute mess, with her hair matted with water and her clothes covered in mud. She pressed forward. 2 more walls awaited her, but now she knew the trick to bypass them. She felt along until she found an opening and dived through twice more. The last time she dived and rolled to her feet. As she looked back, just before a phantom mirror blocked her perceptions, she saw the trap. It was a simple spinning pole that would strike anyone who walked upright, padded to avoid injury. Anyone who walked through would be smacked in the head by the pole. They would then fall backward, and perhaps a trapdoor drop them into a trench where they would be met by an officiant and ushered out of the maze. By diving forward, Becka had both leapt over the sensitive portion of the floor and avoided the spinning pole. Wheels within wheels. As she pressed forward again, she took a diagonal path instead of a straight one. Once again, she passed through phantom mirror after phantom mirror until she spotted a fellow adventurer. They ran, screaming directly at her, as if they were being chased by some sort of monster, yet there was no monster to be seen. Becka smoothly stepped aside. The adventurer vanished as she passed back through the long phantom mirror, but their screams continued beyond. She stretched out her hand and watched as the tips of her fingers vanished. She traced the line of the mirror as she would a wall, using it to guide her forward. As she did so, she could swear she was walking either left or right. She strongly resisted the urge to correct her direction of movement. This was skew perspective, hard at work. A phantom mirror could only be projected in a straight line. While the mindbender illusions might make it seem she was turning left or right, the length of the mirror acted as her guideline. She followed it with one hand inside until the ground ahead bubbled and spewed. As Becka watched in alarm, a muddy antlion clambered out of the dirt. It spread its arms and stomped its feet, then clicked its mandibles and roared. Becka raised her fist and unleashed Shadowbolt. As the antlion screeched and lurched toward her, Shadowbolt passed through it without effect. Becka confidently strode forward. The antlion charged until it was a pace away, and then burst into smoke which passed by her. The mindbender had seen her shoot her bolt, and, with his ruse exposed, moved his attentions elsewhere. Becka hoped. She suspected that the closer she got to the finish line, the more direct attention from the mindbender she would receive. That was not comforting, but she was making progress. She suspected she had already completed more of the maze than most. Her next obstacle soon presented itself. It was a tall hill with a steep grade, and this hill was quite muddy. Becka stepped through the nearest phantom mirror and spotted two adventurers yelling and cursing as they slid back down. So what might be the last challenge of the luminous maze was the simplest and most effective. Climbing a steep and muddy hill was difficult on a good day. After coming this far, damp from rain and covered in mud, it would be even more difficult. Becka stepped back into her own portion of the maze and considered the muddy slope ahead. She couldn't scale it as she might another hill. Her boots would slide down uselessly. Yet there had to be some way to scale it. There had to be some way to complete the maze. Becka walked forward as fast as she dared. No illusions presented themselves. She gamely attempted to climb the hill and immediately slid back down, now covered in even more mud. No surprises there. Was she done? How could anyone climb this hill? A tool. There had to be some sort of tool or trick hidden in the maze. As she remembered another skill Glenn had mentioned her opponents had slotted, false ground, she dropped at the base of the hill and fumbled about with her hands. She saw nothing but mud and sticks, but she was patient and careful with her hands. She felt along the muddy ground until her hands slapped down on something cool and metal. Grinning, Becka felt her way further, then recovered two metal poles. As she lifted them from nothing, she recognized them. Pitons. They were exactly what she needed to climb a hill. She now suspected that while the surface of the hill was mud, it must be solid underneath. Builders could create a hill with solid dirt and drape mud across it. Holding the pitons close, Becka walked to the hill and then swung with all her might. The piton penetrated the mud and stuck hard. Grinning, she stepped forward and pulled herself up a few steps by gripping the piton, then swung with the other. It too stuck. Now it was simply a matter of hauling herself up. Unfortunately, Becka had never gained a great deal of upper body strength. If only Glenn were here, he would make short work of this obstacle, but then again, he might also have tumbled into that first trench. Becka ground her teeth, held strong to the higher piton, and wrenched the lower one loose. She found that so long as she placed the tips of her boots deep into the mud and didn't try to move them, they didn't slide down. She lifted the lower piton and swung. Puffing and wincing as she clutched the pitons, Becka slowly and painfully climbed the muddy hill. She saw no other adventurers, and wouldn't be surprised if the Guilecasters had moved phantom mirrors even closer to her to isolate her. They wouldn't want the other maze runners seeing her climbing with pitons and start looking for those. Though it felt like it took all the stamina she possessed, Becka finally slapped a piton into the ground atop the hill. Another came after it, and then she dragged herself forward with a groan. She rolled onto the top of the hill, which was muddy but firm, and collapsed. She wanted to lie here and recover, but she was so close to the end, and she had to finish in the top 7. She pushed up, shuddered, and soldiered forward. The finish line waited just ahead. Was it another illusion? Could she trust it? She was too tired to test it. As she stumbled across the finish line, people in gray robes materialized out of thin air. Officiants and lifecasters. One raised his hand and cast a skill, and then Becka gasped as new energy flooded her. Reinvigorate. She certainly welcomed that. Congratulations, the lifecaster said. You've completed the luminous maze. Becka nodded gratefully. What number am I, of those who've completed it? You are finalist number 10. Becca's burgeoning hopes crashed back to the ground. She'd needed to finish in the top 7 among level 12s, and instead she had missed her goal by 3. If only she had been faster. Even so, she had completed the maze when most had not. Zach wouldn't be disappointed with her. Neither would Glenn. She had given this her best effort, and she would take comfort in knowing she had completed the maze. The lifecaster tilted his head as he watched her, then frowned as if he'd realized something. You're number 10 out of all participants, miss. You're the 10th person to complete the maze of everyone who started it, including the other level groups. Becka gasped. So that means I'm in the top 7 among level 12s? You're the first level 12 to complete the maze, miss. That means you've qualified for the final round. The lifecaster smiled warmly. Congratulations. You won't be needed for the rest of the day, but be here bright and early 3 days from now. If you'd like to get cleaned up and change your clothes, you can speak to the officiant near the registration building. Becka grinned widely. If she was number 10 to complete the maze, but 2 groups had started before her, that meant she had actually passed up many of the level 10s and 11s who'd started before her. That was a wonderful feeling. She had not just won, but excelled. Even so, her experience had been harrowing. If this was only the first leg, what would they be throwing at her 3 days from now? And could she win against a crowd who had all completed the first leg of the maze as quickly as she had? She supposed. There was only one way to find out. 19. A duet of hot and cold. Glenn. As he walked out into the dueling fields early on the second day of the Sandsea Cup, Glenn smiled to himself as he remembered Becca's excited recounting of her experience in yesterday's luminous maze. He had loved hearing about her adventures there, and he had actually been a bit jealous he hadn't entered it himself. Still, dueling was his strong suit. Glenn had won all 6 of his duels yesterday, ending his day in the qualifiers as the last of not 1 but 2 groups of 16 competitors. That meant he would continue to duel in the single bracket tomorrow as he advanced relentlessly toward the quarterfinals. After hearing how difficult the maze had been over supper, Glenn was even more impressed with the woman he loved. His soul-seer skills couldn't penetrate illusions, and he didn't have Becca's clever mind to guess what sort of traps lay in wait for him. The luminous maze was, in many ways, the perfect challenge for her. As for him, defeating other adventurers in duels was his challenge. As he glanced at the red-headed woman walking confidently at his side, she offered a warm smile. Nora Rapid Bloom was his partner now, and today they would enter their first doubles duel. Glenn suspected he could go quite far with Nora to support and heal him. He had never leveled beside a lifecaster, and the thought of having her shields and healing magic to bolster his defenses was exciting. Having Nora with him was like having a walking magical shield. Every duel in which he participated grew his confidence. Dozens of adventurers were already out. Even if some of those he had faced yesterday were competing today with their friends, he had already beaten them once. It would be even easier to beat them again. He missed Becka. He wished she was here, but she and Anna were scheduled to take on doubles in another group of brackets. Becca's journey through the luminous maze would not take place for 3 more days. Glenn hoped to be there to watch her. When they reached their designated dueling square, which today was B6, Glenn found a huge crowd of adventurers assembled, and eventually counted 26. That wasn't surprising since he and Nora had arrived 15 minutes early. They made 28, and he knew 32 adventurers were expected, 16 teams of 2. Who dueled who within each group of duelists was randomly assigned the night before the duels and not announced in advance. The only hard rule was that all contestants must complete their duels in half a day. Most duels only lasted a few minutes, so this was fine. From Glenn's experience in singles, he knew the number of adventurers present across the dueling field varied throughout the day. Some tried to stay and watch every duel so they would learn more about their opponents, while others would leave as soon as they won to rest up so they would be ready for their next challenge. And, obviously, as the day wore on, less and less adventurers were present, since most had already been eliminated. Glenn did not expect that he and Nora would be chosen to duel first. The chances of that happening again were 8-1 against, but he had to be ready for that. They took their positions in an open spot and waited patiently. Eventually, 3 more people arrived, which brought the total number to 31. Someone was missing. The officiant soon stepped forward. "Contestant Jared L., are you here?" The crowd of adventurers around Glenn and Nora looked about expectantly, but no one stepped forward. This hadn't happened yesterday. What would the officiant do if one person on one team didn't show up on time? Would they be disqualified? "Jared L., you have 1 minute to appear, or you and your partner will forfeit." A young woman wearing time-worn robes stepped forward. "He's coming, I promise. He just had to buy some potions before we got started today." The officiant scowled at her. "Agnes M.?" Agnes winced. "Yes, that's me." "You both knew when we were scheduled to start the doubles bracket. If your partner is not here in 1 minute, you will not be able to participate in—" "Coming!" a man bellowed from afar. I'm coming! Glenn glanced toward the shouting person and saw another man, also wearing time-worn robes, sprinting across the dueling field. He was breathing hard and stumbling, so he must have run a long way. When he arrived, he dropped his palms to his knees. The officiant eyed him with obvious annoyance. "Jared L.?" "That's me," Jared wheezed and raised his hand. "I'm here." The officiant sniffed. "See that you're more prompt in the future?" "Yes, sir. I will be, sir." Nora lightly touched his arm and leaned up on tiptoes to whisper in his ear. "They're both level 15. The minimum level requirement for time-worn robes is level 15. Glenn had known that, but he was still pleased that Nora had told him. She couldn't know that he could simply learn each opponent's level by using Soul Scan, so her offering this pointed data was both useful and clever. She would make a good partner. He lightly bumped her shoulder with his. "Good to know." Her smile grew as a blush shaded her features. "Happy to help." The officiant repeated the same spiel he had yesterday, explaining how duels would be conducted, that each duel would be single elimination, and so on. Some adventurers barely listened. Those must have dueled in singles yesterday, while others paid rapt attention. Glenn mentally noted who fell into each group. Some already had experience. "We will now announce the first duel for the day. Contestants Agnes M. and Jared L. step onto the dueling field. You will be red team." Glenn huffed ruefully. No wonder the officiant had been so anxious about Jared L.'s absence. If he had not arrived when he had, the team scheduled to face him would have earned a bye. Glenn knew if the other team didn't show up, their opponents won automatically. "Contestants Glenn G. and Nora R. step onto the dueling field. You will be blue team." Glenn could scarcely believe his luck. He'd been chosen first to duel yesterday for singles and now again for doubles. What was the probability of that happening? Yesterday it had been 1 of 8, and today was also 1 out of 8, so was that 1 in 64? No time for math. Glenn focused his gaze on Agnes and used Soul Scan. He rapidly noted a range of abilities that made sense for level 15 in her class, Harmcaster. She had slotted Burn, Freeze, Stone Skin, Freezing Slick, and Inferno. "Glenn?" Nora gave him a gentle nudge. Glenn snapped from his reading and marched forward. The officiant was now giving him the evil eye, which made him worry he'd almost gotten them disqualified. He made a mental note to not use soul scan on his opponents until after he was in the dueling square. The duel couldn't start until he gave consent, so there was no reason to delay stepping inside. Nora hurried alongside him as they entered the dueling square, which they had to walk through to reach the two faint blue squares marked on the other side. As they walked, Glenn glanced over his shoulder and checked Agnes's blessings. Burning Soul, Gusting Soul, and Freezing Soul. All blessings lowered the blood required to cast skills. Once they had taken their place in the blue squares, approximately 3 paces apart, Glenn used Soul Scan on Jarrett. He was also a harm caster with attributes similar to Agnes's. His slotted skills were Freeze, Blast, Stone Skin, Freezing Slick, Freezing Cube, and his blessings were Freezing Soul, Gusting Soul, and Double Cast. That last blessing was a concern. Double Cast was a controversial blessing because many considered it closer to a skill than a blessing and believed the gods had erred in its design. A harm caster with Double Cast could instantly refresh all the cooldowns on their slotted skills once every 12 hours. When used correctly, it was very powerful. Even so, it was also situational, and once Jared used it, he wouldn't be able to use it again for the rest of the day. That meant he would only get to use Double Cast in one of his possible 6 duels. It would be a skill of last resort. But what a last resort. Glenn had another concern. Freezing Slick was a rarely used harmcaster skill with little real utility other than inside confined spaces. The fact that both harmcasters had it slotted suggested they had plans to use it today. That could prove quite troublesome. Contestants, begin your duel when you are both ready. Across the field, Agnes called out, "Duel my party." The distinction in wording was important. Had she only said duel me, she would have been challenging Glenn or Nora alone. By asking for a party duel, she was asking on behalf of her and her partner. Glenn could only accept using the same wording. Instead of doing so, however, Glenn looked to the officiant. "Time?" The officiant narrowed his eyes. "You call for a timeout?" "Yes, sir." Agnes stomped a boot. "Can he do that?" Glenn could. He knew the officiants for the qualifiers didn't mention that participants could call a timeout because they were hoping to proceed through the initial batch of duels quickly. Glenn had learned about this rule from historical duel accounts. The officiant sighed. "Contestant Glenn G., you have a 5-minute timeout." Each duelist or group only got 2 timeouts per day, but could call them before any duel to strategize. Knowing when to call a timeout was crucial in high-level dueling. In Glenn's case, he now knew he was facing 2 harmcasters at the top of his bracket with a fearsome array of ranged skills. As a brutalist, he needed to devise a plan with Nora. He beckoned her to follow and walked backward until he placed one of the large poles at the corner of the X of 5 between him and their opponents. He pulled Nora as close as he dared, almost close enough to kiss, but not because he was feeling amorous. He could not risk that their opponents could read lips. Nora watched him, wide-eyed. "What is it?" "I think they're both harmcasters, which means we might already be in trouble." She gasped. "How can you tell?" "It's the way they carry themselves," Glenn lied. Also, Agnes said Jared was late because he was purchasing potions. Given how quickly harmcasters burn through blood, I suspect they had to buy extra blood potions to be ready for multiple duels today. "All casters burn blood, though." "But not at the rate a harmcaster does. Both lifecasters and guilecasters are more blood efficient, and lifecasters also regenerate blood faster. And if we are facing 2 harmcasters, Nora, that puts us at a big disadvantage. Or me in particular." Nora grimaced. "And me, since I'm slotted to heal you." During their strategizing last night, Glenn and Nora had agreed she would not slot Sunlight Shard, her only offensive skill, in favor of stacking more defense. Nora had slotted Flash Heal, Cleanse Body, Cleanse Mind, Soul Cushion, and Soul Harden. Soul Cushion was the prerequisite to Soul Harden, and both served the same purpose, creating a buffer of invisible health points that would absorb attacks directed at the person Nora buffed. In theory, the skills were redundant, but as they did not share a cooldown, A life caster could stack them. That meant Nora could create one health shield of 50 health and another of 100 health at the cost of 10 and 20 blood, respectively. Nora leaned even closer. So how do we beat 2 harmcasters? Do you have any ideas? Well, I do know a few harmcaster tricks. Are you familiar with freezing slick? I've never heard of that one. It's not commonly used since it's so situational, and it really only works in very narrow environments. But a harmcaster can use it to create a sheer and icy surface on the ground for 5 paces from where they cast it, and it only costs 5 blood. It also has a 10-second cooldown. That's fast, I know. And when I thought about it, I realized it's perfect for duels like this one. The entire square is only 20 paces across, so they could use it to coat the whole thing in slippery ice. That would make it near impossible for me to make any forward progress without slipping and falling. At which point they could simply batter you with spells or duck behind one of the pillars if we tried to attack them back at range. Nora hissed through her teeth. That'll be hard to beat. 4 minutes, the officiant called. Glenn ignored him. That's why I called time. I need to ask you some questions about your skills. He hoped she wouldn't ask why he was so certain of the enemy's plan. First, I suspect they'll spray down the entire dueling square, other than their part of it, with freezing slick. They'll probably have skills like burst and maybe even tornado to blow me backward if I try to advance. And if you fall and get hit by those, you'll slide away on the ice, right? Meanwhile, so long as I'm not making forward progress, they'll batter me with burn, freeze, or other cheap and powerful skills. Eventually I'll drop, and then they'll come for you. And I can't take one harmcaster alone, let alone both. But I have an idea to get past their ice, if they use it. First, when you cast Soul Cushion and Soul Harden, is it directional, like a shield, or does it go all around me like a bubble? She eyed him dubiously. You really don't know? I've never leveled beside a harmcaster. Oh, she winced. Because you're a town guard. You're rarely outside the walls. Glenn smiled as she created the exact lie he needed. That's right. It's a bubble. It covers you on all sides, and any damage you take on any side of you will deduct health points until the bubble pops, for lack of a better term. Okay, next question. Can you cast either of those skills on an inanimate object? On, like, a rock? Sure. Could you cast Soul Cushion on a rock? 3 minutes, the officiant yelled. Nora's eyes went distant. Glenn realized she was checking her own status sheet and likely reading the description of Soul Cushion and Soul Harden. He used Soul Skin on her and did the same. He could have done that first, but then she might wonder how he knew about her skills. Nora's gaze returned. They both say surround your target, so yes, I guess my target could be anything, though I've never actually cast either skill on anything but a party member. Great, so when this duel starts, I'm going to run behind the leftmost pillar. You run behind the one on the right. I suspect the harmcasters will do the same, then start spraying down the dueling square with freezing slick. I'll throw down my shield, and then you cast Soul Cushion on it. She eyed him dubiously. On your shield? That's right. I'm gonna use my shield like a boat, but it's too flat for that as it is now. But if you surround it with Soul Cushion, it should simply glide along the ice. So you... She gasped. How are you gonna make it move? My mace. I'm gonna use it like a paddle after I start my slide. She eyed him dubiously. Are you pulling my leg? I'm not. It could work. And if it doesn't, I'll just grab my shield and try to make my way to them on my own power. Still, I don't think that'll be possible if they're constantly hitting me with burst. This is a strange plan, Glenn. You're certain this is how you want to tackle them? I know it sounds a bit unorthodox, but let's try it. At worst, we get a good story out of this. But you said winning these dueling contests was important to your mission. She was right. How to explain? We should have said participating. Becka can exaggerate sometimes. So, will you do it? 2 minutes, the officiant yelled irritably. Yes. Nora thumped his arm. I trust you. If you think it's a good idea, I'm on board. Great. Glenn grinned wide. So, to be clear, we only do this if they coat the dueling square using freezing slick. Otherwise, I'll just charge like a rock troll. In that case, hit me with soul cushion and soul harden and then take cover. I'll call for help when I need heals. Nora nodded vigorously. I've got you. 1 minute, the officiant yelled. Glenn looked in his direction. We're ready. He walked back to his blue square and Nora did the same. As they settled in, he once more faced Agnes and Jared. Agnes looked more than a bit annoyed. Are you two done making out? We're done talking. Sorry for the wait. He took a breath. Duel my party. A spectral flag dropped out of the sky and landed midway between them. Agnes huffed. We accept your duel. As the flag turned solid, Agnes and Jared sprinted out of their squares just as Glenn had expected, and just as he had told Nora they might. Agnes joined Glenn in darting for the southern pillar on the X, while Jared dashed for the northern one. Nora darted there as well. Glenn looked at Agnes as he dashed. She was likely the leader of the duo. Soul scan. Agnes's status sheet appeared as Glenn slammed his back into the tall pole. He was pleased to see he could still see it even through the pole. Neither Agnes or Jared called out. They would be fools to call their skills aloud. But Glenn saw a brown bar flash into being and then complete. Freezing slick. The sound of crackling ice told him Agnes and Jared had activated that skill at the same time and were even now spraying the dueling field with a thin layer of incredibly slick ice. Ice created in such a manner would be as slick as oil and difficult to traverse. In the field, a harmcaster could use freezing slick to trip up or halt the charge of a charging monster, with mixed results. As Nora peeked around her own pillar, she gasped as Glenn's nigh prophetic suspicions were confirmed. Glenn threw down his steel shield and pointed at it. He didn't say a word. Nora pivoted to face him and swept both hands around each other, then thrust them out. A barely perceptible oval appeared around Glenn's shield. She could cast her skills on inanimate objects. She had just covered his shield in a soul cushion bubble with 50 health points. Glenn dropped Becka into his hands and dashed out of cover. As he picked up his shield, he was pleased to find that his hands grasped the bubble around the shield rather than the shield itself. It might look flat, but it was now a long, narrow oval with two sides, like a coin with its edges squished. His skin tingled as Nora cast her second skill, Soul Harden. That would create a shield of 100 health points around him, which could absorb 1 or 2 casts from the harmcasters. As he rushed toward them, he was unsurprised to see over half the dueling field already glittering with solid ice. It had progressed past the central X. Agnes and Jared each crouched behind a pillar beyond that. Above Agnes, a brown bar appeared and rapidly ticked forward. Burn. The moment before Glenn's foot would step onto the incredibly slick and smooth sheet of ice, he dived forward with all his strength and tucked his shield beneath his chest. He hit the ice and went prone as a burst of flame roared over his head, followed by a bolt of ice. Neither struck. When Glenn's now oval shield hit the ice, he sledded forward with his legs trailing but providing little drag. Gasps of shock rose from around the field as Glenn rocketed across the ice sheet. He was now using his shield as a sled, and it was working. Still, the harmcasters reacted as he'd expected. Bursts of flame and chunks of ice battered him and were absorbed harmlessly by Soul Harden. Better yet, the spells were dissipated completely by Nora's buff, which meant the impacts didn't slow his momentum. He whipped violently as Jared hit him with burst, sending him sideways, but he was ready for that. He slammed Becka into the ice and used his mace as an anchor to swing himself around and fly forward again. At that point, he was almost at Agnes. She gawked at him like he'd gone insane. Agnes screamed and launched another burn at his face. It hit him full on and then vanished at the same time as his soul-hardened bubble, doing no damage at all. Glenn rolled off the icy sheet, grabbed his shield, and leapt to his feet with his mace raised. Agnes hadn't coated the ice beneath her own feet, but she could only back up so far until she reached the edge of the dueling field. If she stepped out, she'd be disqualified. Somehow, in the most unpredictable and likely maddening method possible, Glenn had reached her. He tackled her before she could cast another spell. They went down with him on top, and he straddled her and raised his mace as a threat. Yet he waited before he struck. He couldn't just bash her skull in with his mace. She could still yield, and a single hit from his mace could shatter her head. He'd never risk killing her by mistake. She glared up at him. "Jared, now!" Glenn glanced at Jared and used Soul Scan. A casting bar for a freezing cube appeared above Jared's head, and Glenn knew he had shocked these two enough that they were attempting to lock him in a cube of ice that would give them a minute to attack Nora alone. Glenn rolled while simultaneously pushing Agnes between him and Jared as a shield. A block of ice the size of a person encased Agnes, and Glenn shoved her off him and sighed with relief. He hadn't known if he could use Agnes's body to block Jared's skill. With Agnes now out of the fight for a full minute, Glenn lumbered to his feet and charged the second Harmcaster. Another casting bar appeared above Jared's head, double cast. With this duel deteriorating rapidly, Jared had resorted to activating his blessing with a 12-hour cooldown. The bar completed, and Glenn knew he would never reach Jared in time. He changed direction as he hit more ice, and freezing cube once more appeared above Jared's head. He dived behind a pillar, only to be encased in a block of ice. Devil spit. He'd been certain he could avoid that. The ice abruptly shattered, dropping Glenn to the field. He sputtered and stumbled up, then glanced at Nora to see her giving him an eager thumbs up. Only then did he remember that he was dueling with a life caster as his partner. Nora had slotted Glenn's body, and apparently Glenn's body could remove freezing cube. Fighting with a life caster at his side offered so many benefits. Glenn once more charged Jared, and howled like a maniac. He unleashed a maniacal howl for intimidating effect. Faced with a charging brutalist, Jared had a split-second decision to make. If he kept his head and kept his cool, he'd have just enough time to cast Burst. That would slow Glenn or knock him on his rear. That would give Jared time to reposition. That was what a calm, collected man would do. Yet Jared had just seen Glenn skate across a seemingly impenetrable ice slick like some sort of armored penguin. He had tried to freezing cube Glenn once and hit his partner, and then when he had once again used freezing cube on Glenn, Nora had removed it. Somehow Glenn had anticipated his every move. Eyes wide, Jared cast Stone Skin instead of Burst. Glenn grinned and swung with all his might. Stone Skin would turn Jared's skin as hard as iron for 10 seconds, but the skill had a 5-minute cooldown. It could only be used once per battle. And even with his skin hard as iron, Glenn's mace still hit him hard enough to ash his health bar by a third. More gasps followed as Glenn struck again and again. 1/2, 1/3. He feathered his last strike so as to knock Jared off his feet. As he fell backward, his health bar dropped almost to nothing, and the officiant called out, "Jared L. is eliminated." That was Glenn's cue to cease swinging. He likely couldn't hit Jared again due to the law of consent, but he wasn't going to test that. With one Harmcaster down, he walked over to where Agnes, features furious, remained frozen in her partner's block of ice. He waited by her with his mace. Nora eeped somewhere nearby. As Glenn glanced at her in worry, she fell right on her rear on the ice. She was fine, just inconvenienced. Even so, she couldn't make any progress across that ice slick while walking, so she crawled toward him on hands and knees. As seconds ticked away, Glenn locked eyes with Agnes. Nora reached him just before the ice dissipated, then grabbed his shield to balance herself. As the ice melted, Glenn charged. "Yield!" Agnes shouted. "End this duel!" Glenn lowered his mace instead of striking her. "I consent to end this duel." The duel flag vanished as the officiant called out, "The winners of this duo-duel are Glenn G. and Nora R. by KO and yield." Instead of offering her hand or walking away, Agnes spit on the ice. "You cheater!" Her accusation hit Glenn harder because she was right. Yet before he could respond, Nora stepped forward and shoved Agnes. "How dare you!" Glenn stared at Nora in shock. Agnes merely sneered. "Don't try and deny it, you hussy. Your boyfriend cheated. That's what you were up to during the timeout." "He's not my boyfriend," Nora yelled. "And he doesn't cheat. Glenn is—" She paused and stepped back. "He is one of the bravest and most honest men I've ever met." Nora might as well have punched him in the gut. Her faith in his good nature hurt more because it felt undeserved. He had cheated using his unique skills, and by doing so, he had robbed Agnes and Jared of a win they had every right to. Their strategy had been clever and effective. Agnes glared. How did he know what skills we were going to use? No one could know. Nora glared back. He knew because Jared yelled about potions when he arrived. That doesn't tell him anything. Enough. The officiant had taken the field before Glenn noticed. Agnes M., are you officially lodging an accusation of cheating? Keep in mind, if it's not upheld, you will not only be forbidden from participating in more events, you'll be disqualified from any events you've already won. Agnes glared at the officiant, then at Glenn. How did you know? He firmed his stance. Know what? How did you know we would use freezing slick? You were instantly ready with that shield toboggan. There's no way you could have planned to use that ahead of time. Glenn had to lie convincingly. As Nora looked at him with faith in her eyes, he felt even more worried. What could he tell Agnes to convince her he had anticipated her ploy through simple deduction? He was a truth-seeker, but he wasn't a seer, so far as anyone knew. As his mind rapidly scrambled for anything that could inform what he should say, the words of the officiant played back in his head. You will not only be forbidden from participating in more events, you'll be disqualified from events you've already won. The second part of the officiant's statement was an odd addition. How would the officiant know that Agnes had already won another contest at the Sandsea Cup, unless he had seen her win a contest at the Sandsea Cup, which she could have if she won a singles duel yesterday? Glenn decided to make the leap. I knew because I've seen that trick before, Agnes. Her retort caught in her throat. As she stood with one finger outstretched, speechless, he knew he had her. He had been careful in how he phrased his statement. Had she informed him she had not dueled yesterday, he could have simply said he saw another harmcaster pull the same trick, but it seemed his instincts had been right. It felt wrong to win this way, but he did have to win. She lowered her finger, defeated. I don't remember you. I don't see why you would. We never dueled, but I watched many duels yesterday. She kicked the ground. Fine, you win. She huffed and marched toward Jared, who was sitting and catching his breath near a lifecaster in white robes. Good luck, Glenn and Nora. Glenn barely prevented himself from responding with, You too. He would have been genuine in his statement, wishing her luck in other brackets, but in her foul mood, Agnes would certainly have taken it the wrong way. He had narrowly avoided being called out for cheating, which, no matter how he justified it, he was doing. He didn't know whether to feel relieved or guilty about his win. Nora thumped him on the arm. Ignore her. She's a sore loser and a grump besides. Your strategy was brilliant. Bizarre, but brilliant. He forced a smile for her benefit. Thanks. Gods, that was so much fun. Nora clenched her fists. My heart's still pumping, and all I did was use a few skills and then hide behind a pillar. That was such a rush. Glenn chuckled, unable to continue to feel dejected as he evaluated her cheerful mood. Hopefully our next duel won't be as complicated. I can't imagine that combination is one we'll encounter too often in doubles, but at least now we know how to face a pair of harmcasters. Nora giggled. Shield toboggan. The officiant called out again. We will wait 5 minutes for the ice from the last duel to melt. He called the name of the next 4 duelists, which was Glenn's cue to leave the field. Nora came with him, then stopped close at his side. So, now we get a break? We have a little under an hour before our next duel, yes. I'm going to stay and watch as many as I can, but you can take a break if you like. No, I'll watch too. It's good to know what our prospective opponents can do, and I might also learn tricks that'll help me keep Terry and Carm from falling in the field. They still give me grief over every time they've died. Glenn resisted the urge to hug her. He liked her quite a bit, but only as a friend. He never wanted to make her think otherwise. I doubt those deaths were your fault. She huffed. I wish you could make them believe that. 20. A Trip to the Six Hells. As Becka approached the isolated area of Sun's Cross where she, beneath the watchful eyes of those tasked to officiate, would tackle the second and final leg of the luminous maze, she arrived with a weight on her shoulders. She and Anna had been eliminated from doubles yesterday by a ruthlessly quick pair of skirmishers, and Anna had been eliminated from singles by a powerful harmcaster who wore ringmail armor. Only Glenn and Nora remained in the fight, with Glenn continuing to dominate singles and he and Nora crushing doubles as well. Becka remained quite proud of them. Having now gotten to know Nora over the past few days, Becka genuinely liked and respected her, and she was a fantastic lifecaster. With Glenn to ensure their opponents never got near her, Nora ensured no one could ever take him down. Today was Becca's last chance to make a difference, to help Glenn help Zach, and, as well, protect the people of Evelyn. If Becka didn't complete the luminous maze, she wouldn't have anything to contribute towards Glenn's climb toward level 15. She couldn't help him save Zach. So, despite her trepidation about what waited ahead, she would put in her best effort. Nothing would stop her. There was one comfort in her quest. The luminous maze had multiple winners. The first 3 adventurers to complete the maze in each of its level brackets would be awarded an experience scroll worth 2,500 experience, with the first in each level group awarded a scroll worth 5,000 experience. Those experience scrolls were the reward Becka sought, not for herself, but for Glenn. Tomorrow Glenn would face 7 other finalists in the 10 to 15 bracket of singles, and he and Nora would battle in the 10 to 15 bracket of doubles as well. All fights would take place in the Coliseum beneath the bright sun of Stillwatch. Yet even if Glenn won both singles and doubles, taking first place, each win would net him an experience scroll worth 3,000 experience. Not enough. Even both scrolls would not level him to 15, so if Becka didn't come through for him, and Zach, today, Glenn would go into tomorrow's duels knowing that even if he somehow won, he would still lose. She refused to put Glenn in that situation. So as she looked around at the other 200 or so entrants gathered for the finale of the Luminous Maze, she resolved to defeat all of them. Or all but 3. If they could get Glenn close enough to level 15, he could likely gain that amount of experience in time to resurrect Zach. It was no longer an impossible goal, but they had now made all the mistakes they could make. From this moment on, everything had to go perfect. As nice as it would have been to have Glenn with her today, she had insisted he take the day off to rest and recover. Between singles and doubles, he had spent 6 days straight dueling 8 hours a day. He needed to be rested and ready to face his duels tomorrow. Becka knew from her last experience that even if Glenn had come to cheer her on, the mindbenders and guilecasters, whose skills formed the luminous maze, would make it impossible to follow her progress. The maze was more for contestants than spectators, though large crowds did turn out to see what they could see. Finally, if she failed today, she didn't want Glenn to witness that. The town guard once again explained the rules, but everyone had already organized themselves by level groups before he began speaking. Every one of these over 100 participants had completed the first leg of the luminous maze, which meant every one of them was clever and skilled. There would be no clumsy brutalists or terrified lifecasters to cushion her climb today. The town guard's repetition of the rules ended quickly. As he announced the start of the second luminous maze, level 10s poured across the starting line and vanished. A phantom mirror showed the level 11s alone. The casters behind the luminous maze were making it more difficult in every way possible. Now Becka couldn't even see what the 10s and 11s were encountering before she stepped through that phantom mirror. Perhaps that would be for the best. She would have no preconceptions. The town guard's next bellow sent her blood racing. Level 12s, enter the maze. Becka breathed deep, stepped through the mirror, and gasped as her whole world went black as night. Wind roared on all sides of her, conjured by artists, no doubt, and this darkness must be due to false light. A wave of nausea rose inside her when she realized she could just barely see ground beyond the dark, and that ground was spinning like a top. Skew perspective at work. Becka dropped to her knees and breathed to manage her nausea. Soon enough, the darkness faded back to light and the endless spinning stopped, but neither of those changes offered her much comfort, because as Becka looked around, gaping in alarm, she realized she was in hell. Or, more specifically, she now sat in one of the 6 hells. As she looked around in astonishment, she recognized this realm from the books she'd read on the subject as the Rock Hell. It was exactly as she had seen it described in every adventurer account of the place. The Mindbenders had recreated the Rock Hell in such detail and with such conviction that she could not imagine it as anything else. The world they had made was terrifying, but also beautiful in its complexity. One day she would love to craft an illusion as complex and convincing as this one. Becka now stood in the center of a barren, floating island, holding jagged hills of glass-sharp stone and crisscrossed with rivers of molten lava. Off the edges of the island was sky and void, and thick clouds of ash and smoke whirled around the edges of the island like a sea. She floated above the clouds. Becka had never been to the Rock Hell, of course. Few had, save for level-capped adventurers exploring each of the 6 hells in raid groups, as they conquered monsters and demons that could wipe legions of low-level adventurers. Only the strongest could survive in the 6 hells. Yet Becka recognized this setting because of all the journals she'd read that talked about the 6 hells, particularly accounts published by level-capped adventurers. While some adventurers were repulsed by the idea of entire realms created by demons, Becka had found the idea fascinating. Given her general disdain for the gods, she had always wondered how other deities might handle things. In the case of whatever demons had created the Rock Hell, they had decided that their ideal world was one without water or trees or vegetation of any kind. Becka knew, rationally, that she still stood in a huge field in Luxtera that builders had spent the last 4 days restructuring from scratch to support the final leg of the luminous maze, yet she felt as if she were somewhere far more dangerous. Shadows flickered in and out all around her, likely the other adventurers in the level 12 bracket proceeding cautiously across the island. Mindbenders must be hiding them from her. Becka needed to get moving. Yet as she rose, she realized she had no idea what direction she now faced. The darkness and spinning during her arrival had completely turned her about. With the illusion of seemingly infinite space on all sides, she had no way of telling in what direction the finish line waited. Worse, if she took a step in the wrong direction, she could stumble over the starting line. If she exited the maze on the wrong side, she would be immediately disqualified. She was surprised that none of the level 10s or level 11s had stumbled back out before she entered, but then she remembered that today she was only competing with adventurers who had completed the first leg of the luminous maze. None of those people would fall for such a simple trick. So how had those before her figured out what direction to go? Other than the gentle whistle of the constant still-watch wind, Becca's only reminder that she was still standing in Luxtera, the only other sound was the bubbling of distant lava rivers. She looked up for any trace of the sun and found nothing. How could she orient herself without the sun? Simple enough. Becka raised her palm and focused straight ahead. Shadow Blast. Her bolt of inky black energy rocketed forward and vanished. So there it was. Her blast had gone through the invisible phantom mirror. Becka was just about to walk in the opposite direction before she paused again. What were the chances of her choosing the right direction on the first try? She pivoted completely about and raised her palm, then sent another shadow blast. It too vanished like the first, and Becka cursed softly. The law of consent prevented anyone from targeting her directly, but could they hide her shadow blasts? They were not, after all, alive. As another gust of warm wind teased her hair, Becka cursed herself for not being quicker on her feet. After living a full week in Stillwatch, she had learned that the warm wind off the mountains always blew in from the west. She also knew she had entered the luminous maze on the south side, and while Arctists could create wind and make it blow very hard, that wind was always cold, not warm. She closed her eyes and rotated her body until she was certain the gentle wind was hitting her and teasing her hair from her left side. Left would be west, which would put south and the starting line behind her. That meant if she walked forward at this point, she would be going north and out. 5 cautious steps assured her she had solved the first challenge. She increased her pace across the hard and uneven ground, but only to a walk. She needed to be cautious of any hidden traps, which, given the difficulty of this final leg, would likely be everywhere. Still, she saw no other adventurers, and she would very much like to know how they were hiding everyone from everyone else. She encountered her next obstacle not long after. A wide river of molten lava coursed between her and the north. Even from here, she could feel its heat. Mindbenders and guilecasters couldn't make her feel heat without violating the law of consent, and Arctists dealt with wind and ice, not flame. So had the Luminous Maze staff added Infernists to their roster of casters? She knew they could physically heat up rock and stone, and that again would not be a direct attack. It would get around the law of consent because she would choose to walk on it. She couldn't simply step onto the river of lava. Even if the lava would not kill her, doing so felt like it would violate the rules of the Luminous Maze. A shadower officiant could step out and grab her arm, then disqualify her for dying. There had to be some other way to cross this river, but how? Perhaps the answer was hidden in her environment. Like the pitons she'd uncovered near the end of the last leg of the Luminous Maze. Becka dropped to her hands and knees beside the river and lava and felt around carefully, but encountered nothing but hard rock. Not even sand. No wonder there were 4 days between the first and second legs of the Luminous Maze. It had likely taken the builders who constructed this maze 4 days to rearrange so much of it and turn what had once been a grassy field into hard rock. After crawling about long enough that her knees ached, Becka rose and dusted off her hands. She must be falling further and further behind. She could not ford the river without being disqualified. It was far too wide to leap even if she could sprint as fast as Ripper. There was one skill that might allow an adventurer like Leo to ford this river, Feather Step, a staple of skirmishers, but the maze designers couldn't have built this obstacle around a single skill only available to one class. What was she missing? Regardless, what she was doing right now was wasting time. She couldn't proceed forward, so she chose to walk west along the river of lava. Perhaps she would find a point of crossing if she followed the river closely enough. Perhaps it only continued endlessly due to mind-bender illusions. Becka walked along the side of the lava river until she reached the edge of the floating island of rock. The lava fell off the side of it and into a void of upside-down sky in a lava fall, and as Becka slipped the toe of her boot off that rocky edge, she saw and felt nothing but void. If she leapt off this cliff, she would likely survive the fall to the ground, but would be disqualified from the Luminous Maze. Should she double back, run to the other end of the lava river? How had she encountered no one else, despite sharing this field with hundreds of other adventurers? She was spiraling. She needed to be calm. So despite everything inside her telling her to hurry, she instead settled with her knees spread and her palms resting atop them. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply in and out, practicing one of the many meditation exercises Jenny had taught her to use when she was grappling with a problem she couldn't solve. A worried mind was a desperate mind. In her head, she could almost hear Jenny speaking. When there's an obstacle in your mind that you can't solve, don't hammer yourself against it. Instead, find a way to discover that the obstacle does not exist. There is nothing to force your way through because your path forward has always been clear. Or, that's what I tell myself. Becka breathed and considered all she had seen so far. Sooner than she expected, an inkling of an idea came for her. The Luminous Maze creators could have made the final leg of this maze look like anything, any place in Luxterra. Why the 6 hells, and why the rock hell specifically? What if the clue to solving the obstacle was hidden in the lore of the rock hell itself? Becka had read so many stories about the 6 hells, as many as she could find. but had not considered that reading useful until now. What if, instead of treating this maze like a builder's construct, she treated her environment as the rock hell itself? If she took this place at face value, what changed? Becka opened her eyes and gasped. She had forgotten one fact about the rock hell that now seemed blindingly obvious in hindsight. It was a series of rocky islands floating in a great sky, but there was more than one level of islands. If she couldn't cross this island, what about the one below it? She hopped up and hurried once again to the rocky edge of the island, which floated in the void. Below her, coal-black clouds roiled, but they couldn't be more than a single story below her. Like a fool, she had immediately assumed that because this was a field made to look like the rock hell, and it had been built on the ground level, she couldn't go beneath it. But what if she could? Becka dropped to hands and knees once more and crawled along the island's edge. Soon she found a steep but manageable slope, or rather, a chute. It was all but invisible unless one looked directly down on it from above. Her heart soared as she realized she had found the way through. Now, how to traverse it? Becka was now certain there was another level of passable terrain hidden beneath the roiling coal clouds, or the illusion of them. With time ticking away, she settled on flipping onto her stomach and simply sliding herself backward. She lowered herself into the chute bit by bit, which had the added advantage of keeping her eyes on the island, not the void. The rock below her grew steeper and steeper. Soon she was to the point where she knew going any further down would cause it to slope to the point she would lose traction and slip into the void. She had always been terrified of heights, and her body and mind screamed at her that she now dangled thousands of paces in the air. She had to go back up, or she had to have faith in her conclusions. Becka dropped. Her stomach flipped, and she barely suppressed a shriek before her boot tips slammed onto something hard that halted her slide. She froze there for a moment, disbelieving, then unfroze her paralyzed body and glanced down. Below her, beneath her boot tips, she saw it. The top rung of a wooden ladder. Becka almost shouted for joy. Instead, she looked straight ahead and anchored herself by pushing her hands into the chute on either side. She carefully stepped down to find the next rung, then the next. Soon she could grab the rungs with her hands, and then she descended, which she now knew was a sturdy wooden ladder constructed by a builder. Coal-black clouds soon consumed her. It was too dark to see, so Becka simply kept climbing down. Not long after, the ladder ended. She stepped off onto solid rock, and when she opened her eyes again, she smiled. She was still in hell, but not the rock hell. She now stood in one of the endless fields of pink and purple grass in the shade hell, which was one of the more pleasant ones. The ladder she had climbed now stretched up what had become a pillar of slick white calcite. The same tower, presented differently. Becka set off confidently through the thick purple grass of the shade hell. As she traced her hands through it, and it lightly brushed across her skin, she knew it must be real grass builders had bodily transplanted to this lower area of the maze. They were simply making it look purple. She didn't make it far before her progress was balked by another large calcite cliff. As she made her way around it, she mentally connected this towering cliff to the rocky islands she'd seen in the rock hell. This building construct was a rocky island above and a calcite tower below, so was it possible there was more than one way to cross the luminous maze? Perhaps a skirmisher could use feather step to ford the lava river and even move from island to island. A harmcaster might be able to use freezing slick to freeze the lava long enough to run across it. It made sense, in retrospect, that the designers of the luminous maze couldn't force maze runners to go any particular way. They could only present obstacles for runners to solve, and allow those runners to use whatever methods were available to them to proceed. Becka's obstacle now was this towering wall of calcite. As she hurried around it, proceeding northeast, she hoped, she looked for another ladder or other way up. She found none. When she finally made it around the tower, she was confronted with a fence of interlocking purple crystal growths that looked incredibly sharp. One touch of a tip assured her it was quite real and quite physical. In the Shade Hell, these crystalline fences were known as shade crystals. A chunk of this purple crystal was required for all sorts of powerful enchantments, and because only a party of 8 level 40s could easily enter the Shade Hell and acquire it, it was also more valuable than gold. As exciting as that might be, Becka knew this to be another physically accurate builder prop. Could she simply blast her way through the fence? She launched a shadow bolt at the crystals and was disappointed when it fizzled out. Whatever these crystals were made of in the real world, it was not something she could so easily blast away, just like in the Shade Hell. Come to think of it, could a Harmcaster use Inferno to destroy an obstacle? None had done so in the first leg of the Luminous Maze, or they had, and Becka hadn't seen them do it due to Mindbender illusions. Regardless, she didn't have any skills powerful enough to destroy this fence. It felt like every time she began to proceed forward, she found herself stumbling back. People would be completing the maze soon, and she suspected at least one level 10 and possibly a level 11 had already done so. A level 12 would soon join them, and then any chance to help Glenn would be gone. Becka racked her brain for what she'd read about the Shade Hell. These shade crystal fences were all over it, and in the actual hell, adventurers would hack them apart with arcane pickaxes built by Preceptor blacksmiths and blessed by Preceptor enchanters. She didn't have an arcane pickaxe handy, however, and hiding a facsimile beneath false ground would be too obvious. Or would it? Anyone who had done yesterday's maze and had searched the side of the lava river above would easily draw the conclusion that the Mindbenders wouldn't use the same puzzle twice. But wasn't the assumption they wouldn't repeat puzzles a puzzle in and of itself? A mind trick? Becka dropped to her hands and knees and felt around near the fence until her hand landed on the hilt of something invisible. She gasped in shock and delight as she lifted up and pulled a sparkling white pickaxe from the illusionary ground. She laughed at the absurdity of this simple ploy. How many adventurers had missed this pick because it was too obvious, because they overthought the puzzle? She had focused so hard on finding a complex solution, the simple solution had eluded her. She walked forward and struck the crystalline fence of shade crystals with the pickaxe. A section of the fence disintegrated before her eyes, and as she fumbled forward with one hand, she felt no trace of it. There was likely a real person swinging open a gate in the physical fence. Becka walked forward confidently and kept doing so until her world again went black. She had walked into another field of false light. She waited patiently and barely twitched as someone plucked her pickaxe from her hand, likely to put it back where she had found it, so the next adventurer to come through here could make the same discovery. Her patience was rewarded when the light returned, though this time she had again been transported. As she looked around at a ground formed of blue and white and towering hills of ice, she realized she was now in the freezing hell. The maze builders definitely had a theme going today. When the wind picked up, it was cold enough, Becka hugged herself reflexively. Those artists were certainly enjoying themselves now. As Becka evaluated her surroundings, she suspected the snow flurries in the air were as real as the wind. Artists could make those with their skills. She advanced and nearly slipped and went down. This slick ice wasn't illusionary. She had once read that even the most hardened adventurers rarely visited the freezing hell because it was so difficult to do something as simple as walk around. Crampons were a hard requirement to cross these slick icy plains without slipping and falling, and Becka did not have any of those. After the third time she slipped and fell on her rear, Becka huffed and resigned herself. It now seemed obvious that the artists had resorted to the Harmcaster's skill Freezing Slick and used it to coat this part of the maze. As she remembered Glenn telling her about his shield toboggan duel, she couldn't help but chuckle. If only she had seen that. And if only she had a shield. Still, Glenn showed her the way. Becka alternated between crawling on her hands and knees, scooting forward on her bottom, or sliding sideways along the slick surface. As humiliating as this might be, it was also a way to move forward without continuing to risk twisting her ankle or breaking her arm. This ice was frigid, Her hands and body ached wherever she touched it. Still, no matter how uncomfortable this maze became, Becka would continue on. Glenn and Zach needed her to be strong. She continued until the ice grew less slick, then stumbled to her feet. The ice here was visibly harder and less wet, and as Becka ran her hands over it, she realized it was really rock. Chilled rock. There were limits to what artists could accomplish, and only so much area they could cover with freezing slick. So now, with the slippery part of the maze over, the mind-benders had taken over once more. What new challenge did they have in store for her? As Becka cautiously moved forward, a mist appeared in front of her and steadily thickened. Soon enough, she was in a fog so thick she could barely see her hand in front of her face. Another illusion, but an effective one. As the ground behind her shifted, she knew skew perspective was at work as well. So the Guile casters had used create fog. She should have known this was coming. She could also wander in circles for hours, or until the maze finished, thanks to skew perspective. And that was one error she could not afford to make. Once again, she stood still and closed her eyes. She couldn't trust her eyes, but she could trust her other senses. She focused on those. A warm breeze still blew from her left side, from the west, which assured her she was continuing to move north and closer to the finish line. She also felt heat from the burning sun hidden overhead. In the end, it was once again the wind that saved her, and her hair. She pushed both hands out in front of her and took cautious steps, paying close attention to how the wind blew and which directions it drew her bangs across her forehead. She might not be moving directly north, but the warm wind was the one thing she knew would move in a consistent direction and which the mindbenders couldn't alter. Her hand smacked into a wall. She opened her eyes again to find a sheer mirror that stretched to the horizon on each side and rose higher than she could see. She gawked up at the incredible illusion. She was now in an approximation of the wind hell. Adventure accounts said an endless fog surrounded the wind hell, and once one found one's way in, it was very difficult to find one's way out without assistance. There were also many mirrors like this in the wind hell, seamless and clean. She saw herself in the infinite mirror, watching herself from a pace away. As her reflection smiled coyly, Becka felt a chill as she realized she hadn't smiled. That wasn't her reflection. Her copy in the mirror spoke in her own voice. "You finally made it all the way here. Too late. If only you'd been faster, Rebecca dear. 4 level 12s have already crossed the finish line, and we've been watching you flail about since they arrived. It really is amusing. You really thought—" "Shush now," Becka frowned. "You've just used masquerade to become me, which tells me I'm far enough ahead of the others that I can receive personalized attention from an officiant of the luminous maze. That suggests I have in no way been eliminated. So how close am I to the end?" Mirror Becka laughed in a way that she had to, grudgingly, admit was rather diabolical. "I wanted to speak to you before you departed. You see, Rebecca dear, I am one of the creators of this maze, and I have but one question for you before you leave and return to your old life." "No? I have a question for you first. Why the 6 hells?" Other Becka arched her eyebrow. "How do you mean?" "It's a fantastic illusion, and I'm not exaggerating when I say it's been genuinely thrilling to experience this level of artistry. Most adventurers, however, are terrified by the idea of the 6 hells. Is that why you chose this theme for the luminous maze? Did you wish to terrify us?" Other Becka tut-tutted. "You do not seem terrified." "I'm not. I've always found the 6 hells fascinating, but I am disappointed you didn't choose to reproduce the spike hell." Other Becka sniffed, as if offended. "Too many moving parts, and too much danger of runners accidentally impaling themselves on the props in a panic. I argued we should try, but I was overruled." Becka chuckled as she imagined the chaos. "I can see how that might be a concern. So is it fair for you to speak to me, an officiant speaking to a runner, or are you the final challenge?" Other Becka smiled mischievously. What challenge would that be? In Benjamin Ravendust's account of his journey through the Windhell, he mentioned encountering a mirror as tall as the sky and a demon inside it that took his form. It asked him one question. Had he not answered it, he is certain he would have died. You are well read. Other Becka sounded pleased. Very well. I will ask you one question. However, be aware that if you get this question wrong, you may not be able to complete the maze. Becka nodded at the inevitable. At least the maze was almost over, and the fact that she was now receiving personalized attention suggested she was among the top few. What's the question? Other Becka smiled malevolently. Duel me? A spectral duel flag dropped between them, directly on top of the mirror, and Becka froze in shock. So far, every challenge she had faced had been physical obstacles supported by visible illusions. None of those obstacles, thus far, had required the law of consent be violated, and all had skirted around the law by simply being present in the maze and forcing her to proceed through them. Yet this challenge was different. People rarely, if ever, dueled mindbenders because so many of their skills were horrifying when used against a person. A mindbender could use Walking Nightmare to lock the other duelist in a horrific dream, or Beguile to force them to obey their every whim for 5 minutes. There were likely other skills that were equally as terrifying. The question being asked was a difficult one. Was Becka willing to duel a high-level mindbender to complete the luminous maze while knowing all the horrors that could entail? She knew the mindbender wouldn't kill her, and might not even physically injure her. The maze officiants would never allow that. But some scars went deeper than the physical. Scars of the mind could often not be cured. She wanted to help Glenn. She wanted to save Zach. But was she willing to risk her own mind and her own sanity to do so? Would anyone be willing to risk their mind to win a game? Most wouldn't. And as Becka realized that the vast majority of adventurers who reached this point and were asked this question would say no, she also knew how she could avoid being eliminated. There was only one answer she could give herself if she wanted to complete this maze. She had to show the maze officiants she wanted this, even if it forced her to live in a waking nightmare. Becka took a breath. I accept this duel. The flag solidified. A moment after that, Becka gasped as her arms and legs betrayed her. Her vision turned an odd shade of purple as Other Becka raised one hand and wiggled several fingers like a puppeteer operating its puppet, which Becka was now. The mindbender had used Beguile. Other Becka winked. It was a pleasure, Rebecca Coldbreaker. Now dance. The infinite mirror faded as Becca's legs walked her through it. She was now a passenger in her own body, and she was so terrified she could barely think. Yet she did think. She had to think. And a moment later she gasped as a bright blue plane appeared ahead. She now stood on ground made of glowing white lines and shimmering blue squares. The grid extended endlessly in all directions, though she knew it couldn't in reality. It didn't match the descriptions of any of the 6 hells, so this must be something else. A floor of mirrored plates? Also, for the first time since she'd entered the maze, she saw another adventurer. A blonde harmcaster wearing time-worn robes stood in the middle of one of the bright blue squares ahead. When she saw Becka, she gasped and thrust out one hand in warning. Careful. Only some of these squares will hold weight. Others collapse as soon as you put both feet on them, and it's hard to tell which is which. Becka would have appreciated the warning, had her body not still been walking itself forward. She strode out across the grid of blue squares as the harmcaster gasped. Stop! You'll fall if you touch the wrong square. If we work together, we can find the pattern. Becca's boots moved of her own accord, and soon she was not just jogging across the squares, she was skipping. As it became increasingly clear the mindbender now puppeting her body did not intend to harm her, she grew to appreciate the way the other adventurer moved her limbs. She had never been a particularly graceful dancer, but she felt like she could fly. The tips of her boots and heels danced seemingly at random from square to square. but none of the squares collapsed. Behind her, she heard the harmcaster cry out before her cry was abruptly cut off. Becka knew without looking back that she had attempted to step onto another square that collapsed. As Becka continued to dance across the endless plain of squares with firm and confident steps, she finally realized what the mindbender she had encountered was doing. She was puppeting Becca's body using beguile, but she was only doing that to guide Becka to the correct squares. She'd answered the question correctly. The harmcaster she'd just seen must have refused to duel the officiant, fearing the repercussions. The other woman had deprived herself of the opportunity to be personally puppeted across the plane of collapsing blue squares. She could still win, but not easily. One last dance step brought her to a line of solid blue, and then Becca's limbs became her own again. The control was lifted, and then a voice spoke inside her head. "I consent to end this duel." Becka smiled. "I consent to end this duel." That was it. There were no more challenges to best. As Becka stepped across the finish line, the images of the endless blue room faded to reveal a bright blue sky, a blazing sun, and a group of lifecasters, mindbenders, guilecasters, and arctists gathered by 6 different adventurers. As a group, they clapped for her. Some cheered and several hollered. As Becka stared around in increasing disbelief, she couldn't believe it. She dared not believe it. This had to be the last illusion in the maze. This was some sort of trick. One of the mindbenders pulled back her hood. As she walked forward, Becka realized who this mindbender was. Herself. The woman passed her face over Becca's face on her own face and wiped away the illusion created by masquerade. That revealed a dark-haired woman, perhaps the age of Glenn's mother, Tanya. She had a twinkle in her eye as she gazed proudly at Becka. "You are the first person to complete the luminous maze in the level 12 group." The woman inclined her head. "Congratulations, Rebecca. We all enjoyed watching you win." Becka felt like she might faint. She didn't. Instead, as she looked around at the appreciative smiles of those gathered, adventurers and officiants, she smiled instead. "Please, call me Becka." "Becka!" someone shouted happily. Her heart soared at the sound of Glenn's voice. She turned in time to see the man she loved rushing toward her, grinning like a madman. Anna was with him, but Becka gasped again when she saw who else they'd brought along. Ripper, Leo, Sara. Ripper bounded ahead of Glenn and charged so fast Becka was worried he would leap on her and pin her. Instead, Ripper skidded to a halt just in front of her, whined, and turned his white-furred head sideways. Becka laughed as she eagerly scratched his cheeks and ears, and his tail thumped. Glenn arrived first, throwing his arms around her and hugging her tight. Anna, Leo, and Sara all arrived next, and Becka enjoyed a series of hugs and heartfelt congratulations before one of the officiants politely ushered them away from the finish line of the maze. Others would be coming. As Becka leaned drunkenly against Glenn, safe in his arms and surrounded by some of her best friends, she felt as if her steps weighed nothing at all. They hadn't saved Zach yet. The 5,000 experience she could now gift Glenn toward level 15 would only take him halfway to his goal. But if he won both dueling brackets tomorrow, solo and doubles, he would be able to reach level 15. He would be able to give Zach his life back. And Anna, through her tears, was as aware of that as Glenn and everyone else. They were so close to completing the gods' impossible quest. And tomorrow, Glenn would finally fight in the Grand Colosseum. Act 3. A Conspiracy's End. 21. A Suspect's Scent. Glenn. As he walked the crowded streets of Sun's Cross, with Becka snuggled close up against him and friends all around, Glenn couldn't have been in better spirits. He had always known Becka was capable of winning the Luminous Maze. She was clever and strong and brave. But he had also known that a dozen factors out of her control could prevent her from doing so. None of those factors had stopped her. No challenge she faced had been enough. The woman he loved had won one of the most difficult contests in the Sandsea Cup, and in doing so, she had gained an experience scroll worth months of hard leveling. He couldn't be more happy. He couldn't be more proud of her. And he also couldn't wait to hear the story behind what had happened to Leo and Sara after they vanished from Lakebrook through the hole in the wall. They had arrived shortly before he set off to wait for Becka at the finish line of the luminous maze and had assured him the story must wait. Yet they were now together, safe and together. And so after everyone tromped up to the room Anna had reserved for them in the dancing skitterer and locked the door, and after Becka verified with shadow sense that no shadowers were hiding in the room with them to eavesdrop, Ripper thumped down in the middle of the room, and Leo began his tale. As Glenn listened in increasing alarm, he learned of how Leo and Sara had been taken, and of how Teacher had led them to the bone cage just as he'd surmised their abductor might. He'd heard of the discovery they made below, adventurers who had abandoned Luxterra's climb who Teacher forced to fight. He heard of their narrow escape from the goblin horde and Teacher's brave sacrifice to secure their escape, and then the challenge that followed. A trip through the vaulted gardens. Glenn had never tackled the vaulted gardens. He'd never been desperate enough to subject his party members to a challenge that could lead to them meeting the forever death. Even so, he listened in rapt attention as Leo relayed his journey through the gardens, and Sara provided some details about hers. If only he'd been there to help them. Finally, as Leo concluded his story with their arrival on the public side of the vaulted gardens, he looked at Sara. You tell them about the scripture now. We've already decided we're going to take up Teacher's cause, so we may need their help. Becka leaned forward and brushed her hair back from her face. His cause? Sara took a deep breath, and then, calmly and quietly, told the story of what Teacher had shown her the first day she arrived, the scripture she had touched and opened with her own hands, the voice of the god who had spoken in her head, the voice of Raylan. Once she finished, no one spoke. Glenn reeled as he struggled to accept what Sara had told him. All of it sounded like madness, but Sara was not mad. She was one of the most level-headed adventurers he'd ever met, and she would not make something like this up. Anna whistled softly. It's baffling. I can't help but wonder if it was some sort of trick. The idea that something like that could be suppressed so completely. It was a scripture of Raylan, Sara said calmly. I have no doubt of that, and I've grown more certain of the voice in my head every day since. It was Raylan. Raylan spoke to me. Becka sighed softly. I wish I could have seen it. I bet there's all sorts of knowledge about the gods and our paths that are lost to us in the modern day. Leo glanced at Becka. I thought you disliked the gods and their games. Oh, I do, Becka smiled. But the more you know about how your enemy thinks, the better you will be prepared to deal with them. Sara eyed them cautiously. So, you believe me? I do. Becka held Sara's gaze. I've never known you to exaggerate or embellish your experiences in the past, and you've proven repeatedly that you have good instincts. So yes, I believe you did find and read an actual scripture of Raylan. Becka frowned. I also find it quite plausible the gods would penalize us for refusing Luxterra's climb. Glenn didn't like the idea of people being penalized for breaking a rule they didn't know existed. You really think the gods would refuse an afterlife to people because of that? Becka eyed him. Have you forgotten what they almost did to Wolfpine? Glenn winced. He certainly had not. Becka continued. According to what Sara has read, Raylan clearly informed us what would happen if we abandoned Luxterra's climb. The Church has simply suppressed that information, as they tend to do. So, in this case, the blame lies with the Church. Some in the Church suppressed the rule, Leo corrected. Don't forget, the organization includes good people as well, people who have no idea of the truth a select few have hidden. Becka nodded. I don't blame everyone in the Church. I always found Richard Deepscar pleasant enough, and I also wouldn't dare impugn Lucy's motives, especially now that you two have decided to date. Leo blushed bright and glanced at the bed. It's not about her. Becka smiled his way. I am happy for you both, by the way. Leo kept his eyes on the bed. Thanks. Glenn decided they debated the topic enough for one day. Either way, I'm just glad to have you both here, and I'm very glad you were able to escape this, teacher. Even if he genuinely believed those who'd abandoned Luxterra's climb were in danger and he wanted to fix that, abducting people and forcing them to fight monsters is not the answer. Becka lightly elbowed him on the bed. Then what is? I'll think about it and get back to you. Anna shuddered. Well, after all that, I could use a meal, a big meal. That's right. Sara brightened and smiled. Becka, we should celebrate your accomplishment today. I've never known anyone who tackled the luminous maze and won, so I wouldn't be surprised if you become a bit of a celebrity over the next few days. Everyone is going to want to meet the winners of the luminous maze, especially the lovely ones. Becka snorted. Please don't butter me up further. I might grow intolerable. Glenn laughed and squeezed her. I could eat. Gods could I eat. We're halfway there, aren't we? Halfway to returning Zack to the world of the living. Leo shook his head. The world we live in gets stranger every day. Anna rose. We can consider all these dangers and oddities another time. For now, let's enjoy a fine meal as a party and relax until the duels tomorrow. Sara rose. Thank you, Anna. Also, it's good to see you again. I still feel... She winced. Anna walked around Ripper and gave Sara a hug. Sara looked a bit surprised, then hugged Anna back. The two women smiled as they embraced. Anna stepped back. I do not blame you for what happened to Zack. I know. I blame me for what happened to Zack. Glenn rose and frowned. Don't ever. It's like we talked about during those first few days in the forest before we found Ripper. Blame the Shadowers. Blame Warwick Paleheart. Leo shuddered. I can't believe that man is still out there. And he really told you that he owed you a favor? That you could call on him and he would just help you out? Glenn shrugged. That's what he said. And you believe him? Mad as he might be, he seemed earnest enough. Anna glowered. Well, I'm never going to forgive him. Glenn raised a hand. I haven't forgiven Warwick for what he did to Zack. I simply feel like I understand him a bit better now. Understanding your enemy is how you beat him. Or how you avoid being killed, Becka reminded him. Anna ushered them toward the door. No more talk of killing. Food. Mead. Ripper hopped to his feet and trotted gamely toward the door. Sara smiled and walked after him. Listen to the woman, Glenn. Tonight, we're just going to be normal adventurers. They left Anna's room and headed downstairs as a group. As they walked back into the streets of Sun's Cross, Glenn found them even more crowded with people. With the luminous maze over and dueling suspended, the only contest still going would be monster battles. It was tempting to go and watch those, but he would enjoy a meal with his friends instead. At his side, Ripper growled deep and low in his throat. Everyone stopped in the street. Glenn knew that growl. Ripper had detected something that worried him, and he was letting his pack know. Ripper stood now with his nose pointing in the direction of the distant Colosseum with his ears tilted back and his dark, wet nose twitching as he sniffed. His lips curled back to reveal the tips of his terrifying teeth. He looked like he'd scented prey. Sara whistled softly, and then Ripper and everyone else moved off the road and out of traffic. There, Sara knelt at Ripper's side and stroked her fingers up and down his spine as she spoke soothingly and quietly. What is it? A desold? A desold body was the only thing Glenn could think of that might set Ripper off like this. They now stood inside the walls of Sun's Cross, technically, which meant the gods would prevent all monsters and demons from penetrating the arena grounds. He tried to imagine why a Deathcaster would risk having a desold corpse out in the open like this. This wasn't Wolfpine. The arena grounds outside Sun's Cross were filled with powerful adventurers, some of which, like Mammoth Cloudcrusher, had long ago reached the divine level cap. Even a powerful Deathcaster who attempted to do harm to others in a crowd of people this large would quickly be overwhelmed, and that was before the town guards got involved. So why was Ripper alarmed? What did he smell? You're certain? Sara asked softly. Ripper snorted, sneezed, and glanced at Sara with remarkably intelligent eyes. Glenn had no doubt the wolf understood their language now. Ripper was a very smart wolf. Sara stroked Ripper's head and ears affectionately, and the huge white wolf happily panted at Sara's touch. She rose and beckoned them close. Glenn was both curious and excited to learn what Ripper had discovered. He hadn't planned to do any Blazer work today, but despite his sympathy for deathcasters who had committed no crimes, he wouldn't shirk his responsibility to stop one who might. Sara eyed them calmly. Ripper just caught the scent of Teacher. Teacher is somewhere on the grounds of the Sandsea Cup, or at least he passed through this area recently. Leo gasped at the same time as Becka, but it was Leo who spoke first. But I watched him die. Becka touched his arm. You saw rocks collapse inside a tunnel that separated you from him. You did not see him die. As someone who spent the day with illusions, that's obvious. He was facing down an entire goblin horde alone. A horde he could have summoned or controlled as part of his training regimen for you. Becka scowled as she considered. It's possible he intentionally trapped you outside the entrance to the vaulted gardens to force you and the others to resume Luxterra's climb. Glenn looked around warily. How close? The idea of a deathcaster as powerful as Teacher made him nervous. He might need Mammoth's help to arrest this one. He's not here, Sara said. Not close, but Ripper's certain he's passed this way recently. He's also confident he can follow Teacher's scent to wherever he is now. Becca's brow furrowed. Even in this crowd, there's hundreds of people in the streets. Ripper looked straight at Becka and offered a low, offended whine. Despite the gravity of the situation, Glenn couldn't help but smile. Ripper definitely understood human speech. Becka seemed to recognize Ripper's protest as well. I'm just asking. It's him, Sara said. Ripper never forgets a scent. Glenn looked at Sara and Leo. You also said this man bested you and Leo 2-on-1. In that case, I doubt even the 5 of us could arrest him if it comes to a fight. Not if he's sufficiently high level and he has powerful D-Sold at his command. Sara tapped her lips in thought. He can't summon his D-Sold openly without drawing attention, especially not in a crowd with this many powerful folks. If we can call the arrest close enough and get some lawgiver cuffs on him fast enough, he may not be able to react. She glanced at Becka. Just like you did with that high-level shadower in Evelyn. That only worked because he wasn't expecting it. It might not work with a man who seems as cautious and intelligent as this one. Also, if we fail to arrest him the first time we try, he'll know we're onto him. He could flee before we try again. Or start a rampage that could get multiple people hurt or killed, Leo said grimly. I don't like our options, but we can't just ignore his presence here. Whether his intentions were good or not, he still abducted people against their will. He needs to answer for that crime. As one, the 3 of them looked at Glenn. It was all too easy to understand why. They were looking to him for leadership again. Even Anna was waiting expectantly. It's really my call? Becka offered a comforting smile. It has to be. Leo and Sara were both abducted by this man, so they can't be trusted to make an unbiased decision as to whether we should pursue him. She glanced at the 2 of them. I hope you don't mind me saying that. No, you're right, Leo agreed. I want to arrest him, but I'm not sure we can, safely. He looked at Sara. Should we notify the church? Given all the high-level spiritualists and shamanists here to watch over duels, they should have enough strength to arrest him. Becka shook her head. If Teacher does have a genuine scripture of Raylan, the people leading its suppression in the church are unlikely to let him keep it. So if we forward news of Teacher's presence to the church and they arrest him, we may lose our chance to prove the scripture of Raylan exists and that the church is unfairly targeting deathcasters. Sara winced. They could toss Teacher into a cell where we couldn't speak to him. I know what he did to us was wrong, but I do believe his concern for us and the others was genuine. If we could simply speak to him again in a neutral setting, we could learn a great deal. Leo snorted. Or he could kill us so his secret wouldn't be revealed. I don't think he'd do that, Sara reminded everyone. but then she sighed. Still, I can't say for certain he'd negotiate with us. As you have all pointed out, he might also split the difference and vanish again. He's obviously remained free for quite some time. Glenn looked at Anna. What do you think we should do? Anna's eyes widened. I'm just a spectator here. I know nothing about this man or what he's done. I'll help you however I can, but I'm not about to make a call like this. Becka looked at Glenn. I can make an unbiased decision, but I'm only one vote. So this is up to you, Glenn. Do we report teacher's presence to the town guards, the Pine-level Blazers, or do we try to arrest him ourselves and interrogate him in private? Glenn considered the possibilities the others had offered and the options they presented. As much as he expected the decision to be difficult, however, as he considered everything they knew, he found the path forward clearer than he expected. They couldn't be certain they could arrest Teacher on their own, but they also couldn't let him escape. Thanks to his unique skills as a soul seer, they didn't need to confront Teacher. Not yet. The first step was finding and identifying him. Then they could plan their next move. Have Ripper track him to wherever he is now. Once we're close, I'll use Soul Scan on everyone in the area until I find him. If anyone has Deathcaster skills on their status sheet, we'll know we have our culprit. We'll also have Teacher's real name and level, so we can find him later even if he leaves the area. And what do we do if we do find him? Leo asked. We notify the Blazers. Specifically, we go and tell Mammoth once we're certain we have the right culprit. Then we all arrest Teacher together. Becka smiled. I don't know many who could get the best of Mammoth Cloud Crusher, though I agree we shouldn't bother him without verifying our target. That's my thinking. Scout first, without letting our target know we've identified them, then return with high-level help and attempt an arrest. He looked at Sara. You've made it clear that while Teacher was likely part of the Church of Celis at one point, he's not with them anymore. He looked to Leo. You also mentioned he has respect for the Blazers. He said that, Leo agreed doubtfully. I thought he was simply buttering us up. That's possible, but I still think this is the best play. Identify him in case he leaves or escapes, enlist Mammoth and others to arrest him quietly and away from any church observers, and then see what he's willing to tell us about this scripture of Raylan. Becka raised her hand. I agree with Glenn. One after the other. Sara and Leo raised their hands as well. Even Anna raised her hand, then offered a warm smile. Glenn chuckled as he looked around at his friends. So it's unanimous. He looked at Ripper. It's on you now, brother. I know you can track him down. Ripper snorted loudly and dismissively, yet despite his seeming distaste for Glenn's words of encouragement, his tail wagged more than a bit before it stopped. Ripper lowered his nose to the ground and sniffed, then raised his head and sauntered forward. Follow us, Sara advised. With Ripper covertly sniffing the ground every so often to ensure he didn't lose the trail of their quarry, Glenn and the others followed Sara and Ripper across the Sandsea Cup grounds. They passed crowds of people spectating random duels and others resting, chatting, or eating. The smells must be overwhelming to Ripper, yet the wolf continued on confidently. It soon became evident they were headed for the new Sun's Cross Coliseum. So far as Glenn knew, there were no active duels or exhibitions going on right now, so with luck, the Coliseum would be more lightly populated than on previous days. Ripper led them confidently onto the main road leading to the Coliseum and forward. Soon they reached the south gate. A single town guard stood on duty there. He stepped forward to block their path. Why would a town guard be preventing people from entering the Coliseum? Glenn scanned him reflexively and identified him as Stephen Tallhorn, level 14. Tallhorn raised his hand. The Coliseum is currently closed for a private event. Only people working with the event staff are allowed inside. So that was the issue. The Coliseum was currently closed to anyone but those working as part of the Sandsea Cup. That suggested Teacher work for that group as well. Before the others could say anything, Glenn stepped forward. We're not here to watch the exhibitions. I'm here to speak to someone already in the Coliseum. We agreed to meet here for a private consultation related to an ongoing Blazer investigation. Tallhorn's eyes might have narrowed behind the holes in his full-face helmet. It was hard to tell. Could I ask your name, citizen? Glenn Graybreaker, junior blazer and truth seeker in training. And given the magnitude of your claim, can I see your status sheet to prove it? Glenn showed the man his status sheet. His enchantment continued to ensure Tallhorn would see nothing that would surprise him. He would see only what Glenn wanted. And who are you here to speak to, truth seeker Graybreaker? The fact that Tallhorn had acknowledged Glenn's title without questioning it was encouraging. As I stated, I'm meeting a person of interest inside the Colosseum to discuss a sensitive matter. To protect the integrity of my investigation and to safeguard the identities of those involved, they would prefer to remain anonymous. And your companions? Tallhorn looked around. Are they Blazers as well? Glenn nodded and looked around. Go ahead and introduce yourselves. Leo, Sara, Becka, and Anna all introduced themselves in turn, including their status as Blazers and their ranks. Tallhorn swept his gaze across them once more, then looked to Glenn once more. You're the only truth seeker in this party, correct? Glenn hid his disappointment. He suspected he knew where this was going. Correct. So is it necessary for your fellow Blazers to be present while you speak to your contact inside the Colosseum, if all you're doing is meeting with them to speak? Glenn knew he would be safer if he asked that everyone be allowed to accompany him, but given the Colosseum was closed and security seemed tight, he suspected asking Tallhorn to admit 5 people, and 1 wolf, who weren't supposed to be there was pushing it. Also, what if Teacher recognized Sara and Leo? It's not necessary, Glenn admitted. I will, however, need my wolf. Tallhorn looked at Ripper, as if seeing him for the first time. Why? To keep my contact honest. Glenn smiled what he hoped was his most charming smile. I've never met this contact before, and I'm somewhat worried they may hesitate to be honest with me. I'm not all that intimidating, but Ripper here can be quite intimidating. Ripper growled and bared his teeth, glaring at the town guard. Even so, his tail wagged before he caught it. It was amusing to know Ripper could be so easily won over with flattery, but it probably helped that Glenn meant every word. Ripper could sense that. Tallhorn observed Glenn for longer than he expected. But Glenn didn't resent that. Having stood a watch himself for years, he knew that the guard was mentally weighing his duty to Kaya and his commander against the need of a fellow citizen. When your god would turn you to salt for defying the smallest decree, caution was warranted. Tallhorn took a step back. I recognize the urgency of your mission, but I also need to verify your story before I can admit you. Who in the Blazers can verify what you've told me? If you want the source, send phantom correspondence to the Lake Brook Blazers Guild, addressed to Brennan Shadesinger. He's my mentor in the Blazers. Tallhorn relaxed. Even all the way out here, we've heard of Brennan Shadesinger. Glenn chuckled. Most everyone has. Tallhorn returned to the side of the gate. You and your wolf may enter the Colosseum. I'll have to ask that the rest of your party remains outside. Glenn turned to his friends. I can handle this. Don't you worry. Becka smiled. What gave you the idea any of us were worried? She leaned close and gave him a quick peck on the lips, then slipped close to his ear. Nicely done, love. Scan him and get out. Don't take any risks. Glenn squeezed her in response, then stepped back and evaluated Sara, Leo, and Anna. I don't think this conversation will take long. Can you all wait for us out here? Sara nodded and looked to Ripper. Ripper, follow Glenn. And be careful, Anna added. We don't have to bring you back too. Ripper panted happily and padded forward. Glenn looked at Tallhorn once more to confirm they were free to pass, then walked through the gate into the Colosseum. Moving into the shade beneath the seats above was a relief. Even though Glenn knew it was simply his perception, it felt like the sun out here was hotter than the one in Evelyn. Glenn led Ripper forward confidently until they turned a corner in the hallway, then stopped and looked at the wolf. Lead the way, brother. Ripper stepped past him, sniffed the air, and confidently set off down the hall. It wasn't long before they encountered a pair of life casters who looked to be a bit older than Glenn coming the opposite direction. Both eyed Ripper in surprise, and Glenn with obvious curiosity. Ripper ignored them both, which meant they weren't Teacher. Glenn nodded politely and slipped past them before either could attempt to engage in conversation. Not long after, Ripper turned at a four-way crossing and headed in the direction of the central arena. That was where they encountered a thick, closed door. Ripper sniffed at it, then stepped back and looked at Glenn expectantly. He couldn't easily open doors. Glenn reached for the handle and found it locked. He hesitated but a moment before squeezing and turning with every point of his strength. He winced as a quiet crack sounded from inside the lock. He didn't like destroying the property of others, but he didn't have a key to this door. He needed to find his prey. With its lock damaged, the door opened without issue. Glenn stepped through with Ripper on his heels. He emerged onto the edge of the main arena floor to find it more crowded than he expected. Workers, likely townsfolk making some extra coin, were in the process of erecting makeshift wooden walls and barricades for some sort of event. Watching over them were nicely dressed townsfolk who might be builders supervising the work. Was Teacher one of those? There were also a few men and women in clean white robes. Church members. Glenn focused on each in turn and used soul scan repeatedly. The first two people he scanned were both spiritualists with no unusual skills, but the third, a man, made him catch his breath. His target was a man who looked to be in his late 50s or 60s, which meant he could be even older in reality. Due to their healing and regenerative skills and blessings, many lifecasters live to be older than the average adventurer. Glenn scanned his status sheet with a mixture of dismay and satisfaction at finally having a plausible suspect. His name was Duncan Steelwright, a Perceptor spiritualist, and he was dual-classed as a Deathcaster, or specifically, a Necromaster. He was a level 28 Necromaster. Glenn glanced down at Ripper and spoke quietly. "Is that him?" Ripper fixed his gaze on the man Glenn had scanned. His ears twitched before he swallowed, and then he looked up at Glenn with obvious confidence. Along with his intrusive soul scan, that was all the confirmation Glenn needed that he'd found his quarry. Fortunately, no one out on the arena floor seemed all that interested in yet another person who'd stepped out beneath the sun. Glenn felt fortunate that there were enough people working in the arena that his arrival went largely unnoticed. He whistled softly to Ripper and went back the way he came, once more stepping into the cooler shade. Duncan was here in the guise of a Perceptor spiritualist on hand to use resurrect to bring back any adventurers who were accidentally killed during the Sandsea Cup. He was secretly a necromaster, and he was also the man who'd abducted Leo and Sara, as well as 6 others, and forced them to fight monsters. Glenn had found Teacher. It was also all the more clear to him that attempting an arrest with just him and his party would be a poor idea. They needed help. But if they could convince Mammoth Cloudcrusher to aid them, Glenn doubted they would have any problem getting Duncan into cuffs. Then, finally, they could all get the answers they craved about this man, his belief that the gods would punish those who strayed from Luxterra's climb, and his scripture of Raylan. As much as he loved books, Glenn wasn't all that excited about reading that one. 22. A teacher arrested. With his friends waiting outside the busy tavern with Ripper, Glenn slipped into the crowd huddled beneath the cool shade of the large common contestants' tent in the center of the small town erected for the Sandsea Cup. The wooden benches and tables, which stretched for twice the length of the Lake Brooks Blazers Guild, were all but filled to capacity with folks enjoying a midday meal and some cold mead. Even 4 days into the cup, the adventurers participating or observing after they'd been knocked out of their latest contest rivaled a busy day in Lakebrook. As Glenn firmly but politely navigated the crowd, using his broad shoulders and height to ensure most of those who barred their way went around them, he realized that it was unlikely he would see a combination of adventurers like this under any other set of circumstances. Adventurers as low as level 6 sat at the same table with folks who had reached the divine level cap and everyone in between. Their gear ranged from low-level robes and worn dusk leather to shimmering midnight mail that gleamed like glass, while somehow also soaking up all the light that touched it. The hubbub in the tent was deafening. Given the crush of people in the tent, moving forward quickly without trampling someone was impossible. Every moment Glenn delayed was a moment where Duncan Steelwright, Teacher, could leave the Colosseum and slip away, but at least Ripper had his scent, and Glenn had his true identity. Whether they caught him today or a month from now, Duncan Steelwright would answer for his actions, justified or not. Fortunately, the area of the Blazers present at the Cup had claimed for themselves was not difficult to locate. Someone had hauled in a tall pole and hung a Blazer banner from it. It clearly marked that section of the tent as off-limits to those who were not Blazers. While the idea of excluding non-Blazers bothered Glenn in principle, he had to admit it did make sense for security purposes. Blazers could talk freely about whatever investigations or tasks they'd recently undertaken without worry of being overheard. Members of the Shadowers Guild would be particularly eager to eavesdrop. As Glenn reached the edge of the Blazer section, several people in gleaming armor glanced up at him with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. Glenn tapped the enchanted Blazer pin on his collar. That satisfied the folks on the outer perimeter. Even in a crowd this large, a man the size of Mammoth Cloudcrusher was not hard to locate. He towered head and shoulders over most people. Mammoth lounged atop a table with his broad back resting against one of the support posts with a frothy mug in hand. The other Blazers had given him a respectful amount of space. As Glenn made his way forward, Mammoth languidly glanced his way. Their eyes met, and the huge man nodded incrementally as Glenn approached. Two Blazers who looked to be almost as high level as Mammoth glanced Glenn's way as well. Glenn realized then they'd volunteered to keep any Blazers awed by the man's reputation or level at arm's length. Mammoth briefly inclined his head to his escorts, not that he needed escorts, and then raised his mug to Glenn, as Glenn finally moved close enough to speak. The Blazers at the table with Mammoth would overhear everything they discussed, of course, but if Mammoth trusted these people to sit with him, Glenn would trust them too. He was among friends here. Unlike the day they had first met outside Gracia's Temple of Balance, Mammoth Cloudcrusher did not wear his helmet or crystalline armor. He wore a simple commoner's tunic and pants and boots, not unlike those he had lent to Glenn after he left his duties as a town guard. Glenn had made one of those boots into a dog bowl. What Mammoth did wear, equipment-wise, was a glittering crystalline shield with a rainbow aura. Glenn didn't know what the rainbow aura did, but it must be a powerful enchantment. Mammoth, like Glenn, was careful not to go around in public without a shield. Mammoth's weathered features hadn't changed since the last time Glenn spoke with him as they overlooked Gracia, and he learned Glenn Redwood was dead. His dark hair was a bit shorter now, little more than fuzz on his huge round head, and while his face and scalp remained crisscrossed with white scars, a brand new puffy red one ran along his ear. What had this man been up to in the last half a year? What world-ending challenges had Mammoth Cloudcrusher faced? While it felt a bit wrong to do so, Glenn now realized he had the chance to finally learn every detail about his childhood hero. Mammoth wouldn't mind. Soul scan. Name, Mammoth Cloudcrusher. Age, 68. Level, 40. Class, Cleaver. HP, 910 of 910. Blood, 420 of 420. Experience, 472,500 of 472,500, and 319,244 of 322,000, and 176,000 of 176,000. Strength, 69, 79 with bonus. Divinity, 40, 50 with bonus. Vitality, 91, 101 with bonus. Wisdom, 32, 42 with bonus. Prowess, 28, Luck, 18. Mammoth Cloudcrusher was now dual-classed or tri-classed. That was not all that surprising, given that a man like Mammoth wouldn't rest on his laurels even after leveling Town Guard to 20, leveling Brutalist to 20, and Cleaver to 40. So what new class had he chosen? A quick survey of his plethora of skills and blessings told Glenn Mammoth's third class was an Anchorite, and he had already evolved the class into a Death Striker. Was he following in the footsteps of Glory Heartseeker, learning from her as he tackled Luxtera's climb for the third time, or did he simply enjoy crushing monsters and demons with his bare hands? As Glenn mentally compared Mammoth Cloudcrusher's status sheet with what he remembered of Warwick Paleheart's, that man's status sheet remained seared in his mind. He was shocked at how much more strength and vitality Mammoth possessed than Warwick, despite being 30 years younger. Mammoth only had 2 cap classes, not 3. Then again, as Glenn thought back, he could see why this might be the case. Warwick had mastered Town Guard, certainly, but then he had capped Spiritualist and Plague Master, both classes that focused on divinity and wisdom. Warwick greatly outclassed Mammoth in those attributes, so it made sense Mammoth, who had mastered Cleaver and was now working on Deathstriker, would be superior in terms of strength and vitality. In a one-on-one duel, Warwick Paleheart would have the edge on Mammoth Cloudcrusher at range, but Mammoth would pummel him in melee. And if Glory Heartseeker, Mammoth's party member, was present, the two of them could take Warwick down and capture him with ease. It was comforting to know such strength was available. And today, that strength could be Glenn's. Mammoth sipped his mug, then raised it in salute. "How goes your day, Glenn?" "Honestly, better than I expected." "You wouldn't visit if you didn't have something on your mind. What is it?" Glenn winced. "Am I that obvious?" "You're driven by the job, Graybreaker. That I appreciate. Now, how can I help you?" "Do you recall that unpleasant business in Evelyn just before I left to hop on a boat out to here, involving the abductions?" "Aye, what of it?" "I've found the man who abducted our people and others. He's here, at the Cup, but he's far too powerful for me and my party of junior Blazers to successfully arrest. So if you weren't too busy, I was hoping you need muscle." Mammoth interrupted with an amused smirk. "I do," Glenn smiled. "We could very much use some muscle." One of the two Blazers tasked with keeping random people from begging for Mammoth Cloudcrusher's autograph leaned forward. "Want our help as well?" Mammoth stretched his huge arms. "You two can relax. I could use some exercise." Mammoth rolled his head around his huge shoulders and smacked his lips. Muscles rippled in his godly physique. One day, Glenn hoped, he could obtain the levels and accomplishments that Mammoth Cloudcrusher had obtained. One day. Mammoth set down his mug and then settled his large booted feet on the earth. As he rose to his full height, Glenn once again found himself looking up at a man who stood taller than him by more than 2 heads. It was rare for Glenn to look up at people. "You know where he is now?" Mammoth asked. "I know where he was 40 minutes ago. If he's left that area since, I'm confident Sara's wolf can track him to wherever he is now." Mammoth reached a hand into the unfilled bag attached to his large belt, and drew out a pair of gleaming silver lawgiver cuffs. "Well then, Truth-Seeker Graybreaker, my strong arm is yours. Point me to your quarry and I'll see what we can do." Glenn smiled warmly. "Thank you. I really appreciate you taking the time." Mammoth's chuckle was like distant thunder. "I've got nothing much more interesting to do at the moment. Now let's go." Glenn led the way out of the crowded tent. This time people gave way, but he wasn't foolish enough to think people had suddenly decided to make way for Glenn Graybreaker. They were making way for the man who followed and towered over him. Glenn could understand. They successfully escaped the crush of the tent to find the rest of Glenn's party waiting with Ripper. The big Arctic wolf's ears flattened as he stared up at the huge man walking behind Glenn. Ripper's tail slipped between his legs. Even Ripper was intimidated by a level 40 adventure, but the wolf relaxed as Mammoth smiled, took a knee, and offered his hand. After a curious look at Sara, who nodded and stroked his ear, Ripper patted forward and sniffed Mammoth's huge and calloused hand. Mammoth then scratched Ripper under the chin. The big white wolf relaxed and was soon panting happily. "You're a strong one," Mammoth said approvingly. "Nice to meet you, Ripper." Ripper's ears rose as his tail wagged incrementally. He sneezed, then turned and walked back to stand proudly by Sara's heel. Glenn could swear the wolf was preening. Mammoth rose once more and looked around. "Shall we?" "It's an honor to meet you, sir," Leo said. Mammoth offered a faint smile in response. "I imagine it is." He eyed Anna. "And you'd be the other one. Of you and Glenn, you're cuter." Anna blushed brightly. Thank you, I think." Glenn cleared his throat. "This way. We last saw our quarry at the Colosseum." Glenn set off toward the large and recently built structure with his friends and Mammoth trailing behind. The walk back felt quicker than the walk to the tent, even though Glenn knew the distance hadn't changed. When he reached the Colosseum, he saw no sign of the town guard who greeted them before. Folks were also moving freely in and out. "I guess it's open again," Becka said. "Aye," Mammoth agreed. "It's about time for the Monster Derby." Leo blinked. "Monster Derby?" Sara glanced back at Mammoth. "I don't recall seeing that event on the schedule." "It's not on the official schedule, since it's not a sanctioned event. It's a private contest organized by wealthy merchants from all over the realms, and it's invitation only. Spectators are allowed to watch, but not everyone knows about it." Glenn couldn't help but be intrigued. "What kind of event is it?" "Contestants ride powerful monsters around the Colosseum on a big track. The adventurer who manages to avoid falling off the longest wins." "They ride monsters?" Sara's brow furrowed. "Are these monsters hunter pets?" "No." "So what happens if the adventurer falls off?" Leo asked cautiously. Mammoth smiled. "Then the riding turns into a fight." Glenn looked ahead as they reached the entry to the arena. "That sounds horrifically dangerous. And if this event isn't sanctioned by the Cup officials, does that mean there aren't any spiritualists on hand to cast resurrect if someone dies?" "The merchants who run the event and manage the betting do recruit some to handle any accidents, but they generally recruit spiritualists who aren't part of the Church of Celis. Independents. The church leadership isn't too keen on the event." "So that explains what teacher—" Sara trailed off, then corrected herself. "What Preceptor Steelright is doing here. He's a spiritualist with the ability to resurrect anyone who dies during the Monster Derby, but he's not a member of the Church of Celis." "At least anymore," Leo reminded them. "I imagine he was excommunicated when he left the church, especially if he stole a scripture of Raylan." Mammoth grinned. "That will make this easier. I don't think arresting a member of the Church of Celis in front of all these witnesses would sit well with the other 100 church members who are present at the Cup." "We'll try to avoid arresting him publicly," Glenn said. "Once we're inside, perhaps we can find a way to lure him away from the crowds and any witnesses." He looked at Becka, Leo, Anna, and Sara. "This is where we part ways until it's over. You'll watch the exits?" Leo, Sara, and Ripper couldn't approach Duncan without him recognizing them, and there were too many exits to the Colosseum for them to watch without Anna and Becca's help. Even if Duncan believed they wouldn't recognize him, seeing the people he had abducted would certainly put his guard up. They needed him relaxed before they announced the arrest. Glenn and Mammoth would be entering via the south entrance, and Becka, Sara, Anna, and Leo would cover the east, north, and west. Short of a hidden tunnel leading out, Duncan couldn't leave without being seen. "We'll watch the other entrances," Leo agreed. "I wish we could go in there with you." "He won't get past us," Becka said confidently. "Or at least, he won't get away." Glenn frowned at her. "No dying this time." She scoffed. "I've died once. I'm just saying. Be careful, please." Becka offered her warmest smile. "I always am." "That goes for the rest of you as well. Don't try to arrest Duncan if he flees. Just follow him as best you can, and don't hesitate to call for a town guard if you think he's going to pull out a desold. Better we lose our chance to interrogate him in private than allow an innocent to be harmed because we hesitated to act." "And you'll be careful as well," Sara said. Glenn pointed a thumb over his shoulder at the large level-cap blazer supporting them. "I have an escort. Just be ready to track Duncan if he runs." He looked to the shadowed archway leading into the Colosseum. "Let's go." Mammoth cracked his knuckles loudly enough they likely heard it 50 paces away. As Glenn led his childhood hero into the Colosseum to arrest a powerful deathcaster who was hiding perhaps the only scripture of Raylan not hidden away deep beneath the church, he found himself reflecting on how much his life had changed in the past few years. He'd always hoped for grand adventures, but he'd never expected the stakes to rise so quickly. The air inside the shaded tunnels that wound through the Colosseum was much cooler than the air outside, a welcome relief. Glenn led Mammoth down the same path he'd taken when he was last here. When he turned the corner to proceed down the hall toward the door leading to the floor of the arena, however, he found 2 men standing at the door, which stood open, with one in the process of replacing the lock. Glenn slowed momentarily, then resumed his confident pace. As he approached the door and the men, one looked up. His gaze passed dismissively over Glenn before he spotted Mammoth walking behind Glenn, and then his eyes widened noticeably. What's the problem? Glenn used soul scan on both men to ensure neither was a threat. The men were Devin Grassley, a culinarian, and Jared Galecleft, a scribe. Level-wise, both were in their early teens, as one would expect from townsfolk in an 8 to 16 level zone. They must be moonlighting as hired help at the Coliseum to make some extra coin, which made sense. Problem with your door? Glenn asked calmly. The second man, Jared, recovered enough from his shock to scowl in annoyance. Some fool snapped the lock. Now Preceptor Lastleaf has us stuck down here replacing in case some monster makes the run into the tunnels. He visibly gathered his courage and asked what both men must be wondering. Who are you, and why are you here? So Preceptor Lastleaf was one of the people who'd organized this event, or at least one of the wealthy merchants involved. Glenn filed that fact away despite having no use for it at the moment. He never knew when some new fact might come in handy. Glenn smiled placidly. We're Blazers, and we're here on Blazer business. The first man, Devin, frowned. What type of business? I can't share that information. I can tell you that we can't delay, so if you'd be so kind as to step aside. Fine. Devin abandoned his attempts to pull the broken lock out of the door frame and stepped aside. Though I don't know that you'll find anyone out in the arena floor right now. Everyone's already up in the stands or in the medical area. That must be where Duncan Stillwright was. And where's that? The medical area? Head up to the spectator level and look for the tent-covered area right up against the wall next to the expensive seats, Jared said. Now, can we finish our job before they unleash those monsters into the arena? I don't want to be anywhere near here when that happens. Glenn inclined his head. Of course. Thanks for the help and the information. Sure, Devin said doubtfully. Good luck. Glenn led Mammoth back the way they'd come, and then down another hall until they found a stairway leading up. After a decent climb, they emerged onto the top level of the Coliseum. There, rings of wooden benches would allow rowdy spectators to watch the excitement below. Glenn swept his eyes across the rings until he found the tarp-covered area Jared had told him to look for. He led Mammoth down the stairs in that direction. They weren't alone. Both townsfolk and adventurers who had either heard about the Monster Derby or been invited by the merchants who'd organized it to participate in betting were already staking their claim to benches on the lower tiers. It would be difficult to arrest Duncan in front of all these witnesses without drawing attention. As Glenn approached the shaded medical area, he spotted 6 figures wearing nice robes of various types, including a man wearing rare moonlight robes that were only available to high-level casters. He recognized Duncan Stillwright from earlier. As Glenn approached with Mammoth sauntering behind him, Duncan casually glanced their way. Glenn had just enough time to turn his gaze to the arena. He kept it there as they approached the medical area, hoping Duncan would assume he and Mammoth were simply 2 more adventurers who'd come to bet on the Monster Derby. He didn't need Duncan bolting for the exit before they could take him in quietly. As they approached, a plan for getting Duncan away from the others formed in his mind. He would have to lie, but he was getting better at doing that. Once they reached the medical area, Glenn swept his eyes across the 6 people gathered in turn. All were watching him expectantly, but none seemed inclined to engage in conversation. Several were watching Mammoth with nervous looks in their eyes. Glenn waved. Sorry to bother you so early in the afternoon. I was hoping to speak to Duncan Stillwright. Is he here? Several of those gathered involuntarily glanced at Duncan, which was all the excuse Glenn needed to do the same. Anyone could guess the man's identity based on the reactions of the others. Rather than denying it, Duncan simply smiled a benign smile. I'm Duncan. He eyed them curiously. How can I help you today, Blazers? Now, to see if he could get the man away from witnesses, Glenn made himself look suitably forlorn. We were hoping to engage your services. We've had an accident during a Blazer training exercise, and we need you to perform a resurrect. Duncan winced in obvious sympathy. I wish I could help, but I've already signed a contract to reserve my resurrect for any accidental deaths that might occur during today's private event. I can't help you without violating my contract with my employer. Of all the times for Duncan to choose the moral route, Glenn grimaced. This is for the Blazers. Can't you make an exception? I wish I could. Duncan eyed him. Out of curiosity, who gave you my name? Glenn mentally scrambled. Town Guard Tallhorn. You spoke to a town guard about me? I spoke to a town guard to ask if he knew anyone who would offer an emergency resurrect. No one from the Church of Celis is available right now, but he mentioned that you and several other lifecasters had been hired for a private event. Duncan smiled easily. I wonder who told him that. I can do it. Another man piped up from Duncan's side. This one looked barely old enough to have acquired resurrect. He stood. I'm always glad to help the Blazers. Glenn barely held back his grimace as he used Soul Scan to verify the man's identity. Nathan Wildsprout, level 31 spiritualist. Nathan wasn't lying about his qualifications, but he also wasn't the man Glenn was here to arrest. It hadn't occurred to him until now that Duncan could just refuse his request, and that another of those spiritualists gathered might unwittingly answer it. Becka was so much better at fooling people. If only she was here to handle this. Still, Glenn focused on what he knew and moved recklessly toward his next course of action. Didn't you sign a contract with Preceptor Lastleaf as well? Nathan grinned proudly. I'm only here as a backup. I doubt we'll need all 6 resurrects, unless the event today goes very poorly. A Glenn Graybreaker who was here to find a spiritualist to provide an emergency resurrect would be pleased at this news, and not hesitate to recruit Nathan to bring his fellow Blazer back to life. As Glenn casually glanced at Duncan again, he couldn't fail to see the measured curiosity in the man's eyes. Duncan was watching him for a clue to his intentions. One of the man's calloused hands also rested on the top flap of his unfilled bag. He was ready to bolt. What if Duncan pulled a D-Sold out of that bag in the middle of the arena? What type of damage could it do before Glenn stopped it? His mind raced with possibilities and dangers until he found one last ploy that was as risky as it was brilliant. He hoped. Glenn nodded and motioned for Nathan to rise. Thank you. That'd be very helpful. As Nathan rose and moved to join Glenn, Duncan and the other spiritualist in the medical area had to stand up to allow him to squeeze by on the narrow bench. As Nathan was passing in front of Duncan, Glenn produced his gleaming lawgiver cuffs. He stepped into the medical area. The eyes of everyone present widened, but especially Nathan's. Glenn raised the cuffs and stepped toward Nathan and, by necessity, Duncan. Don't move, Nathan. Keep your hands where I can see them. What? Nathan asked in alarm. Glenn offered his most disappointed frown. I apologize for the deception, but you're under arrest for violating a God's blessed contract with Preceptor Lastleaf. But Nathan stared as Glenn approached. But you asked me to help a Blazer. And you signed a contract that you would only use your resurrect for the purposes of Preceptor Lastleaf's private event. A God's blessed contract. Nathan's face contorted in anger. So this was all a trick? You tricked me? He huffed and pointed. This is entrapment. Glenn truly felt bad for using the man like this, but he was now standing within tackling range of Duncan's steelright, with the man trapped between him and the back of the seating ring behind him. Glenn kept his gaze and visible focus on Nathan instead. Glenn jerked a thumb at Duncan. You could have said no, just like this man here. Now give me your hands. He popped open one cuff. You can speak with Preceptor Lastleaf yourself and explain your actions. Nathan backed up. No, I don't think I will. Duncan turned to face the man. Nathan, you're under arrest, Glenn snapped. But he looked at the back of Duncan's head instead of at Nathan. He made to snap his lawgiver cuffs onto Duncan's wrist. The man casually batted Glenn aside with a wave of his hand and vaulted for the exit. Chaos unfolded as the other 4 spiritualists, trapped between the seats behind and the seats ahead, panicked. Glenn slammed into them and tumbled down a row as Nathan tumbled backward and Duncan bolted for safety. He almost made it. Mammoth Cloud Crusher took 4 long steps that were frightfully fast for a man his size. He snatched a hold of Duncan's moonlight robes and bodily yanked him back. Duncan spun and launched a chop from one hand into Mammoth's shoulder, but it landed without effect. As the two men wrestled with neither gaining the upper hand, Glenn understood just how strong Duncan secretly was. Even so, Mammoth had his prey pinned in place for the moment. Glenn managed to disentangle himself from the spiritualist he'd almost flattened, pulled out his lawgiver cuffs, and stumbled over. Duncan once more attempted to wrench his hands free and run or reach into his unfilled bag, but Mammoth had his wrists locked in a vice. Glenn slapped one side of his lawgiver cuffs on Duncan's wrist, then snapped it shut. The moment he did so, Duncan relaxed in Mammoth's vice-like grip. Mammoth released his other wrist, and Glenn snapped the other cuff around it. Just like that, with Mammoth's help, Glenn had captured the dangerous secret deathcaster who abducted Leo, Sara, and 6 others, and forced them to fight monsters against their will deep beneath the bone cage. As Nathan scrambled to his feet, he looked around wildly. But he said no? Glenn fixed Nathan with a calm gaze. I apologize for the deception. We were never here to arrest you. We were here for Duncan. I just needed you as a distraction. Duncan said nothing. Now that he was bound with Glenn's lawgiver cuffs, he could neither use his skills or resist Glenn's orders. He was, for all intents and purposes, helpless. But what did Duncan do? Nathan asked in confusion. Glenn frowned. That's Blazer business. It doesn't involve anyone else here. You all can go about your business as you'd planned. Mammoth crossed his arms and glanced at Glenn. What now? Glenn locked eyes with Duncan, who seemed oddly calm despite having just been captured by 2 Blazers, who he must suspect knew all about his crimes. Despite the situation, Duncan looked almost serene. Glenn saw no trace of worry or anger. That worried him. He couldn't jump at shadows. It was possible Duncan was simply very good at hiding his emotions, or possibly insane. Either way, Duncan was no longer a threat, and he both had crimes to answer for, and information Glenn needed. Now, Glenn said, we go somewhere quiet and have a polite conversation. 23. A divine gamble. With Glenn in the lead, Duncan marching behind him, and Mammoth breaking up the rear, Glenn led the way out of the Coliseum and to the first archway they'd used to enter. He saw no sign of Leo, but he didn't expect to. Leo would have seen him emerging with Duncan in cuffs and have left to gather the others. They would wait for his signal to emerge. Glenn led Duncan and Mammoth out of the path of foot traffic. After he did so, Duncan looked between them. You're Blazers. Good eyes, Mammoth said. If Duncan noticed Mammoth's sarcasm, he chose not to make a point of it. From what I know about Blazers, you can't simply arrest anyone you like. You must have cause for arresting a person. So what cause do you have to arrest me? Glenn eyed him. I think you know. I don't. I've never met either of you in my life, and I was given to understand by Preceptor Lastleaf that there was nothing illegal about his private event. If there is something legally amiss in our contract, I certainly wasn't aware of it. Glenn considered how best to interrogate this man. He focused in all his conversations with his Blazer mentor, Brennan Shadesinger, about the best way to get a suspect to open up to you, how to gain their trust. He'd had plenty of experience interrogating people back in Lakebrook, but Duncan might be the toughest suspect he'd ever interviewed. This man would not be easily intimidated. Glenn also suspected he would be unlikely to confess no matter how hard Glenn pressed him on it. The price for a confession would be too great. So, should he start by directly accusing Duncan of abducting Leo, Sara, and 6 others from Lakebrook and locking them in an underground cave where he forced them to fight monsters? Duncan had no reason to admit to his crime, and the only proof Glenn had was Ripper's nose, which was not admissible in court. Moreover, if Glenn started there, Duncan might refuse to say anything and simply remain silent. Glenn knew Duncan was secretly a deathcaster, but couldn't explain how he'd learned that without revealing he was also a soul seer. He wasn't ready to reveal that secret to Duncan or anyone who didn't know it yet. Being able to see anyone's status sheet helped him find his quarry, but he couldn't testify about what he'd seen in court. After a moment's reflection, Glenn decided to see what information he could gather from Duncan that he didn't have. He knew Duncan was a Deathcaster, and they suspected Duncan was a former and now excommunicated member of the Church of Celis. Finally, Duncan couldn't know that Glenn knew any of that, which gave Glenn an advantage. Sara claimed Duncan possessed a scripture of Raylan, a holy book that, according to current church doctrine, should not exist. Sara had also said she believed Duncan's quest to save adventurers who had given up Luxterra's climb was sincere, at least in his own mind. Whether Duncan was right or not, he believed adventurers who abandoned Luxterra's climb would not enjoy the pleasant afterlife reserved for those who tackled it with eagerness. So Glenn would approach his interrogation of Duncan by attempting to lower his guard and his defenses. Duncan, if he was like any other suspects Glenn had interrogated, must fear the worst. He must fear that Glenn knew he was both a secret Deathcaster and guilty of abducting people from Lakebrook. If he thought otherwise, he might be more inclined to talk. Glenn imagined a crime that Duncan might be relieved to be accused of, given the alternative. We received a report from a reliable source that you were also present at an illegal tournament that took place outside Stillwatch last night. I was not, Duncan said calmly. I haven't left Stillwatch since I arrived. As he spoke, Duncan subtly relaxed. His shoulders widened a hair and his fingers unclenched. Both were signs of a man who had been worried the worst was going to happen, and was now secretly relieved it had not. Glenn's approach was working well so far. My sources say otherwise. As you may or may not know, all unsanctioned dueling tournaments are disallowed in the zone where the Sandsea Cup is taking place during the Cup. Any unexpected deaths could put resurrects on cooldown that could be needed for sanctioned contests in the Cup. I'm aware of the rules against unsanctioned dueling in the zone during the Sandsea Cup, Duncan assured him placidly. I understood Preceptor Lastleaf's event to be sanctioned by the Cup officials. I have not violated any rules. If someone told you I have, I humbly suggest that they made a mistake. Do you deny being present at an illegal underground duel 2 nights ago? I do. Preceptor Lastleaf's event is the only place I volunteered my services. Now that Duncan believed Glenn believed he was guilty of a crime of which he was innocent, Duncan had less incentive to lie. In fact, Duncan would now be incentivized to tell the truth as much as possible. Even if Glenn didn't yet know Duncan was a secret Deathcaster or had abducted people in Lakebrook, Glenn might figure it out if he dug further. Duncan had every reason, now, to be as honest as possible with Glenn and the Blazers. Duncan's goal would be to prove himself innocent of a crime he was, in fact, innocent of, then leave before the Blazers discovered the crimes he had actually committed. Now Glenn could ask questions while disguising his intent in asking them. How long have you been in Calefall? I arrived just under 3 weeks ago, on the Flowing Corsair. If Duncan was telling the truth, which circumstances and Duncan's goals suggested he would, that meant he had arrived in Calefall a few days after Teacher supposedly died in a rock slide beneath the Bone Steps. Had Teacher or Duncan returned to Lakebrook that same night and set sail on a chartered vessel, he could have arrived about the time Duncan had. So far, the timeline matched. Duncan could have been present in Lakebrook and could have abducted Leo and Sara while still having time to leave them outside the entry to the Vaulted Gardens and sail to Calefall. Now to nail Duncan's claims down. Can anyone who sailed here on that ship verify when you arrived? Captain Crossfellow. I've sailed with him before, and while we don't know each other well, we were casual acquaintances. I'm not sure if he's still at harbor in Aria, but if you speak to him, I'm certain he'll verify when we arrived in Aria. And did you then travel directly to Stillwatch? No, I spent a night in Aria. Then I followed the safe road from Aria up to Sun's Cross and arrived for the Sandsea Cup 6 days ago. I haven't left this area since. Where are you staying now? At the Rowdy Runner. And can anyone there verify you have booked a room there? The tavern keeper. Duncan provided her name. She can also verify I've had meals sent to my room every night since I arrived. You said you have testimony I was present at an illegal dueling tournament recently. You said that tournament took place at night. Glenn looked at Mammoth, as if visually confirming something. For his part, Mammoth simply looked amused by the whole situation. Perhaps the man enjoyed watching Glenn string along a suspect. Glenn didn't exactly enjoy it, but at least it was going well. It did, Glenn admitted. as if he wasn't comfortable doing so. "Then I couldn't have been there," Duncan said confidently. "The tavern keeper can verify I requested my supper just past sundown and returned my dishes later that night, every night since I've arrived. I don't go out much. She also doesn't allow people in or out past curfew, so I could not have left the runner afterward." "You could have snuck out," Mammoth offered. He looked to be enjoying himself. Duncan smiled blandly. "I'm not a common-age boy anymore, my friends. I've neither the inclination or the physique to climb out of windows or clamber down gutters. Even had I done so, my room faces a busy street that is still busy even at night. Someone would have spotted a strange man climbing out of his window and reported me." Glenn made himself look uncomfortable. Imagine how he'd feel if he had accidentally nabbed the wrong suspect and did what he could to wear that worry on his face. He was certain he'd never be as good at deceiving people as Becka, but he was learning. Glenn added a hint of annoyance in his tone. "Where did you sail here from, then?" "Why do you need to know that?" "Why, don't you want to tell me? Are you hiding something?" "No, of course not. I sailed here from Lakebrook. Captain Crossfellow can verify that fact as well." "And what do you do in Lakebrook?" Glenn looked him up and down. "You're at least level 30. What business would you have in an 18 to 16 zone?" Duncan's brow furrowed. "This interrogation is moving rather far afield from its target." Glenn made himself look even more annoyed, if that was possible. "Just answer my questions, please. If you're truly innocent, you'd want to cooperate, wouldn't you?" Duncan sighed a put-upon sigh. "I'm not proud of this, but without the steady work provided by the Church of Celis, I must work independently from time to time. Lakebrook is like any other zone. There are any number of adventurers leveling there at any given time, and when one dies, if there is no spiritualist with resurrect on cooldown available to bring them back to life, I intercede, for a fee." Glenn scoffed. "So you charge desperate adventurers to save their friends?" "As does the Church," Duncan reminded him mildly. "All I ask in return for my services is the cost of the reagents and a small tip. I also gain experience from using resurrect regardless of the level of the person I bring back, as you well know." Glenn paused his questioning as if thinking deeply about what to ask next. "So, if I understand you correctly, what you claim is this. You've been here in Stillwatch for 6 days, but you've never left your room at night. You arrived in Calefall 3 weeks ago on Captain Crossfellow's vessel, and were in Lakebrook before that, as an independent." "Correct. You should be able to verify all of this by speaking with the people I've mentioned. I could not have been at this illegal dueling tournament." Glenn visibly pretended to consider his next question long enough to assure Duncan he was going to get off the hook. "So, why did you leave the church in the first place and become independent? Did you do something they didn't like?" "What leads you to believe I was ever part of the church?" "You're a spiritualist. Don't all spiritualists join the church?" "I still don't see what this has to do with this accusation about being present at an illegal fighting tournament 2 nights ago. An accusation you could disprove after one conversation with the tavern keeper at my inn." "You didn't answer my question, and I don't see any reason why I should. I've offered you proof I was not present at the event of which I am accused of breaking the law. All you need do is verify it, and you will see you have the wrong person. The rest of my life is not your business." "So you dislike the church? Is it their policies that bother you?" Duncan said nothing. "Do you have a grievance against the Church of Celis, Duncan? Is that why you refuse to work inside sanctioned channels?" Duncan crossed his arms. "I don't care to discuss this anymore with you, Blazer, and you've offered no reason why I should. If you think I'm guilty of this crime, then place me in a cell until you verified my innocence. Otherwise, release me." Glenn looked to Mammoth again for help. The big man just shrugged, still wearing a half-amused smirk. He was obviously enjoying watching Glenn play his games, but had no interest in joining him, at least in this deception. It was time to turn up the heat. Glenn turned his gaze to Duncan. "Then I have just one more question for you." As he spoke, he raised one hand high. That was the signal he told the others to watch for. Duncan noticed the odd gesture, but he obviously had no idea what it meant. Behind Duncan, Leo, Sara, Becka, and Ripper walked into view around the curve of the Colosseum. They quietly approached from behind Duncan's back. Duncan didn't glance behind him, choosing to stare at Glenn instead. He wore a put-upon frown. "I have to say, this is all quite unreasonable." Glenn pointed behind him. "Do you know any of those people?" Duncan casually glanced over his shoulder. The man stiffened visibly before he caught himself, and worse, he knew he had stiffened. He knew Glenn had seen that. "Have you ever met anyone named Tom Brightbow?" Glenn added calmly. As Duncan turned to face him again, his face looked like it was made of stone. Even so, he could not fully hide the trace of panic in his eyes. Glenn had him. "What about Maria Rainfeather? Cyrus Hillmane? Evie Greenfeather? Oh, what about Eric Crustwing? Have you ever met him before?" Duncan said nothing. Glenn could see the gears whirring in the man's mind as he tried to figure out how Glenn knew these people, how Glenn knew he was connected to them. All Duncan knew was Glenn was a Blazer truth-seeker, and the ways truth-seekers worked kept criminals awake at night. Some even claimed they could read minds, though Glenn knew that to simply be a matter of research, observation, and deduction, the skills Brennan Shadesinger's tutelage had helped him hone to a fine edge. Glenn allowed himself a faint smile. "One of the Blazers behind you is Leopold Argentshade. The other is Sara Cinderflare. She's the one with the massive white wolf." "I've never met them," Duncan said calmly. "Nor do I recognize those names." As Leo, Sara, Ripper, Becka, and Anna stopped less than 10 paces behind Duncan, Ripper bared his teeth and growled loudly. His opinion of Duncan, teacher, couldn't be more clear. Sara stroked her fingers down the back of Ripper's head to calm him, then spoke. "Teacher, you can't fool us any longer." Sara walked around Duncan to stand beside Glenn, forcing the man to look at her. "We know who you are now. I know why you did what you did back in Lakebrook, why you abducted us. But you must have known that once you released us, we would eventually track you down. We're Blazers." Duncan eyed her calmly. "I'm sorry, young lady, but I don't believe we've met." "Then you didn't show me a forbidden tome deep beneath the bone cage, a tome that some now claim does not exist?" Some of the color left Duncan's face at Sara's words. "I don't know what you mean." Leo stepped forward and scowled. "Cyrus died, you know? So did Kenneth. Both died on our trip through the Vaulted Gardens, the trip you forced us to make. If not for a very lucky set of circumstances, both would have met the forever death. That's on you." Duncan looked to Glenn again. "I don't know what led you to make these wild accusations about me, who these people are, or anything about the events to which you refer. I can, however, assure you that you are mistaken. I'm not the man you think I am." "Ripper knows otherwise, teacher," Sara said. "He never forgets a smell." "Then I would suggest your wolf is mistaken as well." Ripper growled derisively at that. Glenn walked close to Duncan and stared him down. He could tell the pressure on this man was building by watching his breathing. With all of his cards on the table and Duncan on the defensive, it was time to close the trap. He would force a confession, or else. "I imagine the Church of Celis would have no trouble figuring out who you are. I also imagine they'd be very interested to learn you have possession of a tome they and the church leadership claim does not exist." Duncan's jaw clenched. "So tell me this, teacher. Most of the leaders of the Church of Celis are here in Stillwatch right now for this event. Some have served 60 years or more. And if you were as highly placed in the church as I and Sara believe you to be, one or more of the current church clergy must know you. Do they know you still have a scripture of Raylan?" Duncan's features went entirely flat. "Do they know who you are? Can they identify you? And if they do identify you, and if they do search your unfilled bag and your room, and we speak to the tavern keeper and the captain and anyone else you've spent time with over the past few months, what do you think they'll find? Is there a chance they could find something you wish to keep hidden?" Duncan narrowed his eyes. "You don't want to involve the church in this, I'm not thrilled about the idea, but I'll do what I must to ensure you never abduct anyone again, and that you pay for the crimes you have committed." Duncan didn't defend or justify himself. Glenn suspected the man wanted to justify his actions by pointing out he was only trying to save their souls, but he was too savvy to be baited into doing so. Yet he was definitely sweating now. This interrogation was moving in the right direction. Glenn now knew Duncan would do just about anything to avoid being turned over to the church authorities. If he accepted that Duncan did have a scripture of Raylan in his possession, a tome that otherwise existed under lock and key in the deepest vaults of the most secure churches in the land, Duncan would be desperate not to lose it, and the church, to keep their secret, would be desperate to get it back. "Here's the rub, though," Glenn added. With the consequences of resistance clear and his target desperate for any escape, it was time to offer Duncan a way out. "I have my own issues with the church. I'd prefer not to involve them if I can avoid doing so." Duncan watched him warily. "Is that so? So while I could turn you and all your belongings over to the church, that isn't your only option right now. You could instead turn yourself over to the Blazers, voluntarily. Confess your crimes and explain why you did what you did. We can make you a key individual." "I told you, I haven't done anything." Glenn made his tone earnest now. "You abducted the people I've mentioned to save them, didn't you? You truly believe that the church has us all fooled. You know from reading the tome only you possess, the tome you shared with Sara, that any adventurer who abandons Luxterra's climb will be doomed to an unpleasant afterlife. What was the saying?" He looked to Sara for confirmation. "After death, they may wander forever, blinded by the light?" Sara grimaced and nodded. As Duncan looked askance at her, Glenn saw the hint of betrayal that crossed his features. Yet there was something else in Duncan's eyes now as well. Justifiable anger at an injustice he perceived as unforgivable, and, perhaps, hope? Glenn calmly made his case. "If what you say is true, and the Gospels who lead the church have hidden this fact from the world, then the church is in the wrong here, not you. That means you were right to leave the church and take the scripture. It means you were, if not right, at least well-meaning when you abducted Leo and Sara, and Maria and all those others." Duncan's jaw gradually unclenched. The church leaders endangered them, didn't they? They endangered their souls by hiding that their refusal to resume Luxterra's climb could lead to them ending up in an afterlife nothing like the one they'd expect. You wanted to save them, to save others, but you're only one man. You have no one to amplify your message. No one but us. "You?" Duncan asked doubtfully. "Yes, me. And the Blazers. You know who we are and what we represent. We enforce the laws, true, but our first and most important calling is to protect adventurers and townsfolk. A threat to adventurers like the one you claim, a threat so serious it endangers their immortal souls, is a threat the Blazers would eagerly confront." "Even the Blazers can't stand against the church." "But what if I told you we're standing against them already? What if I told you we know secrets about the church and the Gospels that already have us investigating their leadership and questioning their methods? What if I told you all we lack is proof?" Becka chose that moment to touch his shoulder. "Are you sure you want to take this route? If we tell him what we know about the church, there's no going back." As she spoke, Becka squeezed his shoulder in a way she could be certain Duncan wouldn't notice. She had stepped onto the stage brilliantly, assuming the part of the cautious ally who didn't fully trust Duncan, while Glenn was growing increasingly more likely to do so. Glenn smiled at Becka. "I think he can help us, if he's willing to tell us the truth." "And what do you know about the Church of Celis and their methods?" Duncan asked. He was hooked. Glenn could tell he was hooked. Given all the man must have experienced over the past few decades, leaving his church, leaving his friends, tackling the huge task, as he sought, of saving adventurers who abandoned Luxterra's climb on their own, Duncan must have spent the last few decades being very lonely, fighting alone. Glenn knew a bit about how that felt. He knew the weight on his chest and the pit in his belly from when he learned he'd have to forever leave behind Wolfpine and his parents and his friends to assume an identity that wasn't his and complete a difficult timed quest offered by the gods themselves, a quest that, if he failed, could lead to hundreds of deaths. Glenn knew what it felt like to have the whole world weighing down upon his shoulders, at least a little. He knew what it must feel like to be desperate for acknowledgement and help. Duncan must be feeling that burden. He must be desperate for someone to believe him. He glanced at Becka again. I need to speak with him alone. Are you sure that's wise? Leo asked. No. All of you give us some space and keep an eye out for anyone who might eavesdrop. That includes you, Mammoth. Glenn smiled. If you don't mind. Mammoth chuckled. If it's all the same to you, now that we've got the excitement out of the way, I'd rather get back to my cups and my revelry, unless you think you'll need my help to arrest another high-level individual. I suppose the difficult part is over with. Thank you. You've been a huge help. I am huge. Mammoth waved and walked off. Have fun with your interrogation. As the big man strode off, Leo, Sara, Becka, and Anna all took up positions where they could intercept anyone who might try to stop Glenn's interrogation of Duncan. It was just the two of them now. An intimate discussion between two people. We don't have proof of the church's deeds, Glenn said. At least not proof we can present in court without allowing those truly responsible to slip free of culpability. Duncan looked again at those who'd assembled so they could speak in private. He looked at Glenn. But you've heard rumors. I have. I've heard that high-ranking members of the Church of Celis have secretly dual-classed as Deathcasters. I've heard that they've invited other members of the Church to do so as well. I've heard that they even force Deathcasters to use Desoul to enforce the will of the Church in a way that gets around the law of consent. Duncan's eyes narrowed. It is forbidden for any adventurer to choose the class of Deathcaster, and all who do so will be arrested and tried. So they can serve the Church, Glenn said. So the Church will control the only class in all of Luxdera that can control Desoult, which are the only creatures capable of arresting or even attacking others without their consent. Is that why you left the Church, Duncan? Did you disagree with their methods? Did you think they were wrong? Still Duncan said nothing, but Glenn could tell it took effort to remain silent. And then there's your scripture of Raylan. Since Sara told me about your forbidden book, I've been asking myself why the Church of Celis would hide the existence of Raylan's own words. They must be aware that should anyone ever learn that they suppress the words of the gods, they would tell everyone. They would lose all credibility among the populace if the populace ever learned they were hiding Raylan's words. So why risk doing so? Still Duncan didn't speak. Yet Glenn could see the hope blossoming behind his eyes, the desperate need for acceptance and understanding, the desire to confess. As I considered why the church leadership would go to so much trouble to hide the scriptures of Raylan from the world, despite the difficulty and danger in doing so, I've come to one possible conclusion. The scriptures must explicitly state that Deathcaster is not a forbidden class. That is one of the only reasons I can think of why the church would suppress them, if Raylan's own words countermanded their decree. Is that true? Duncan's eyes widened imperceptibly as Glenn spoke. It was all Glenn needed to know. He had uncovered the truth. The scriptures of Raylan contradicted the words of the current church leadership, and if he was right, Duncan had one of those forbidden tomes in his possession right now. Duncan had evidence that could end the church's conspiracy. The approach Marion Hawkshadow and the other Blazer leadership had taken to root out secret Deathcasters in the church had seemed reasonable on its surface. He and Anna would scan the senior leadership of the Church of Celis and others until they had a full accounting of all secret Deathcasters within the church. Once they had a complete list of everyone involved, the Blazers could arrest them all at the same time. Yet completing that plan would take years, perhaps longer. People like Russell Stillwound would continue to languish in secret church prisons, and people like Harold Stoutcrack would continue to wander in isolation and loneliness. Worse, if Duncan was right, adventurers who died after abandoning Luxdera's climb would suffer a fate worse than death. As Glenn considered their suffering, He realized he wasn't content to wait for the plan of Marion and the others to bear fruit. With Duncan's testimony and the words of Raylan himself, Glenn had all the evidence he needed to expose the corruption in the leadership of the church. Once that was done, the conspiracy would fall. People like Lucy Skygazer were the reason Glenn believed this. Lucy was, without doubt, a good person, loyal and devout and brave. He had to believe that the majority of the church, the rank and file who loved and adored Celis, were just like Lucy. If Glenn was to reveal the truth about their leadership, they would demand new leadership. They would demand justice. If he found a way to prove the church's leaders were corrupt, the church would investigate and correct itself with no pressure from the Blazers. Marion would likely disagree with him if he suggested this course of action, but he had to trust his instincts and the goodness of people who devoted their lives to helping others, the true core of the church. Glenn focused on Duncan again. If what I believe is true, and from watching you as we spoke today, I highly suspect it is, then this need not be the end of your quest to save others. It need not end with your arrest by the church and permanent suppression of the truth you hope to spread. You and I, with the help of the Blazers, can bring the truth to light together. Duncan watched him without expression. Now it was Glenn who chose not to speak. Instead, with his offer on the table and his quarry desperate for any escape, it was time to let Duncan choose his own path. He had nudged the man as far as he could. Let's say anything you've speculated about is true, Duncan said finally. Theoretically. Glenn smiled. Theoretically? How would you do what you describe? Glenn took a breath as a desperate but plausible plan came together in his mind as if he'd spent hours forming it. I'd start by winning a bracket of the Sandsea Cup. I'm currently a finalist in both the singles and doubles brackets. All I need to do is win one of those. Duncan's eyes narrowed. How would you winning a dueling bracket change anything? Think about who will be here tomorrow. All 10 Gospels. The entire leadership of the Church of Celis is present at this cup, and they will be present at the award ceremony. Duncan visibly considered that. And who else will be present at the award ceremony, besides them? Everyone who attended the cup, I imagine. That's right. Glenn smiled as Duncan saw the same plan he did. So if I win singles or doubles tomorrow, at the end of the day, I'll be invited up on the grand stage. To celebrate my victory, I'll be allowed a brief speech to thank my family and friends and the cup officials. Duncan's eyes gleamed at the thought. And what would your speech contain? Before that, let's consider who will hear my speech. I will speak in front of hundreds of clergy members who would be scandalized and angered to learn that their leadership lied to them. Thousands of adventurers and townsfolk might feel the same. That does sound promising. Now imagine if my speech revealed certain secrets the current church leadership wished to remain hidden. Imagine I revealed the secrets the church hopes to hide in front of thousands of witnesses. That would make my words difficult to suppress, wouldn't they? Duncan scowled. But you have no proof. We have your tome, the scripture of Raylan. We could show people that. No one would believe that any of the Gospels were secretly Deathcasters, and you certainly couldn't get them to show their status sheet to everyone. They would call you a liar, and what then? Even if your Blazers believed you, the church's rank and file might not. Duncan stared him down. What if you start a war? You can't stop. So Duncan had thought about this too, just like Marion. The fact that Duncan remained concerned about the well-being of others further convinced Glenn that he and this man could make an alliance that could bring down the Deathcaster conspiracy. All it would take is for the two of them to trust each other, which would require Glenn to trust this man. As it happens, I can prove the senior leadership are Deathcasters. Duncan eyed him curiously. How? Glenn looked at Duncan again. Soul scan. Duncan's status sheet, his real status sheet, displayed before Glenn's eyes. Glenn skimmed it once more, then spoke again. 133,044 of 140,000. Duncan's eyes widened. What? That's how much experience you're at when you level as a Deathcaster. How can you... 58 strength, Glenn added, 54 vitality, 49 skill? Duncan stared in disbelief. How did you learn that? That's not all. Glenn calmly read off the other features of Duncan's status sheet. The sheet only he could see, including his slotted skills and known skills. He was halfway through known blessings when Duncan raised a hand for him to stop. Glenn obliged him. He waited for the question he knew must be coming. How? How can you see my status sheet? Now for the final act of trust. The final act that, he hoped, would bind this man's own crusade to his. They might have different methods for doing so, but Glenn now felt confident both he and Duncan wanted to end the conspiracy that had consumed the leadership of the Church of Celis. Both of them wanted to help people, and they could, together. Calmly, Glenn reached to the enchanted blazer pin on his collar, the one that allowed him to display a fake status sheet to whoever asked, and removed it. Then he revealed his status sheet to Duncan. His real status sheet, with his unique class. Soul Seer, Duncan whispered. He looked at Glenn again. What does it do? Have a look. Start with Soul Scan. Duncan's eyes peered as he read text they could both see. So that's how. That's right. And that's how you identified me, despite us never having met before. No, that truly was Ripper. Like Sara said, he never forgets the smell. Duncan sighed. It didn't occur to me to disguise my scent in a town of this many people. I accounted for human senses, but not those of a wolf. So you did abduct those people. You did force them to fight in your arena. Given all you've shown me you're capable of, both in terms of your gods-given skills and your impressive powers of deduction, I suppose there's little benefit to denying that now. I also wasn't lying about what would happen to their immortal souls if they didn't get back on the ladder. I was trying to save them. And you have the scripture of Raylan you showed Sara in your possession? I do. Duncan now believed they shared the same goal. He believed and wanted to help. Glenn was excited that both an alliance and a victory might be possible now. Then our plan may work. Here's how it would play out. After I win one bracket or the other, I'll wait until I'm called upon to give my speech. When I'm given the attention of the entirety of the arena, I'll tell everyone what the church tried to hide. Which is? Some among the leadership are secretly Deathcasters. They're also forcing other Deathcasters to work for the church upon pain of imprisonment. And what then? You attend as my guest. You produce the scripture of Raylan in front of everyone in the Colosseum. You read the words of Raylan himself, the passages that prove that Deathcaster should not be a forbidden class. Those words, your words, proves the Gospels are lying. The Gospels will order their clerics to take that tome from me and arrest us both for heresy. Even if they decide to intercede on your behalf, the Blazers will still be forced to start a war they may not be able to win. And as for me, they might simply kill me. Not if I prove my words by calling out the church leaders, Glenn said. When members of the church arrest me, I'll call out the specifics of their status sheets just as I called out yours. I'll show that I can see status sheets without their consent. Duncan whistled softly. You'll prove they're Deathcasters by proving you can see their status sheets, even when they don't allow it. They'd never see that coming. No, they would not. But won't this make you even more of a target for them? You'll be revealing, in front of the church leadership, that you could expose them. It would be a problem if I revealed it in private, but if I confront them in public with thousands of witnesses, they can't just arrest me. They certainly can't harm me, not unless they pull desold out of their unfilled bag, at which point everyone will see who they are. Duncan shook his head. You're a rather reckless man for a Blazer. I'm not just a Blazer. I'm also a town guard, a soul seer, and a truth seeker. To honor all of those duties and more, I believe this is my best chance to correct an injustice greater than any I've ever encountered. We will have no better chance to make this right. Duncan finally smiled. The way you say that, You almost make me believe it. 24. A duel in the finals. The day of the finals for singles and doubles in the 10 to 15 bracket arrived like any other. Glenn had classified Duncan Steelwright as a key individual under his authority as a truth seeker, and while he doubted he had the rank to do that if anyone looked into it, no Blazers here right now seemed inclined to do so. The rules of the Sandsea Cup again worked to his advantage. Dueling in the Coliseum didn't last one day. It would last 6 days, with each glorious day devoted to a single bracket. The first bracket to fight was 10 to 15, but the next 5 days would feature 16 to 20, 21 to 25, and 26 to 30. After that would be 31 to 35 and 36 to 40, including quads, which would be the highlight of the contest. Yet, fortunately for Glenn, the award ceremonies occurred each night. That meant, if he won today, he would be able to make his speech, the speech that would either doom him to a church prison or ensure deathcasters could never again be abused by a few overzealous traitors within the church. One way or the other, his journey through the cup would end today. Duncan remained with Sara, Leo, and Ripper in their private room at the Dancing Skidder. If all went well and Glenn won the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals in either the singles or doubles bracket, Sara and Leo would escort Duncan to the Coliseum shortly before the start of the awards ceremony. Becka, as the winner of the Luminous Maze, already had her invitation. This evening, each winner of events in the Sandsea Cup would make their speeches and receive their prizes, experience scrolls. The event would be well attended, and the crush of people arriving at the last minute would make it unlikely anyone would spot Duncan. Glenn needed to win singles or doubles in order to make his speech and reveal the dirty truth to the entirety of Sun's Cross. Despite coming up with his plan, Glenn remained nervous. He didn't simply need to win multiple duels today. He would also show the people who had hired Warwick Paleheart to murder him that he was still alive and leveling a forbidden class. They would then attempt to murder him again, not out of malice or spite, but to protect the realm from future soulseers. Worse yet, he would be acting on behalf of the Blazers without clearance to do so using authority he did not have. He was unilaterally choosing to openly challenge the church leadership in front of thousands of people and hope against hope that the church's rank and file would back him over their leaders. If he mucked this up, the Blazers could be drawn into a war with the church. Or, more likely, they would disavow him and his actions to avoid that same war. Nora bumped her shoulder into his. "We'll be fine, Glenn. I've never had more fun than I have fighting beside you. 3 more duels to go and we'll be winners. I've never done anything like this." Glenn forced a smile. "When you say it like that, it doesn't seem that hard." There were only 3 possible outcomes today. The first would be that he failed to win both the singles and doubles brackets, which could doom Zack to the forever death and doom him to the drudgery of Marion Hawkshadow's long-term plan. He couldn't bear to think about that. The second possibility would be that he won one bracket or the other but failed to convince the church's rank and file to turn against their leaders. In that case, he would likely be taken into custody either by the church's forces or the town guards of Sun's Cross. The Blazer leadership would disavow all knowledge of his actions, and he would end his life in a camp like Russell Stillwound. The final possibility was that he would win one or both brackets and that his victory speech tonight would convince everyone present that the leaders of the church were corrupt, deathcasters should not be a forbidden class, and the scripture of Raylan and all Raylan's words were real. That was the possibility Glenn fixed inside his mind. Believing anything else was counterproductive. Glenn wasn't the only adventurer still in the running that stood both in the singles and doubles brackets. He'd done his research on every adventurer who had made it to the finals, and a man named Caden Tallstrider was currently his biggest worry. Glenn remained uncertain how he would deal with the man, even if he knew everything he'd do ahead of time. A harmcaster as strong as Caden, who fought in ringmail armor, was uncommon but not unprecedented. He was known as a battle mage, though his strategy was unorthodox and unusual. To be effective as a battle mage, an adventurer had to somehow increase strength, divinity, vitality, and wisdom, all at the same time. That was difficult to do for the best adventurers. While casters could not wear most forms of heavy armor, the gods did not allow it. Ringmail armor, which was available to unclassed individuals, was one exception. It offered no passive bonus in blood like robes, but it did offer protection from glancing blades. Caden wore it well. Yet while Caden remained Glenn's biggest worry, the rest of those remaining in the singles and doubles brackets were almost as impressive. Only the best of the best had lasted this long, and while Glenn would otherwise have felt honored to be among their number, knowing he'd used Soul Scan to grant himself an unfair advantage made his victories feel tainted. Still, accepting the stain on his personal sense of honor was a small price to pay for resurrecting his best friend, and now he had an even bigger goal in mind. Freeing the Deathcasters, the church leadership was hiding in secret prisons and ending an injustice that had gone on for far too long. While too many people had thought the ends justify the means over the years, in this case, they did. Glenn hoped. Today's dueling would be part of a full day of entertainment. They would alternate between singles and doubles matches in the 10 to 15 bracket, and then conclude the day with monster battles in the same. This meant there would be 6 matches in both the singles and doubles brackets. Glenn would be fighting, at most, 3 matches in each, a quarterfinal, a semifinal, and a final to win it all. Fighting in that many duels back-to-back would exhaust even the most hardened adventurer, and Glenn, like Caden, was competing in 2 brackets at once. He would be fighting double the duels others were, and often doing so without rest in between. Fortunately, Anna once again had his back, and Zach's. As she joined him, Nora, and Becka in their private staging pen of the Coliseum, just off the arena floor, she patted her unfilled bag. "I've got enough health potions, blood potions, and endurance potions to keep a whole party running through a zone dungeon, so don't hold back out there, either of you." Nora smiled warmly at Anna. "You're far too generous. I only wish I could do more. If only I hadn't been so careless." Glenn squeezed her shoulder. "You're the only reason we can afford to enter all these contests, and the skirmishers who took out you and Becka are in the finals with us. We'll get your revenge. As for these potions, well, I'll simply say thanks. I'll pay you back with any money I win from the cup." "Just win. You know why." "We do," Becka assured her. Nora eyed them curiously. "Secret Blazer mission?" Glenn nodded. "So, do I ever get to hear what your secret mission is?" Glenn smiled at her. "At the award ceremony today, if all goes right, I'll tell you everything." Nora grinned wide. "All the more reason we have to win." Glenn looked to the Coliseum and swept his eyes across the sizable crowd that had already gathered in the stands. Hundreds more were visibly streaming in as the town guards tasked with keeping people from stampeding did their work outside. It still boggled his mind somewhat to see this many people in one place. Worse, and soon, all of their eyes would be on him. Becka touched his chin. "Just focus on the battle, love. The crowd is unimportant." Glenn smiled. The path ahead was intimidating, but he would walk it beside the woman he loved. He had to believe that with Becca's help, not even a challenge this great could defeat them. As nervous as he was while waiting for the first duel to start, Glenn didn't waste energy. When the brackets were announced, with who would face who, chosen at random, he breathed a sigh of relief. While he would, again, be fighting in the first solo quarterfinal duel, a duel would get his blood pumping and calm his nerves. Better yet, he would not be facing Caden in his first match. He'd be facing Isla Grassclaw, one of 2 skirmishers who had made quite the impression on the crowd as she tore through the solo bracket and, with her partner, the doubles bracket as well. Isla was one of the 2 skirmishers who had knocked Anna and Becka out of doubles. Isla was no doubt a formidable opponent and one who would be difficult to beat, but Glenn could beat her. He was certain of that, because he had seen her fight and heard accounts from others. He knew enough about her that his knowledge and soul scan would give him an edge. In his experience, skirmishers generally went along 3 paths when making their climb toward 20. The least common was to focus on durability and survivability, fighting in heavy armor with a spear and shield. It was the least common path taken not because it was ineffective, but because those who desired to fight in that way were better off choosing Brutalist. The most common path was the path Leo had chosen, and it was the most common because it was also the safest and most effective. Leo used his maneuverability and a skirmisher's many skills enhancing movement to great effect, but also wore heavy armor and used a long spear to fight the enemy at a distance. That let him freely shift between the roles of shield and knife as the situation demanded it, and allowed him to counter both armored and agile monsters. A skirmisher who followed the balanced path had only one weakness, a lack of skills to deal with demons, but those wealthy enough to purchase a demon-slaying enchantment for their weapon, like Leo, could easily make up for that deficiency. Leo was proof that path was a good one. The last path a skirmisher could take wasn't as rare as the armored defensive variant, though it was less common than the balanced path. Those were skirmishers who focused on pure speed and agility, trading the heavy armor and long spears favored by others in their class for the ability to move, attack, and reposition with skill, approaching a duelist. The fact that anyone who wanted to fight that way would often simply choose duelist was why this path in skirmishers was somewhat uncommon. Isla's choice to follow the path of agility, as a result, was why she'd become so popular and favored in the brackets. Her fighting style was reckless, flashy, exciting, and uncommon. She was far more interesting than a dull, slow brutalist. The greatest danger to Glenn would be if their duel concluded with neither of them being knocked out. In that case, the judges would decide the winner based on the fervor with which both combatants fought and award points for style, precision, and skill. Glenn wasn't unaware that in a match of style and precision, Isla would be far more favored to win. So he would simply end their duel by KO before it could come to a judge's decision. When the officiant chosen as referee for the first match of the finals of the singles bracket called him to report, Glenn strode into the center of the Coliseum. As he walked out beneath the still rising sun and in front of thousands of people, the roar almost threw him off balance. That many people cheering at the same time was deafening. He hoped his ears would recover. Yet the roar of the crowd wasn't the only thing different about dueling in the Grand Coliseum in front of thousands. As Glenn stepped onto the sand, a booming voice he'd never heard before echoed over the Coliseum. It was "Be Heard," a politician's skill. "We're just about ready for our first singles quarterfinal, folks, and we're going to hit the ground running. Give it up for our first two quarterfinalists in the 10 to 15 bracket, Glenn Graybreaker, also a Blazer, here all the way from Evelyn, and Isla Grassclaw, a wandering warrior with many fans." It seemed Mayor Whitley, the current mayor of Sun's Cross, was going to personally comment on today's duels. That would make things more interesting and annoying. Isla strode out of the pit on the other side of the arena, dark hair trailing as she fixed him with a mocking smirk. Glenn noticed, objectively, that she was a good-looking woman with a muscular and athletic frame not dissimilar to Ashley Bloodbraid. Isla's skimpy armor made no secret of that. Rather than a single spear, Isla carried a pair of enchanted mage-steel pikes. While each could be wielded with one hand and lacked the range of a spear, they still counted as spears, which meant both would work with all of her skirmisher skills. She was trading reach for speed. One pike burned bright red, enchanted with burn. The other was blue and left a trail of mist in its wake, enchanted with freeze. As Isla strode into the large circle that would mark their dueling space, the roar of the crowd somehow grew even louder. Glenn heard catcalls and what might be offers of marriage as well, but he did his best to tune those out. As he stepped to the edge of the dueling field on one side, Isla did on the other. He looked past her confident smirk and into her soul. Soul scan. Name, Isla Grassclaw. Age, 19. Level, 15. Class, Skirmisher. HP, 160 of 160. Blood, 120 of 120. Experience, 121,263 of 124,000. Strength, 18. Divinity, 13. Vitality, 16. Wisdom, 12. Prowess, 24. Luck, 15. Isla's vitality was lower than he'd expect for a melee class. likely because she had spent her entire climb learning never to be struck in combat. Her strength was more than respectable, however, and her prowess was comparable to an evolved class. With that combination of speed, agility, and those enchanted mage-steel pikes, she would be a very dangerous opponent. Like her weapons, Isla's slotted skills and blessings suggested she planned to focus almost entirely on offense. Feather Step would allow Isla to step into the skies and attack him from above if he tried to protect himself with a shield, and, like Leo, she could also chain Piercing Throw with Windborne Recall to launch those enchanted spears at him from any direction. A woman so focused on defeating her opponents likely wouldn't hesitate to blow all her cooldowns in her first match of the day, even if it left her with less options later. After all, if she lost to Glenn in her first match, she wouldn't have any options at all. Glenn, by comparison, would need to fight strategically and conserve his strength so as not to be tired for his doubles match with Nora. As Glenn took one more look over Isla's slotted skills and blessings, he fixed an attack plan in his mind. He knew how he could win. Now, he had to execute. He expected the officiant to tell them to step into their squares. Instead, Mayor Whitley's voice echoed across the Coliseum. It seemed he intended to make a speech before singles began. And here we are, folks, watching the final matches of the glorious Sandsea Cup, an event that could only occur here thanks to the endless lobbying of me, your devoted mayor. The crowd cheered, sort of. Today, you will witness feats of martial strength and prowess more impressive than any across the entirety of Luxterra. The best of the best fight here in Sun's Cross, folks, and they can't wait to entertain you today. We'll see bravery, ruthlessness, and blood, lots of blood. The crowd roared their deafening approval of Whitley's speech, and Glenn winced when he realized Whitley wasn't about to stop there. It seemed the mayor intended to milk this event for all it was worth. Given the huge size of this crowd, Glenn suspected Whitley might level because of it. Now let's set the stage for our grand play. We're starting with the singles dueling quarterfinals, and our first two warriors have each defeated over 100 adventurers to be here. They may only be level 15, but they've proven that their skill in battle is unsurpassed. Let's have another warm round of applause for Skirmisher Isla Glassclaw and Brutalist Glenn Graybreaker. The crowd erupted in another round of deafening cheering and chanting. Overwhelmed, Glenn glanced at where Becka, Nora, and Anna all waited. Becka began jumping up and down and cheering wildly. Her obvious mockery of the crowd set him at ease. They were, after all, simply having fun. Whitley continued. In all her many duels before today, Isla has wowed the crowd with her speed, bravery, and aggression. Not to mention, she's easy on the eyes. Catcalls and cheers rose from the Coliseum crowd at that. Before Glenn could frown at them on her behalf, Isla raised both hands and danced in the field, eagerly pumping up the crowd. Glenn kept his frown to himself. If Isla wanted to trade on her good looks, that was her business. And her opponent, Glenn Graybreaker, came up out of nowhere, folks, but he's smashed and slammed through the competition like a rock troll through a paper wall, not to mention his legendary match where he used his shield as a toboggan. This is one brutalist who's strong and clever. Glenn barely held back his wince at hearing such praise heaped upon him, especially in front of this crowd of thousands. Did Mayor Whitley really have to build them both up like this? What if he lost? Losing in anonymity would be bad enough, but losing after all this build-up would be embarrassing. Now, with the stage set, and the actors ready to play their parts, are you ready for some dueling Sun's Cross? The crowd roared again. I didn't quite hear that. Are you ready to watch some dueling Sun's Cross? This time, the roar from the crowd felt like it shook the ground. No, that was the Coliseum shaking, because everyone sitting in those stands was now stomping their boots in unison on the wooden stone. Glenn hoped the whole thing wouldn't collapse on them. It sounded like it might. That's the enthusiasm I wanted to hear, Whitley roared. Now, let them fight. Whitley wasn't an outright ass like Coleman, but Glenn could do with a bit less talking. Still, he supposed this sort of build-up made the dueling more fun for the crowd. This was a show as well. "Glenn G?" the officiant called. "Are you ready?" "Yes, ready." "Isla G, are you ready?" "I am." Isla brushed one hand through her long hair and spun once more to wave at the crowd. "You folks haven't seen anything yet, and don't forget, I'm available." The roar the crowd offered in response left Glenn's ears ringing in his helmet. The officiant wisely stepped off the field. "Step into your squares, then duel when ready." Glenn stepped into the blue square in the dueling field. Isla stepped into the red. They were old hands at this dance at this point, and the dueling field was set up as it always was, clear of all obstacles, save for 5 thick pillars forming the points of an X. Isla nodded his way, and Glenn nodded back. "Isla Glassclaw, duel me." A spectral flag dropped between them. Isla grinned dangerously. "I accept." The flag solidified, and she lunged. Even prepared as he was for her speed and agility, Glenn was still shocked at how fast Isla closed the distance. She crossed the field in what felt like a breath. He barely got his steel shield up in time to stop 2 well-timed thrusts from each of her glowing pikes. Whitley chortled. "Look at her speed, folks! She's like a trap viper from the sand." Despite successfully blocking Isla's strikes, the burn enchantment on one seared his arm through his shield, while the freeze enchantment that followed cooled and slowed his muscles. Glenn's health bar also inched down incrementally, ashing despite the fact that he'd blocked both strikes. Some damage from the enchantments on Isla's weapons could soak through his armor. Glenn followed up Isla's opening with a swing of his own. When that came heavy enough, it would likely have crushed her skimpy armor if he'd scored a direct hit. Yet Isla was out of reach before his strike was even halfway to its zenith. She danced around him and attacked again and again. Whitley, of course, just had to comment. "It might already be over for Graybreaker, folks. He looks like a stunned turtle out there." Glenn ignored Whitley and focused on defense. He accepted the mingled stings of flame and ice that passed through his shield and armor and into his body. Whatever damage got through was tolerable and more than survivable given his enormous pool of health. If these were the only strikes she could manage throughout the duel, she wouldn't drop him, but she would still win on points. "This barrage is almost embarrassing to watch," Whitley shouted. "What happened to the ruthless brutalist who cracked a set of steel armor with one swing? Is he tired?" Perhaps Glenn could be. He circled Isla instead of giving ground and also huffed loudly, making himself sound exhausted. Then he did what he knew Isla must be waiting for. After barely blocking her next set of coordinated strikes, he stumbled backward as if exhausted. He allowed his shield to drop just enough to give her a clear view of his helmet and head, if she chose to strike at them. And Isla, flush with adrenaline, reacted exactly as he'd expected. Thanks to the fact that he'd used Soul Scan on her at the start of the match, the words "piercing blow" appeared in front of her just before she activated her skirmisher skill. It would allow either her flaming or icy pike to stab right through his helmet, into his face, and into his head. That would end the duel, and might even kill him. His death wouldn't be permanent. A spiritualist was on standby just in case one of them died. Still, Isla would knock him out in a single blow and further bolster her reputation as a fierce fighter. The moment she tossed her glowing red pike, Glenn snapped his shield back into position. It shouldn't have been possible for him to correct so easily had he truly stumbled, but his balance had been perfect since he executed the maneuver. Even so, Isla's burning pike still pierced his shield, his skin, his flesh, and his bone, but didn't pierce further. It lodged in his arm and shield. Whitley roared in delight. "A spear through his arm, and he's not even slowed. Graybreaker's not just a turtle, he's a rock troll." Glenn knew something about piercing blow that many did not. While it did allow any spear or pike a skirmisher toss to pierce almost any armor, it could only pierce one layer of armor. Instead of taking a spear through his helmet and head, Glenn had taken it through his shield and arm instead. The pain of a spear through his arm was excruciating, and Glenn's health bar ashed by a full 1/8. Even so, he remained above 2/3 thanks to his massive health bar. More importantly, he had deprived Isla of one of her 2 pikes, because one pike was embedded in his arm. Glenn pushed away the pain and lurched after Isla. He couldn't use Guardian's Heal to heal his arm because everyone would see his health bar rise and wonder why. Isla dodged his next strike with ease and attempted to go back on the offensive, but she seemed unaccustomed to fighting with only one pike. Her balance, her flow, her rhythm, everything to which she was accustomed was now off. "He's got Isla on the back foot now, folks. She's fighting with one arm tied behind her back. Can Graybreaker turn this around? Was his defensive posturing a ploy?" Glenn grinned dangerously. This was the downside of spending your entire climb focused on a single style of fighting, in this case, dual pikes. You could master that particular style and become all but unstoppable when using it, but once you were forced to fight with a different weapon or in a different way, you found yourself unsure how to do so and couldn't react instinctively. A brown bar appeared above Isla's head. Windborne Recall. He'd been expecting Isla to call back her pike. Ripping it out of his arm would do more damage to him and also return her to full effectiveness. Just before she completed the skill, Glenn gripped the hilt of her spear and held tight. It bucked in his hand like a wild thing, then went limp. He'd successfully kept her from retrieving her spear. The way her eyes widened told him she couldn't believe what he'd done, and the rage on her features told him he'd infuriated her. Disbelief and rage were not a good combination if one wanted to keep one's head. Isla must be so frustrated. "I can't believe it!" Whitley shouted. "Graybreaker just denied Windborne Recall." Whitley knew his skills. Isla, with the only skill that would allow her to retrieve her spear on cooldown, attacked. As Glenn easily blocked all follow-up strikes from her single spear, Isla screamed at him. Desperation filled her eyes, and desperation would make her reckless. As she dived beneath his next swing and went in for a blow at his side, Glenn was, once more, expecting that. Isla's icy pike crackled as it glanced off his steel armor and froze his skin, shaving more points off his health bar, but not enough. He swept his shield arm around and clocked her right in the side of her chest with its hard edge before she could withdraw. That sent her reeling. Whitley roared with the crowd. "She's seeing stars after that, folks! I heard that hit up here!" Glenn's shield bash sliced Isla's health bar in half. Dazed and wobbly, Isla barely kept her feet, but just barely. As she stumbled backward, she looked truly disoriented. Glenn brought his mace around in a great arc that came in low, lower than Isla could duck. She didn't quite escape his range, and his mace struck her unarmored calf. Bones split and blood soared. Isla screamed and collapsed with a broken leg. Her health bar ashed down to less than a fourth. "Oh!" Whitley's roar joined cries of delight and anger from the crowd. "2 big hits from Graybreaker, and our beautiful skirmishers got a broken wing. Can anyone stop this monster?" As Glenn stepped forward and raised his mace to deliver the blow that would finish her, he saw that Isla could not continue the fight. He'd taken away her weapon, her balance, and her leg. Her ability to fight was focused entirely around her mobility, and she had none of that now. He stepped back and looked to the officiant. "I call for a yield." The crowd in the arena had gone deathly silent. In that silence, the officiant's voice was impossibly loud. "Glenn G calls for a yield. Isla G, do you yield this duel?" Isla spit blood, but not in Glenn's direction. "Damn you!" Glenn eyed her calmly. "I don't want to make this any more painful than it has to be, and I don't want to risk killing you. Your leg's broken, and you're down a spear. You fought well, but our duel's over." Isla glared daggers at him. "I can't. I suppose I don't have a choice." The roar of the crowd rose again, with many chanting, "Smash her!" Glenn glanced toward the crowd. He visibly conveyed his disapproval by shaking his helmeted head like he was disappointed with every last one of them. Shocking them both, many of them went silent. He looked back to Isla. "You yield, then?" Isla shuddered, glared at Glenn, and then sighed. "I yield." The officiant raised a hand. Glenn G is the victor. Glenn G advances to the semifinals. And that's your first duel, folks, Whitley shouted. What a tale! The striking trap viper falls victim to the crafty rock troll. Glenn Graybreaker is our first semi-finalist in the singles bracket, but there's 3 more to be crowned. Now get ready for the opening round of doubles! The roar from the crowd returned in force. While the jeers and boos were audible, the cheers and congratulations all but drowned them out. It was curious how quickly the loyalty of the crowd changed. As Isla clutched her broken leg and grimaced, a lifecaster in white robes approached. He raised one hand and immediately cast Flash Heal on Isla several times. With each heal, Isla's health bar rose. Her broken bone receded until it vanished entirely back into her shin. Meanwhile, Glenn took a firm grip on Isla's still glowing mage steel pike. When he ripped it out of his arm and his shield, the pain and nausea that flooded him almost dropped him. He would never get used to ripping objects out of his own body, no matter how many times he did it. Fortunately, the lifecaster turned his heels on Glenn after that. The soothing cool of healing skills sealed his wounds and eased his aches and pains. When his health bar once again disappeared, Glenn breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, when he offered his hand to Isla, she batted it away. She hopped up and glared. I needed this, you giant lunkhead. Glenn pictured Zach's knowing smirk. So do I. Glenn G, you may return to the staging pit, the officiant said. Isla G, please report to the aid station for a full examination before you depart the arena. Glenn walked back to the staging pit without another word. He couldn't help but feel guilty about taking the chance to win the singles bracket from Isla Grassclaw. She might have reasons as desperate as his to win this contest, but he had to put his reasons ahead of hers. When he returned to the staging pit, Nora hopped up and down and happily slapped him on the back, while Becka kissed him right on the lips. After those two were done with him, Anna offered a vitality potion, but Glenn waved it off. I'm not exhausted. Not yet. Anna eyed him doubtfully. You just took a spear through the arm. I've had worse. I am a bit worried about my shield, though. He presented it to them and pointed to a hole big enough to stick his finger through. That's gonna be a problem if I have to block any ranged enemy skills, like burn. I'll always take some damage through the hole. Anna reached into her unfilled bag with both hands and then, without fanfare, pulled out a second gleaming and unblemished mage steel pavis. Here. She wobbled as she set it down. Glenn stared at the huge shield, which was almost as tall as he was, and then at Anna. Not only would it block blows from any height, but the material from which it was formed meant it would be highly resistant to ranged skills as well. That shield must have cost a great deal of coin. His gaze snapped back to Anna. How did you know I'd need an extra shield? I didn't know you wouldn't. Glenn set aside Lillian Stoutcragg's steel shield. He could get it repaired later, and took up the new shield Anna offered. It was well balanced and well built. I'll give it back to you in one piece. So long as it keeps you in one piece, Glenn, I'll be content. You've done very well, Becka said. We should have time to focus before... Outside, a loud horn interrupted her. As they all turned to listen, Mayor Whitley announced the brackets for the doubles. The first pair to fight in doubles today would be Liam N. and Hendrik W., and the pair they would be facing, Glenn G. and Nora R. Becka huffed angrily. It's like the gods themselves conspire to tire you out. Glenn grinned and shrugged. Maybe. After this battle, I'll have 6 full duels to rest. Nora clutched his arm. You should drink a vitality potion. I'm fine, remember? He turned on her. Remember who I am? After a moment, Nora nodded. I remember. Now, he clapped her on the shoulder. Let's hear what Whitley has to say about us. 25. A tragic accident. After a harrowing doubles duel against a duelist and shadower team, that was the first time Glenn couldn't stop Nora from being struck in battle. Glenn and Nora narrowly won their quarterfinal duel in doubles. Nora was dropped after the duelist and the shadower conspired to attack and outpace Glenn, but their ruthless focus on Nora hurt them dearly. When Nora, who they'd attacked relentlessly, finally went down from a steel knife in her back, Glenn saw red. The next minute passed in a blur of blades, clubs, and swings, but with Nora out of the fight, the duelist and shadower had no choice but to face him directly rather than dancing around out of reach, and once they came within reach, Glenn showed them what a monster he really was. The doubles duel ended with both men on the other team unconscious, and Glenn stumbling around with a sliver of health. A few more swings and it would have been the end of him, but he'd survived. He and Nora would move on to the semifinals of doubles once Nora recovered. After they were back in the staging pit and Nora was resting after being healed, sucking down a potion, Glenn winced and watched her. "I'm sorry about that. I couldn't keep up with them." Nora spit up a bit of potion, then giggled and wiped her face. She set it aside and touched his knee. "Please, I level with Terry and Carm. Don't get me wrong, that hurt, but I've taken more than my fair share of blows in battle. You don't have to treat me like I'm some delicate flower." Becka sat down on Nora's other side. "You are nothing of the sort. I can't believe you survived as long as you did with both of them after you. I'd have dropped in the first few blows. You don't have soul cushion and soul harden, but thank you." "We've got 6 more duels to sit through," Glenn said. "Just rest and relax." Another solo duel followed, where Caden Tallhorn, the armored harmcaster, defeated a fast but ultimately outclassed duelist. The duelist could have easily sliced through any normal harmcaster, but Caden's armor made that much more difficult. Glenn's disappointment grew. Of the two, he'd far rather fight a lightning-fast duelist who would pummel him with melee strikes than face a harmcaster who was armored like a brutalist. Most harmcasters couldn't easily move in heavy armor due to their lower strength attributes, and without robes, Caden was giving up a good bit of extra blood. Even so, he made up for that with the powerful strikes from his commoner's club. After Caden's win, the doubles semifinals resumed. Glenn was relieved when the 2 skirmisher team that had knocked Becka and Anna out of doubles, which included Isla Grassclaw, went down when facing a duo of rangers and their fearsome pets, a huge moss beast. Glenn hadn't even known you could take a moss beast as a pet, and an antlion wearing a jester's costume. What an odd choice. Based on the bracketing, Glenn knew he and Nora would face those 2 rangers next. With the addition of their pets, they had a full party versus the duo they faced, and while that didn't seem fair to Glenn, there were no rules against it. Fortunately, Glenn knew how to fight moss beasts and antlions. 4 more duels followed over the next hour, and then the semifinal bracket for solos and doubles and the 10 to 15 bracket were set. Only 4 adventurers, or pairs of adventurers, remained in singles. Caden Tallhorn defeated a harmcaster specializing in fire skills, and then Caden and his partner, a level 14 shadower named Cullen Twoblades, defeated a pair of level 15 shadowers. After that match, Caden and Cullen grew even more intimidating. Soon it was time for Glenn's semi-final singles battle to begin, and his opponent, once again, Mayor Whitley stoked the crowd. "It's time for the last semi-final of the single bracket, folks. After this, one of these 2 will move on to face Caden Tallhorn, who some are now calling the Bronze Mage. Now, in the blue square, we've got the spear-grabbing, shield-surfing, relentless rock troll brutalist Glenn Graybreaker. Let's hear it for him." As he stepped back out onto the field, Glenn was shocked as the crowd erupted. Were they cheering for him? Hesitantly, he waved, and the cheers only grew. He looked to the dueling field and easily spotted his opponent. Given the lack of competitors, it was no surprise. Whitley then introduced Glenn's opponent. And facing him, a towering mountain of muscle that could give even the rock troll pause, a man so strong he broke a pillar of the arena when he tossed a fully armored skirmisher into it like a sack of wheat. Let's put your hands together for Bart Heartstone, also known as the Avalanche. Ahead walked the towering mass of muscle Mayor Whitley had just announced, an anchorite who looked to be close to the same size as Mammoth Cloud Crusher. As Glenn trudged out onto the field, he used Soul Scan. He grimaced as he evaluated Bart once more. Name, Bart Hartstone. Age 21, level 15, class Anchorite. HP 280 of 280, blood 150 of 150, experience 117,424 of 124,000, strength 29, divinity 8, vitality 28, wisdom 15, prowess 9, luck 11. Even with the unfair advantage provided by Glenn's Town Guard blessing unyielding, Bart had almost as much strength as Glenn did, and close to as much vitality. Without the plus 10 to those attributes provided by Glenn's shield, Bart would be both stronger and tougher. Worse, Glenn knew that every time he hit Bart, unless he feathered his strikes, Bart's strength would go up by 2. Glenn couldn't smash his way through 280 health points without raising Bart's strength to an obscene amount, and while Bart's blood was low for his level, he still had enough blood to use Orament 5 times. So, after absorbing 5 big blows, Bart would still be at full health, but now walking around with 39 strength, or close to 50 if he used his blood to activate Adrenaline Rush. For the first time since he'd started in the dueling brackets, Glenn was facing an opponent who was not only stronger than he was, but just as tough. He'd grown comfortable simply rolling over his opponents like a rock troll, but Bart could not be rolled over. He was too big. Could Glenn challenge Bart to wrestling? The man stood a good head above Glenn, and the muscles on his shirtless body made him look like he could crack an antlion in half. Wrestling involved skill and leverage, certainly, but a good part of it was still raw strength. Bart had that. So if he couldn't beat Bart into the ground without turning him into an overpowered monster, and he couldn't wrestle Bart into submission because the man could easily do the same to him, what were his options? The only ranged skill he had was Soul Singe, and that would tickle the man. The answer came to Glenn as he stepped into the blue square and remembered the time he dueled another Anchorite on the safe road to Evelyn. It wouldn't be easy, but it was the only chance he had. He would just have to watch for his opening and take it when it came. Whitley continued blathering on. It's a clash of titans today, folks. The 2 biggest men in the field colliding like a hammer and an anvil. Who will break first? Who will shatter beneath the strain? The officiant called out. Contestant Glenn G, are you ready? Yes. Contestant Bart H, are you ready? Bart simply growled his assent. Duel when ready, the officiant announced. The crowd went silent as Glenn and Bart stared each other down. Bart rolled his bald head around on his massive shoulders, then reached out with one hand. He beckoned mockingly. It's time to lose. His voice was like stones grinding upon stones. Duel me, Graybreaker. The dueling flag dropped. Glenn nodded. I accept this duel. They stomped toward each other like 2 huge waves about to crash together on the sea. Glenn ducked Bart's first attempt to grapple him and slammed him in the side with his mace, but he feathered the strike. It barely tickled Bart's health bar, but it also wouldn't be a blow hard enough to grant him any additional strength. Glenn soon found that, even in armor, he was fast enough to barely avoid Bart's clumsy punches and lunges, yet he couldn't strike back without penalty. Whitley called out. What's going on? It's like Graybreaker's afraid he'll hurt Bart's feelings. Has the mighty rock troll lost his will to fight, or is he terrified he'll fall beneath the avalanche? Gods, Whitley was annoying. Glenn continued striking, dodging and blocking as Bart became increasingly incensed by Glenn's refusal to engage him. The fact that Bart was growing frustrated was good. Glenn needed him frustrated. Finally, Glenn's silent taunting accomplished its goal. A brown bar appeared announcing Bart had just activated Adrenaline Rush. For the next 2 minutes, Bart's speed, strength, and prowess would be massively enhanced. He would also be seeing literal red as adrenaline filled him, which would make him reckless. Too reckless. With Adrenaline Rush active, Bart was almost too fast to avoid. The first time Glenn was too slow and took a fierce punch to the side of his steel armor, he huffed. He could swear he heard his armor dented. He blocked Bart's follow-up blow with his massive mage steel pavis, only to have a dent show up on that as well. He'd just gotten the shield, and now Bart was pummeling it. Yet his tall shield was the key to his strategy. Glenn slapped the side of Bart's shoulder and head again and again with Becka, never hitting hard enough to increase Bart's strength. He blocked blow after blow with his shield as he danced circles around his opponent. Circles with a purpose. Bart snarled, "Fight me, coward! Stop dancing and fight!" "It looks like Graybreaker's completely lost his nerve," Whitley shouted. "The avalanche is so powerful, even the rock troll can't face him. He's on the run." Glenn was running. Sort of. Bart lunged and grunted, and Glenn ducked and weaved. Finally, he took a blow directly to the chest, by design, and it hit him hard enough to send him flying. As the edge of the dueling field approached, Glenn worried he'd pushed his luck too far. Bart also followed up after his strike, charging like a bull. Glenn landed and braced for the impact. Glenn yelled at the top of his lungs, "You can't get through my shield, you big ox! Give up! You're outclassed!" With emotions hidden behind his towering shield, he unsnapped the straps holding it onto his forearm. Bart howled as he sped forward. Just as Glenn had hoped, Bart grabbed Glenn's giant shield in frustration. The huge man tore at the shield with all his might, hoping to drag Glenn along with it, and then pummel him into submission. Instead of resisting, Glenn tossed his shield, with Bart holding on. Bart howled in triumph as the shield came free, but didn't notice the direction he was moving. Glenn spun his body about with Bart's momentum, sending the man flying away clutching his mage steel pavis, and completely out of the dueling field. Bart was now disqualified. "I don't believe it!" Whitley shouted. "The avalanche came down on Graybreaker so hard he fell out of the ring. Graybreaker played him like a lute. Graybreaker's our second finalist." The crowd roared in either approval or disapproval. Glenn couldn't be sure which. What he could be sure of, as Bart threw down his shield, was that the big man didn't agree with the judges. As Bart huffed and snorted, Glenn knew the man was still seeing red. He backed up as Bart charged. Glenn was vaguely aware of officiants rushing in and saw the glimmer of a town guard's god armor. And then he was fighting for his life, or consciousness. Bart swung wildly and rapidly, entirely out of control, and Glenn, without a shield, had no choice but to duck and dodge. Yet he was tired from his contest. The duel hadn't ended, so regrowth hadn't kicked in, and slow. One of Bart's meaty hands connected with his steel helmet, and then the world spun. Glenn slammed into a pillar hard enough he momentarily blacked out. When he came to, he was on his back with his helmet missing, and Bart was sitting on top of him, crushing Glenn's neck. Then 2 town guards arrived and bodily lifted a still thrashing Bart off Glenn. The man writhed and howled until a town guard slapped a pair of lawgiver cuffs around his wrists, at which point he collapsed in their arms. He could no longer fight or punch, so all he could do now was roar. Another town guard grabbed the dueling flag still floating in the arena and snapped it in half. Glenn remembered doing much the same when patrolling with Scott Rosewillow, his old partner back in Wolfpine. Dots danced before his eyes, and then the warmth of Flash Heal arrived. Becka dropped to his side and helped him up. Then Nora and Anna arrived and did the same. As the 3 of them helped a shaky Glenn to his feet, the town guards now led a visibly dejected Bart away in cuffs. He would be spending the night in jail, or possibly more than one night. "Well, that was..." Mayor Whitley was momentarily silent, which was a shock in and of its own. "Not sanctioned, but certainly exciting. And look at that, folks. Graybreaker's back on his feet thanks to his trio of lovely companions. Let's hear it for our second singles finalist." The crowd's roar nearly sent Glenn stumbling. His friends supported him as he picked up his mage steel pavis and then helped him back to the staging pit. As regrowth did its work, his strength returned and his lungs reopened. He was lucky Bart hadn't popped his head off. Whitley shouted outside, "Our final stage is set, folks. Our 2 singles finalists are Glenn Graybreaker and Caden Tallhorn. We'll see Caden again next, but for now, give it up for the rock troll." The crowd cheered their lungs out. Glenn took a potion from Anna and sipped as he recovered, and had a bit of luck. Caden's team was called to doubles next, so Glenn didn't have to fight another duel back-to-back. Caden and Cullen easily dispatched the two Shadower team, which set them on a collision course with Nora and Glenn. Glenn was also disappointed to see even two Shadowers couldn't bring Caden down. Was that really simple ring mail armor? It seemed as durable as Mammoth Cloud Crusher's crystalline mail, and Caden seemed far too durable for a Harmcaster. Leveling against type had served him well. Today Glenn would face Caden in the solo bracket and once again in doubles. He would have to fight an armored Harmcaster not once, but twice. Worse, in their doubles match, he suspected Cullen Two Blades, Caden's Shadower friend, would remain in Shadow Walk until he could ambush Nora. That left Glenn with no good options. One would be to stay right beside Nora and guard her while Cullen circled invisibly, pinning him down. That would leave Caden to bombard them from afar with impunity. Or Glenn could go after Caden and leave Nora to be devastated by Cullen. If he couldn't knock out Caden quickly enough, he'd then face a 2-on-1 situation like he'd faced in his and Nora's first doubles duel, except this time, against two opponents, he might not win. Still, before he could tackle Caden again, he and Nora had their last semifinal match to win. They would face the two Ranger team and their pets that had rolled over Isla Grassclaw and her friend, who had, in turn, rolled over Becka and Anna. Glenn couldn't help thinking that adding pets was a bit unfair. As he and Nora marched out to the field, the Rangers jogged out as well with their huge moss beast and slightly smaller antlion loping along in tow. Glenn realized then that he didn't know if Ranger pets could die in duels. He suspected they couldn't and would simply fall unconscious if their health was not low enough. Once again, Mayor Whitley just had to chime in. "We're at the last semi-final match of the doubles, folks, and it's going to be a real one. The hulking Glenn Graybreaker and the lovely Nora Rapidbloom now face not two but four opponents. Can they survive the tag team of Fungus and Auntie, pets of Jesse Kalehorn and Reese Stonemason?" As Glenn walked forward, he used Soul Scan on Jesse, Reese, the Antlion, and the Moss Beast. He was surprised to learn that both the Antlion and the Moss Beast had real names and a prowess attribute, just like Ripper. The Moss Beast was named Fungus, while the Antlion in the Jester costume was, humorously enough, named Auntie, just as Mayor Whitley said. The names, prowess, and higher-than-normal divinity attributes of both monsters prove that when a Ranger adopted a monster, as Sara had adopted Ripper, the monster became unique. Did Fungus and Auntie also have Ripper's growing intelligence? That was a mystery for another day. Glenn didn't have to get to know those monsters today, just get past them to their masters. And with Soul Scan, he would know every skill these monsters used before they used it. The monster also couldn't complain if he used Guardian Smash, since they couldn't tell the Efficient it lasted 5 seconds longer than a Brutalist's Mighty Smash. Before he entered the dueling field alongside Nora, he beckoned her close. "I want to come up with a clever strategy, but there really isn't one. I'll charge and use my shield to block as many arrows as I can, and you stay on my heels and use as cover. If they try to flank us, follow me to either side of the field. We'll use the side of the dueling square to ensure they can't pincer us." She nodded eagerly. "Do you want me to buff you this time?" "No, save Soul Cushion and Soul Harden to protect yourself. I have armor and more than enough health points to weather multiple arrows, and you can heal me through the rest." "What about the monsters? They'll never let us reach their masters." "Of the two, I'm guessing the Antlion is weaker." Glenn wasn't guessing, but he would ensure Nora thought he was. "So I'm just going to hit it straight on. If the Antlion moves aside, I'll charge the Rangers, and if it doesn't, I'll have a monster cushion. Just be sure and keep up." Nora thumped his chest armor, then winced and shook her head. "Let's do it." They stepped into the blue squares, and after the flag dropped, the fight was on. Glenn raised his massive shield and charged the Rangers, as Jesse and Reese, as expected, split up to pincer them. Meanwhile, Fungus and Auntie charged forward to run interference. Auntie had less strength than Fungus, so Glenn targeted Auntie first. He slammed straight into the Antlion and barreled ahead. Whitley, as always, provided his running commentary. "Jesse and Reese open of the classic Circle C. Fungus is closing, and Auntie, oh, the rock troll hit him like a boulder." Auntie, as expected, grappled Glenn and battered his armor and helmet. Auntie also dug his legs into the grassy field. That would have worked had Glenn not tossed his arms around Auntie in a bear hug, shield and all, and lifted the antlion off all 4 feet. He had just enough strength to do that. Whitley whooped excitedly. "Look at that! Graybreaker's carrying that antlion around like a giant baby. I can't believe I'm seeing this, folks." Nora cried out behind him, suggesting at least one of the arrows from Jessie had made it through her shield. The heavy thumping of Fungus's feet told him the moss beast was closing from behind as well, and Reese, ever nimble, was darting toward Glenn's side of the ring. Reese would circle and shoot. Glenn decided on a risk. Soul Singe. For the first time since he'd entered the brackets, he used his ranged Soul Seer skill on Reese. It would only shave off 2 health points a second, but the itching and burning might distract her enough she'd make a wrong move. "Look at that moss beast charge, folks! Rapid Bloom, better watch out!" Behind them, Nora shrieked as Fungus caught up with her. It slammed its joined fists down on top of her. It didn't quite break through her soul-hardened bubble, but it dropped her to her knees and killed her momentum. Meanwhile, Auntie was close to tipping Glenn over. He was dizzy from its strikes. "Oh, Rapid Bloom's gonna feel that one in the morning," Whitley crowed. Then, they got lucky. Reese stumbled, probably reeling from Soul Singe. Glenn, still carrying Auntie ahead of him as a body shield, caught up and flung the antlion away. Reese tried to get up, but she was too slow. 3 brutal swings of his mace later, the ranger dropped with a sliver of health points and collapsed. Auntie shrieked and rushed over to guard his downed ranger, but didn't attack. Taking out a ranger also disqualified her pet from battle. "Reese and Auntie are out, folks. That means, look at Fungus. He's tossing Rapid Bloom around like his personal plaything. He's shaking her like a rag doll." Behind him, Nora shrieked as Fungus yanked her once more into the air. Even as Glenn sprinted back to save her, Fungus pulled Nora's arms out painfully to each side. That left her utterly defenseless as Jessie riddled Nora's shield bubble with arrow after arrow, each stopping closer to its mark. As Glenn arrived, he swung at Fungus's leg. At the same moment, one of Jessie's gleaming arrows struck Nora in the head. Nora's health bar, which had been at half due to Fungus's rough treatment, instantly faded to a sliver of red. She was out. As Fungus stumbled with Glenn's strike, he tossed an unconscious Nora with force, and as Nora's limp and spinning body flew across the arena, she hit a pillar with her head. Her neck bent in a way it shouldn't bend, with a sickening crack, and then her body dropped. As Nora hit the field, her health bar charred completely black and vanished. As the crowd collectively sucked in its breath, Glenn realized, to his horror, what had happened. Nora was dead. The momentum and impact of hitting that pillar had just killed her. That arrow through Nora's head had been a critical hit, but the gods had protected Nora from death. When they did so, her duel ended. But after Glenn struck Fungus, the moss beast accidentally lost his grip and tossed Nora, and then, simply through existing momentum, Nora hit that pole. The moss beast had not intended to kill Nora. Jessie hadn't intended to kill Nora. The moss beast had simply lost its balance when Glenn smashed its legs and sent Nora flying through the air on accident, which was why the law of consent hadn't saved Nora from death. As Fungus leapt between Glenn and Jessie, Glenn wanted to sweep Nora up in his arms and scream. Instead, he used Guardian Smash to stun Fungus for 10 seconds, a moss beast after all couldn't report him, and then sprinted past the monster toward Jessie. She unleashed arrow after arrow as he charged, but his shield and armor blocked them all. Glenn was almost on top of Jessie when she tossed down her bow. "I yield!" Glenn had never imagined striking an opponent after they surrendered. Before today, he wouldn't even have been tempted to do so. Yet as he stumbled to a halt with his mace raised and a now unarmed Jessie cowering with her hands raised, he almost swung anyway. Nora was dead. She died brutally. One swing would crack Jessie's head like Fungus had cracked Nora's head, and she would be down and out of the fight. But he knew Jessie hadn't meant to kill Nora. It was just an accident. And horrible as this was, a resurrect waited nearby. Glenn forced his mace down and away. I accept your yield. After a long silence, Whitley's booming voice returned. And it's over, folks. The rock troll and Rapid Bloom have won the day. Lifecasters are on the field. After a resurrect, she'll be right as rain. Jessie lowered her hands and stared at him with what looked to be real sympathy. I'm sorry, Glenn. You have to believe me. Fungus didn't mean to kill her, nor did I. Glenn ground his teeth. I know. He inclined his head politely. It was an accident, and it's as much on me as you. Good duel, both of you. You fought well, and I need to see her. Whitley shouted again. All dueling will be suspended for 10 minutes while the officiants make sure Miss Rapid Bloom is able to continue. We'll be back soon, folks. Now's a good time to stretch your legs or pick up another delicious bucket of our sumptuous skitterer legs. By the time Glenn reached Nora, multiple lifecasters and an officiant had already surrounded her body. As one man gingerly eased the arrow out of her head, it had gone in above her left eye and come out the back of her head. A second cast glowing skill after glowing skill on her. With the arrow out, soon Nora's body was whole again. Her neck was unsnapped, and the hole that arrow had put through her head was closed. Her body was as it had been before she died, and it remained ensouled, but she was still dead. In 12 hours, her soul would depart. Step back, a spiritualist in white robes ordered. Someone took his arm. Glenn glanced over to see Becka clutching him with worried eyes. He pulled her close and hugged her as they watched the spiritualist work. Nora would be fine. He had to remind himself that despite this accident, she would be just fine. The spiritualist chanted and moved her glowing hands in a wide circle several times, and then a massive blast of light burst from Nora's chest. Resurrect had been cast. With a gasp, Nora burst back to life and promptly passed out. Becka pressed against him. She's alive. Thank the gods. Glenn hugged her. That was horrible. I never want to see anything like that again. The spiritualist walked over. Would you like one of us to carry her back to your pit? Glenn parted himself from Becka. No, I've got her. As gently as possible, Glenn picked up Nora's limp body and carried her back to their staging pit on the side of the arena. Anna stood wringing her hands, and then, with a gasp, she reached into her unfilled bag. She pulled out a fluffy comforter and laid it across a bench. Glenn was grateful for her forethought. He settled Nora on the comforter and then stepped back, measuring his breathing. That had been too close. He'd gotten so wrapped up in the fun and challenge of dueling that he'd forgotten just how dangerous it could be. Anna gently brushed Nora's hair away from her eyes. I can't believe that arrow went through her head. Thank the gods for resurrect. She looked up. Will they disqualify you now? Glenn frowned. How do you mean? Coming back from a resurrect takes time, and if you die to head trauma, it's even more difficult. It's going to be hours before she's awake, let alone capable of fighting in a duel. Glenn ground his teeth. Gods, you're right. I didn't even think about that until now. He looked at Becka, who winced, then back at Nora. Just when things were going so well. He considered heading back into the field to ask the officiant what would happen next, but he saw people out in the Coliseum already hard at work setting up for the next duel, which would be his duel with Caden Tallhorn, and decided to wait with Nora. He'd know his next move soon enough. A few minutes later, a tall male officiant approached their staging pit. Graybreaker, can you come speak with me, please? Glenn walked to the edge of the pit. Yes, sir, I'm here. How is Miss Rapid Bloom? Breathing steadily, but I don't think she's going to wake up in the next 5 minutes, let alone the next hour. What happens now? Can we reschedule the final doubles duel for tonight? The officiant shook his head. Sadly, all brackets must move forward on the existing schedule. If you think you can no longer continue in doubles, you can let us know. We'll award you both second place in doubles, That's one experience scroll for each of you, each worth 1,500 experience. Glenn considered. What if I wanted to fight the doubles duel alone? Becka touched his arm. Careful, Glenn. The officiant grimaced. You can't fight alone. You can only compete in doubles with a partner. I can ask for another 10-minute delay, but unless your partner can be ready to fight after that, your best option may be to forfeit and take second place. No one will be less impressed. This wasn't right. Glenn stared into the officiant's eyes. There has to be some other option. Is there... Can I ask someone else to join my doubles team? Like a substitute? The officiant idly tapped his chin. It's not entirely out of the question, but I'd need to discuss the possibility with the other judges. You would also need to substitute someone who can be here the next 10 to 15 minutes. We can't wait any longer than that. Glenn mentally considered how long it would take for Anna or Becka to get back to the dancing skitter in these crowds, tell Leo and Sara they needed one of them to join in the dueling as a substitute, and get back here in time to duel. It could easily be close to an hour. As his eyes looked to the field again, he realized he already knew the path he would take. He turned to Becka. I need you on my doubles team. I want you as our sub. Her eyes widened. I'm a poor duelist. Anna should sub for you. Anna stepped forward and nodded. If you need me, I'll do it. Glenn offered Anna a sympathetic glance. I know you want to help Zach, but I think Becca's our best option given who we're up against. She's smart and clever, and she has something both of us don't. He leaned close to Becka and lowered his voice. Shadow sense. Becka considered that. I'm only level 12, and Cullen's only level 14. With your divinity, you could probably make up the difference. Anna touched Becca's other arm. He's right. Now that I think about it, you are the best choice. If Nora or I were dueling alongside Glenn, Cullen could hide indefinitely to either tie Glenn to us or take us out once Glenn went after Caden. But you will feel Cullen, even in Shadow Walk. But Becka firmed her stance. All right. If you both think I can do it, I'll sub. Glenn hugged her tight, then turned to the officiant. I think it's obvious to everyone that Nora can't continue after her accident, but I also imagine you will have a lot of disappointed spectators if they don't get to see a finals match in the doubles bracket. Mayor Whitley might be annoyed. The officiant raised an eyebrow. So you'd like Rebecca Coldbreaker as your sub? Yes. Also, don't forget, she won the Luminous Maze. Please remind the judges of that. Imagine how excited the crowd might be to see the winner of the Luminous Maze take the field alongside the Rock Troll. If that's the last duel of the day, the climax, you could have a real winner on your hands. The officiant smiled subtly. I'll take your arguments to the other judges. In the meantime, Mayor Whitley's voice once more bellowed through the Coliseum. Thanks for all your patience, folks. I just spoke with the lifecasters on the field, and I'm relieved to tell you all Miss Rapid Bloom is alive and recovering without injury. Now, at long last, it's time for singles finals. I think you're needed outside, the officiant said. Anna thumped his back. Go get him. Take him down and claim your win. Remember, Caden is all that stands between us and, well, everything we're after here today. Glenn nodded grimly. I suppose it is time we finally had a chat. 26. A cheater prospers. As Glenn strode back onto the dueling field, he found his final opponent in the singles bracket, Caden Tallhorn, standing impassively on the far side of the dueling square. As Glenn looked the other man over with fresh eyes, he couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. Caden wasn't a tower of muscle like Bart had been, but he was easily as muscular as Glenn. Moreover, Caden could cast ranged skills. Glenn could as well, with Soul Singe, but it did a tiny amount of damage. And while Caden's ringmail armor wouldn't do much against a blow from a club, he also carried both a bronze training shield and a commoner's club. From how the club crackled, Glenn knew it must also be endued with orichalcum, and enchanted with bolt. The gods restricted casters from wearing heavy armor, wielding heavy melee weapons, and using shields in battle. That had to be why Caden had chosen a shield, armor, and weapon available to unclassed adventurers. Once imbued with orichalcum, these items could be enchanted, though almost no one would ever do that due to the expense. Even a commoner's mace wielded with strength could damage a monster in a pinch, and adding a Volt enchantment on that mace would ensure each strike did a set amount of damage to the target, regardless of how hard the mace was swung. If Caden won the bracket today, Glenn wondered how many young harmcasters might try to emulate him. Mayor Whitley started his standard spiel. Hundreds of eager adventurers entered the 10 to 15 singles bracket, folks. And now we're down to the final two. In the blue square, we have Glenn Graybreaker, the rock troll. And from speaking with those who know him, including one of his many lovely companions, I can tell you that underneath that armor, he's handsome as they come. The crowd went wild at Mayor Whitley's words, and a whole lot of cheering sounded like it was female cheering. Inside his steel helmet, Glenn couldn't help but grind his teeth. He really wanted to shove Mayor Whitley off a stage at some point. The man just wouldn't leave well enough alone. And in the red square, we have Caden Tallhorn, the bronze mage, a harmcaster that fights like a brutalist and is twice as deadly as both. He'll freeze or zap you at range before pummeling you into putting up close. He's dominated every duel he's entered. Can anyone stop him? Again, the crowd cheered raucously. As they did so, Glenn tightened his grip on his mace and forced himself to focus on the battle ahead. The duel he would soon win. Today was Glenn's day. The day he earned his place on the victory stage, revealed the church's Deathcaster conspiracy to everyone, removed the corrupt church leaders from power, and completed a quest that would resurrect his best friend. No pressure at all, really. He used Soul Scan. Name: Caden Tallhorn. Age 21. Level 15. Class Harmcaster. HP 210 of 210. Blood 190 of 190. Experience 123,988 of 124,000. Strength 16. 21 with bonus. Divinity 13. 18 with bonus. Vitality 16. 21 with bonus. Wisdom 14. 19 with bonus. Prowess 8. Luck 15. Gear: Uncommon Bronze Training Helmet, Enchanted Mystic Reinforcement. Uncommon Ringmail Armor, Enchanted Mystic Reinforcement. Uncommon Time-Worn Trousers, Enchanted Blood Reduction. Common Commoner's Mace, Enchanted Volt. Common Bronze Training Shield, Enchanted Mystic Reinforcement. Uncommon Infused Boots, Enchanted Blood Reduction. Rare Unfilled Bag. Slotted skills: Uncommon Blast Harmcaster Idros. Uncommon Tornado Harmcaster Idros. Uncommon Volt Harmcaster Idros. Uncommon Lightning Harmcaster Idros. Uncommon Freeze Harmcaster Idros. Slotted blessings: Uncommon Gusting Soul Harmcaster Idros. Uncommon Freezing Soul Harmcaster Idros. Uncommon Lightning Soul Harmcaster Idros. Known skills: Uncommon Freezing Slick Harmcaster Idros. Known blessings: none. Quests: Level 15. Win an event in the Sandsea Cup. Anonymous. Glenn was glad he was wearing a full-face helmet because his jaw dropped when he finished reading Caden's status sheet. He had read Caden's status sheet before, of course, but none of his gear had been enchanted, and he certainly hadn't possessed 5 extra attribute points in 4 attributes. Caden was cheating. And not cheating like Glenn. The extra 5 points added to Caden's attributes were the giveaway. Strength potions increased one's strength by 5 for 6 hours, and divinity potions increased one's divinity by 5 for 6 hours, and so on. but it was illegal to use any potion buffs in the Sandsea Cup. Attribute enhancement potions were expensive, and allowing some adventurers to use them in the dueling brackets would force others to either fight without the benefits of potions or go into debt to purchase them. Even worse, because the officiants had failed to detect that Caden was using potion buffs, there was no way Glenn could accuse Caden of cheating. Glenn had no way of knowing Caden was cheating without Soul Scan, and he couldn't very well reveal that without eliciting a number of other questions. Questions about his now scarily famous shield toboggan duel with Agnes. Someone would certainly ask when else he had used Soul Scan to read his dueling opponent's attributes and slotted skills. Everyone would know after he exposed the leaders of the Church of Celis, of course, but by that time Glenn would have already activated the experience scrolls awarded to him for winning the brackets, so while many would be angry, he would still be able to bring Zack back from beyond. How could the life caster assigned to view Caden's status sheet before the dueling started have missed that he had an extra 5 points of strength, divinity, vitality, and wisdom? Glenn, like every other contestant, had showed his status sheet to a life caster when he arrived. Still, his enchanted blazer pin hid his true status sheet. What if one of Caden's items did the same? Caden could have an enchantment allowing him to produce a fake status sheet that looked just like his real status sheet. It would hide the extra attribute points bestowed by his potions. Enchanting an item specifically to emulate his non-buffed attributes for the Sandsea Cup would be very expensive, but Glenn knew it was doable. Both the Blazers and multiple Deathcasters had done it. Finally, he looked at the quest Caden carried. Level 15, win the Sandsea Cup. Anonymous. Glenn knew firsthand how much it cost to make a quest anonymous, because he had paid for an anonymous quest himself. He changed the quest completed by Everett Common Cloud to reveal the hole in the wall of Lakebrook. In addition, every single piece of Caden's gear was enchanted. He knew from conversations with his mother that both blood reduction and mystic reinforcement were rare and prohibitively expensive. No level 15 could afford so many of those. A blood reduction enchantment reduced the amount of blood consumed by all skills, so it was coveted by any class that used skills which consumed blood. It also required the enchanter to be level 16 or higher and consumed reagents from zones in the 20 to 30 range, and mystic reinforcement, which drastically increased the protection offered by a piece of armor, could only be added by a preceptor enchanter who consumed an ultra-rare mithril ingot in the process. Even the price to get one enchantment done was too expensive for a level 15 to afford, let alone 5 of them. Someone very wealthy had bankrolled Caden's entry into the Sandsea Cup. In addition to commissioning that expensive quest, they had given him high-level enchanted gear, a supply of expensive attribute enhancement potions, and an enchantment to present a fake status sheet. Under other circumstances, Glenn would have felt even more nervous about facing an opponent that was so well-equipped, who was also buffed by powerful potions. But in Caden's case, he was shocked to realize he actually felt relieved. Since he'd arrived, he'd worried Caden was better than him somehow, stronger, smarter, faster, a better duelist. Yet that wasn't the case at all. Caden, despite what Glenn had feared, was not an unstoppable wall of armor and harmcaster skills. He was, in fact, quite mortal beneath it all, and the only reason he'd been so effective in all his duels so far was because of his equipment and his illegal potions. Perhaps Glenn Graybreaker was finally going to have himself a real fight. The Rock Troll and the Bronze Mage have each defeated so many in battle, and now in front of you, the best crowd in all of Luxterra, they face each other. Who will stand? Who will fall? It's time for the two most powerful, low-level duelists in Sun's Cross to collide, folks. Let's hear those cheers. The crowd cheered and thumped the stands with their boots. As they did so, Caden spoke words Glenn couldn't hear over the noise of the cheering crowd. A spectral duel flag fell midway between them. Other than the 5 pillars, he had no cover to protect him from Caden's ranged skills. But he did have a mage steel pavis, which was naturally resistant to magic attacks, and he did have the strength and vitality of a town guard thanks to unyielding, and he did have the ability to see his opponent's status sheet thanks to soul scan. All in all, the odds were about even. "I accept," Glenn said. His words were inaudible. The crowd drowned them out. But the duel flag solidified, and the moment it did so, Glenn charged for the central pillar. A brown casting bar appeared above Caden's head and completed in less than a second, and then a bolt of ice slammed into Glenn's shield. Freeze. The ice did no damage thanks to his mage steel pavis, but damage wasn't the point. Freeze slowed any targeted hit, and Glenn's steps grew heavy. Every step he took now felt like he was running underwater. No matter how hard he pushed forward, he slowed. From his square, Caden calmly tossed volt after volt after volt. Unlike burn and freeze, which had at least some small amount of travel time, volt was instant. Worse, volt had one distinct advantage over other Harmcaster skills in regards to dueling armored opponents. It did bonus damage if the target was wearing metal armor, and Glenn's armor was made of steel. Another freeze hit him the moment the slowing effect from the first was about to wear off, and then another volt. By the time Glenn made it to the cover of the central pillar, he was stumbling and gasping for breath. He tasted blood in his mouth. His body felt burned all over, and every pore tingled with pain. As he belatedly checked his status sheet, he was dismayed at the results. HP 230 of 330. He was already hurting. While Volt only knocked off 20 health points under normal circumstances, Glenn was taking bonus damage from each strike thanks to his armor. While the damage from the freeze strikes had been completely absorbed by his shield, he was still slowed. In the time it had taken him to reach the middle of the dueling field and find cover behind its central pillar, Caden Tallhorn had knocked off almost a third of his health points. He also had his blood reduction enchantments, plus Freezing Soul and Lightning Soul to ensure he had the blood to hammer Glenn again and again. He likely burned half the blood he would without those. "Look at those hits!" Whitley shouted. "Without even taking one step, the bronze mage just blasted the rock troll down to 2/3 health. But while it looks like this might be the end for Graybreaker, folks, don't count him out. He could still pull this out. Let's hear those cheers." Unfortunately, the deafening cheering of the crowd made it impossible for Glenn to listen for the clanking of armor that would suggest Caden was repositioning. Under any other circumstance, he could have used Guardian's heals to return himself to full health. He couldn't heal himself now. Hundreds would see him getting healed, and then they would know he was cheating. He peeked around the corner and was instantly blasted in the face with Volt. As he ducked back behind the pillar, he winced as Caden's ranged skill shaved another 25 health points away. He hadn't even struck the man once in combat, and now he was starting to wonder if he could. What was truly frustrating was that Glenn had seen Caden do this to others. He had seen this strategy every time he watched Caden duel, and yet somehow he had been foolish enough to think that he would easily counter it. It looked so easy to defeat Caden when he wasn't on the field. Whitley's voice bellowed again. "Is Graybreaker finally out of tricks? Remember, all duels are timed. Let's hope he has a plan other than hide behind the pillar, or this will be a boring final match." Whitley was right. Glenn couldn't hide behind this pillar forever. If a duel lasted a full 5 minutes without a KO or a yield, the duel would be called by the officiants. The judges would choose the victor based on who had been the most aggressive or efficient, and right now, that was Caden. Glenn had no choice. He had to move, and he finally had an idea as to how he might break Caden's concentration. He unsnapped his shield from his arm, then strapped it onto his back. He would still have the bonus in strength and vitality from unyielding, but he needed to be able to move his full upper body without the constriction of holding a heavy shield in one arm. He rolled around the corner of the pillar and spotted Caden hiding behind the rightmost pillar on the outside of the X next to the red square. The man raised his hand as Glenn charged forward at his fastest pace. A blast of ice smacked him in the chest. Freeze. His steps again grew heavy. Glenn charged forward as Caden stepped out and launched Volt. He was down to half health now, and he still had at least 15 paces to cover. Another volt landed, but he was almost close enough. 10 paces would be close enough for what he intended. Ahead, a brown cast bar appeared above Caden's head. Blast! He was about to hit Glenn in the chest with his wind skill, knocking Glenn away far enough that he could continue to strike him with impunity. Glenn had known Caden would try that, which was why he no longer carried his shield. Before the cast bar on Blast could complete, Glenn unleashed his last desperate ploy. As he had practiced on many slow days in Wolfpine back when he was a town guard, Glenn threw Becka, his weighted mace, with all his strength. As his mace spun end over end toward Caden Tallhorn, it was easy to imagine the man's eyes widening in surprise. The faceplate of Caden's bronze training helmet crumpled like a copper mug in the hands of Mammoth Cloud Crusher. It collapsed inward and, likely, crushed Caden's nose. The cast bar for Blast vanished. As Becka rebounded off Caden's crushed helmet and thumped onto the field, Caden stumbled while flailing with both hands. No more volt spells arrived. Still fighting through the slowing effects of Caden's last freeze, Glenn stomped toward his opponent. 5 paces. 3. He was just hauling back to punch Caden and knock him out of the dueling field when the man blindly threw out both hands. A brown cast bar appeared. Tornado. Glenn howled as a huge mass of wind hit him just before he landed the punch that would have sent Caden out of the field. That wind lifted him off the ground as easily as fungus had lifted Nora. As wind pummeled him, he flailed helplessly in midair above the dueling field. He was now trapped in the center of a localized tornado. Harmcasters use this skill for crowd control. As Glenn watched in helpless fury, dangling and flailing, Caden grabbed and ripped off his ruined helmet. It must now be impossible to see out of due to its smashed front visor. As Glenn got his first look at his furious opponent, dark eyes, dark hair, and one very crushed nose, Caden spit blood. Then he tossed his hands forward and fired a blast into his tornado. The two skills combined to great effect. An explosion sent Glenn hurtling backward across the dueling field. He slammed into the central pillar, hard enough it knocked the breath out of him. The moment he dropped onto his rear, another freeze hit him in the chest, and then one volt strike after another hammered him and his armor, again and again and again. Glenn's body seized up. White flashes consumed his vision as pain became his world. The roaring of the crowd faded to nothing. When he next became aware, Glenn swallowed blood and realized he sat in a crumpled heap against the central pillar. Each breath rattled in his throat. Across the dueling field, Caden fell to his knees. He was breathing like he'd just finished a marathon, but he raised one fist in victory. That was when Glenn noticed their duel flag was gone. A moment later, the crowd went wild. Mayor Whitley announced the end of Glenn's hopes. What a contest! What an upset! The rock troll proved his valor and guile time and again, but in the end, even he was no match for the bronze mage. The singles bracket is over, folks, and we have our victor, Caden Tallhorn. Caden Tallhorn wins the 10 to 15 singles bracket. A rush of warm, soothing energy flooded Glenn's body. The blood pooled in his mouth didn't go away, but the agonizing combination of freezing muscles, tingling bones, and burning flesh began to fade. The Cup's lifecasters were using flash heal, and they had to use a lot of flash heals. Becka dropped to his side and threw her arms around him, but she couldn't lift him alone. He was too heavy, and his body didn't work. Anna arrived next. They helped Glenn stumble to his feet, and then Anna and Becka, grunting with effort, helped him stumble back to the staging pit. As he allowed them to guide him, Glenn couldn't help but feel like he'd failed them and Zack. Caden Tallhorn had cheated, certainly. He had expensive gear and expensive enchantments and every attribute-enhancing potion available to level 15 adventurers. Even so, this defeat felt like karmic justice for all Glenn's victories over adventurers who didn't have unyielding regrowth and soul scan to aid them in battle. Those adventurers had faced as many disadvantages as they dueled Glenn as Glenn had faced when dueling Caden, if not more. None of them had town guard blessings or the skills of a soul seer. How could Glenn blame Caden for taking advantage of unsavory bonuses when he had done the same? He had told himself over and over he was doing this for Zach, to save Zach. But in his focus on saving Zach, had he allowed his moral compass to drift? Had he truly cheated to win? He had cheated. As thrilled as he had been by all his victories, and as much as he recognized his tactical thinking and battle instincts had served him well, he had still won so many duels only because he had information he could never have had otherwise, because he was a soul seer. Perhaps this was what the gods had wished to prove by luring him to the Sandsea Cup. They had wanted to learn if Isden's new class was broken, at least in regards to dueling. Glenn now knew this class was broken as well as anyone. He shouldn't be dueling unless people knew. Whitley's voice boomed. "We've got an unusual situation on our hands, folks. We have 2 duelists in the finals of the Sandsea Cup who are fighting in both singles and doubles. The Rock Troll may have lost his first battle with the Bronze Mage, but there's a rematch coming. We're going to take an additional 10-minute break, and then we'll be right back with the final doubles match." Becka helped him settle on a bench. He collapsed against her and huffed quietly. He was going to have to go right back out in that field again soon, and he couldn't afford to lose again. Glenn spit out another fleck of blood, then worked his jaw. Gods, that was awful. Becka leaned close. "I saw. It looked awful. I'm just glad you're safe." "I didn't win the singles bracket." "That's all right. Remember, you'll still get an experience scroll for taking second place, and we also have the scroll from the Luminous Maze. I'll be making a victory speech." He nodded tiredly. "So long as I can be up there with you, as your boyfriend, I suppose." "I imagine a few words from the Rock Troll might be allowed. We also have doubles ahead." Ignoring his aching neck, Glenn glanced behind him to find Nora still sleeping peacefully. Her chest rose and fell evenly, and had he not known an arrow had gone straight through her head recently, he would have thought she had just laid down for a nap. He looked at Becka again. "Just so you know, Caden is cheating." As Becka raised an eyebrow, Anna gasped from his other side. "Cheating how?" She focused on the crowd as if looking for Caden to scan him, but he'd already returned to his own pit. "He's using attribute enhancement potions, but even without those, I think he still would have pummeled me as he just did. The way he's geared up and slotted, he's like the anti-Glenn." Anna glared at the field. "We need to report him to the officiants." "How?" "The lifecaster who examined him didn't catch it. I think Caden is using an enchantment we're both familiar with to ensure people can't see his real status sheet." Anna gasped. "Oh no." "That's right. I know he's using potions, but I can't say how I know, you know?" As Anna settled again at his side, glaring at the arena, she bared her teeth. "It's not fair. This was for Zach. We were doing all this for Zach, and now we're going to lose to someone who is paying his way to victory? How could any level 15 afford such luxuries?" Glenn glanced at Nora, who continued sleeping peacefully. They could talk freely here. "We haven't lost. Not yet. There's still doubles, and now I know how Caden fights. I just need some time to strategize, revise my tactics, and we can take him down in doubles." Becka patted his armored knee. "That's the Glenn I know. Always optimistic." "I'm sorry I dragged you into dueling. I know you hate it." "I don't hate it so much when I'm with you. But even so, there's no one else I'd want to face this battle with." Becca's lips quirked. "Nora could heal you, and Anna could toss all sorts of flames. Yet, you're the one I always fight for. You're the reason that no matter how many defeats I suffer or times I fail, I can go on. I go on, so I'll never disappoint you. Hush now. She kissed him gently. There'll be time enough for that sort of thing later. An officiant approached their staging pit. Duelist Graybreaker? Glenn nodded tiredly. That's me. I have the official call from the judges. Because of the unique circumstances involved in the injury to your current partner, and Rebecca Coldbreaker's popularity due to her victory over the Luminous Maze, they will allow Rebecca to act as a substitute for Nora Rapidbloom. If you are willing, you can fight in the last doubles match together. The two of you can finish the doubles bracket out. Becka sighed. So that's it then. We're facing the Bronze Mage and his shadow friend. Glenn poked her. At least he'll be tossing volt spells at someone else this time. Becka gasped and thumped his shoulder. So much for my loyal protector. From behind them, someone cleared his throat. Glenn? Glenn achingly twisted around to look, then nearly fell off his bench. Brennan? 27. A rematch for the crowd. From behind him, Glenn's mentor in the Blazers and his trainer in the way of truth-seeking smiled a warm smile. I'm sorry to bother you during your duels, but I was hoping we could speak. Brennan Shadesinger remained a tall and handsome man with a strong chin and close-cut blonde hair. Today he was dressed for battle, wearing his rare, colorful, and powerful robe of mysteries. He also looked tired, and Brennan Shadesinger never looked tired. Glenn rose, winced as his knees creaked, then turned and groaned. Sorry if I'm a bit slow. I took a beating out there. How can I help, sir? It's a minor thing, really. I was hoping you could answer a few questions about your duel. Of course. What do you need, sir? Brennan glanced at Anna. Just so you know, the others are very concerned about you. Anna stiffened. Who? Your party. I didn't tell them you were here, but they are here looking for you. So is Nadia, though she's not very happy to be pulled all the way from the guild office in Arya. You should have checked with your superiors before coming here to the Sandsea Cup. They might have approved it. Anna glared and wrung her hands. I had good reasons? Of that, I have no doubt. Glenn stepped forward. If that's what this is about, it's tangential. Brennan raised a hand. I'm actually here about an entirely different matter. After a complicated investigation, I'm now certain a wealthy preceptor, or several wealthy preceptors, working together, have launched a conspiracy to rig the dueling brackets of the Sandsea Cup. As the irony of Brennan's statement washed over him, Glenn couldn't help but chuckle. Still, he knew Brennan well enough to know he was right. What evidence have you gathered so far? I've uncovered anonymous transactions and the names of 3 local merchants who acted as go-betweens to hide the source. I'm now certain someone very powerful and very wealthy has recruited at least one adventurer in every bracket below 30. They provided them all the resources they need to win, including, possibly, illegal attribute-enhancing potions. The only thing I don't know is who that is. Glenn nodded numbly. That's an interesting theory. So why would someone do that? Brennan simply watched him indulgently. Glenn slapped his palm to his forehead. It's the betting. Of course it's about the betting. If you could correctly place bets on who will win every bracket in the Sandsea Cup, you can make a fortune. So proving the brackets are rigged is why you're here? That is one of my reasons. Brennan looked past Glenn. Based on the duel I just observed, I also believe you may have encountered the adventurer who the cabal I'm after selected to win this bracket. Caden cast enough volt spells, he's obviously equipped with blood reduction enchantments, but few level 15 harmcasters could afford those. Becka nudged Glenn. His power level did seem a bit ridiculous, didn't it? Should Glenn tell Brennan that Caden was using attribute enhancement potions? How could he tell Brennan? Did Brennan already know? His mentor smiled. So, Glenn, I really only need to ask you one question. Based on your observations of Caden Tallhorn in your duel just now, do you believe it's possible he's using attribute enhancement potions as well? You fought him most recently, so I'd value your opinion. Glenn debated but a moment. It is possible, yes, that he was enhanced. And you base that on comparing how well he fought to others you fought with similar skills and levels? Or are you basing that on what you saw when you looked at his status sheet? Becka gasped, and Glenn's eyes widened before he could catch himself. Brannigan had trained him to hide his feelings, but not well enough to hide this. As he stared at his mentor, a man who had trained him and who he'd trusted for months, he knew denying his class was foolhardy. How long have you known? Since about a month after the events in Gracia's Temple of Balance. Until now, I've found no reason to involve Luxdera's newest class in my investigations, and I certainly can't do so in any official capacity, but I do know of it, and I do know who you are. He looked at Anna. And you. She shook her head in disbelief. Who are you? Glenn chuckled. He's insightful. And yes, I saw his status sheet before our duel. He's using 4 attribute-enhancing potions, and I suspect he has an enchanted item that presents a fake status sheet that prevents anyone who looks at his status sheet from seeing that. Brennan inclined his head. That's very useful. Good luck in your doubles duel, Glenn. Glenn blinked. You aren't going to arrest Caden for cheating? Not yet. Now that I've verified the identity of at least one of the adventurers the Cabal chose to win this bracket, I have another link I can tug on and follow to those behind this. But what about stopping these people? The singles have already been decided. But bets have not been dispensed. The next step in my investigation will be to report my suspicions to the preceptor merchants financing the Sandsea Cup and have all betting payments frozen until I conclude my investigation. It won't make the officiants popular, but by paying close attention to which preceptors complain and how, I believe I can find the culprits. The people who put all this in motion, the people who rigged the dueling brackets. That is correct. Glenn nodded. I'm glad I could help. And I'm sorry I can't help more. I know it's going to be difficult going up against Caden again in the doubles bracket, but if it helps, I believe the conspiracy has only chosen one adventurer in each bracket to minimize their chances of discovery. I don't think Cullen Two Blades is enhanced. From behind Glenn, Major Whitley bellowed, It's almost time, folks. Find those seats and get ready for the finale of today's dueling double feature. It's the last doubles match of the day, and we've got a last-minute substitution I think will take everyone by surprise. Hold on to your seats. Brennan snapped his fingers. I forgot one other thing. He reached into his unfilled bag. While I wasn't certain Caden was the adventurer chosen by the conspiracy, I did have a strong suspicion he was involved. For that reason, I wanted to ensure whoever faced him had a fair chance. As Glenn watched in increasingly wide-eyed disbelief, Brennan pulled a full suit of mage steel armor out of his unfilled bag, followed by a second set of the same. Then he produced a huge two-handed mage steel mace. It was as big as Glenn's guardian's mace from his time as a town guard, and set that in the staging pit as well. The mace glowed a soft blue. Glenn swallowed and stared at the unexpected boon in equipment and gear. What is that? 2 sets of mage steel armor, enchanted with volt reduction. The mage steel mace is also enchanted with freeze, so if you hit your target, it should slow them significantly. While arresting Caden Tallhorn for cheating would complicate my investigation, I don't think I'll suffer should he simply lose one bracket. In fact, that may help me. So, Glenn, I hope you and Becka find this gear of use. Mage steel armor was one of the only types of heavy armor a caster could wear, since it combined elements of robes and armor. It was also, just like most rare items, ridiculously expensive. 2 sets must have easily set Brennan back 100 moons, and that mace, another 50? Before anyone else could say anything, Anna rushed forward and threw her arms around Brennan. She hugged him tight, then stepped away with a huge smile on her face. "Thank you. Thank you for helping us. You can't imagine how important winning doubles is to all of us." Brennan smiled. "I might have some idea." He gave Glenn a pointed look. "I'll let you two get changed into your new gear. I don't have time to stick around and watch the doubles finals, but I already have some strong suspicions about who's going to win this bracket." With Anna's help, Glenn and Becka changed into their new mage steel armor. They had some privacy in the staging pit, but Glenn was so eager to have his rematch with Caden Tallhorn that he would have changed in front of the Coliseum crowd if it was necessary. He could actually win this. Moreover, Becka would now be far better protected in this expensive armor than she would have been in her shadow robes, which, while offering a passive bonus to blood, would not protect her from Cullen Two-Blades' steel knives. Cullen could still cut her, but he'd need to burn his armor penetration skills to do so, and also aim his strikes, instead of simply slashing wildly. The best aspect of this new armor, of course, was its expensive enchantment, Volt Reduction. On its own, Mage Steel armor was already resistant to ranged skills, cutting the damage by 1/3. Volt Reduction would cut the damage from Caden's Volt spells in half by an additional amount, which combined was more than half. Glenn couldn't do the exact math in his head. What mattered is, in regards to Caden's lightning attacks, this armor had effectively doubled both his and Becca's health points. They would also be much more resistant to the chance that an electric strike might paralyze them. Strikes would still hurt, but less than half as much. An officiant reached their staging pit. "Contestant Graybreaker, you're needed on the field." Glenn raised a hand. "Time?" The officiant blinked. "You're taking a time out? Now?" "I am. We need to do a bit more preparation before our next duel, so let Mayor Whitley know we'll be delayed. We'll be out before 5 minutes passes, I assure you." The officiant frowned. "You had best be. The judges will be very cross if they authorized a substitute for you, and then you're disqualified for being late." He stepped away and jogged, probably to let the judges know there would be another delay. Several minutes later, he and Becka were both armored up. This armor fit both of them perfectly despite having previously been a uniform size. Just like all God-blessed uncommon gear, the gear would resize itself to the wearer once worn, and Becca's armor looked very good on her. Brennan hadn't provided helmets, and Glenn would rather go helmetless than wear his steel helmet in the next duel. It would simply cause him to take more damage from Volt. While he wasn't excited about fighting without a helmet, physical attacks wouldn't be a factor once they defeated Cullen. Glenn strapped his new mage steel shield onto his back. He wouldn't be using it to block, but he still wanted the advantage from unyielding, and then picked up the enchanted two-handed mage steel mace. It was heavy. Heavy for him. He liked that it was heavy, because while he knew he could easily swing it about, he also knew anything he hit with this mace would fly a good ways. He was looking forward to making Caden Tallhorn fly a good long ways. Glenn glanced at Becka. "You good?" She nodded and brushed back her long hair. "Still getting used to this armor, but good. You can handle this duel. I know you can. Now let's give the crowd the surprise they've been patiently waiting to see for the last 15 minutes. Becca's smile made her even more beautiful. "I do want to see Caden's expression." The moment Glenn and Becka marched out of their staging pit, the crowd in the Coliseum went silent at the sight of their dramatic change of wardrobe. Then, the crowd went wild, cheering and hollering and, for some of them, booing at the fact that Glenn had been busy since his last duel. Someone, it seemed, was betting heavily on Caden's team to win. There was no doubt that Brennan Shadesinger's donation of gear and weapons had come at the best possible time. Some in the crowd would likely cry foul when it became known Glenn and his new doubles partner had somehow acquired armor that was perfectly crafted to counter one of their remaining opponents. For Glenn's part, he simply needed this win, and the experience scroll. Major Whitley's voice once more boomed across the Coliseum. "Would you look at that? I'm not sure I believe my eyes, folks, but it looks like Graybreaker tossed the gods a prayer for help while recovering from the drubbing Caden gave him in the singles finals. The gods answered. The booing grew louder then, but enough cheers countered it that Glenn knew he hadn't yet lost the crowd. It felt good to have some people out there genuinely cheering for him. He knew Terry Evergarden and Carmelo Gainsayer were out there as well, and the only reason they hadn't sprinted to a staging pit to check on Nora was because the town guards would arrest them. But guess what, folks? The Rock Troll's wardrobe change isn't the only surprise we have for you. The judges have debated long and hard, and everyone agreed that after all these doubles duels, we didn't want to let the doubles bracket go out with a forfeit. We want to end it with a fight. The crowd roared its overwhelming approval. Nora Rapid Bloom is still recovering, and after her accident, she will be unable to continue as Glenn's partner. But it turns out that Nora's not the only comely adventurer in Glenn's orbit, and the judges have agreed to allow another beautiful mystery woman to join Glenn for his last doubles match. Glenn huffed. Why does everyone keep harping on your looks? I'm sure many of you have already recognized her, folks, but that lovely lady at the Rock Troll's side, that is none other than the 10 to 15 adventurer who won first place in the level 12 bracket of the Luminous Maze, the coal-haired enchantress, the luminous shadow goddess. Let's give a big Sun's Cross welcome to our newest doubles duelist, Rebecca Coldbreaker. Now the crowd went absolutely nuts, and Glenn glanced at Becka in surprise. She seemed surprised by the fervor in the crowd as well. As they reached the edge of the dueling field, Glenn was shocked to see Becca smile and wave like a noble. The crowd went mad. Glenn looked around, tentatively raised his hand, and immediately dropped it. No, he wasn't feeling that. He let Becka handle inspiring the crowd. "Marry me, Rebecca!" a bold man shouted from the stands. Glenn spun and scowled in that direction. "Back off. She's mine." He only realized he'd bellowed that statement at the top of his strong lungs when the crowd in that direction momentarily went silent. Then they cheered wildly again, and he spotted several adventurers happily ribbling a now sullen-looking brutalist. The blond man looked upset. Though Glenn couldn't hear Becca's laughter over the crowd, the way she smiled at him as she thumped his arm was a delight. Then they both turned to face the dueling field again, and found that Caden Tallhorn, minus his bronze training helmet, which Glenn had utterly destroyed in singles, and Cullen Twoblades had taken the field. Glenn scanned Cullen out of necessity. Name Cullen Twoblades, age 21, level 14, class Shadower, HP 120 of 120, blood 100 of 100, experience 119,422 of 124,000, strength 13, divinity 11, vitality 12, wisdom 10, prowess 16, luck 16, 21 with bonus. Glenn was relieved to find Brendan was right. Cullen was not cheating, at least not with potions, and his gear, while suitable for a level 14 Shadower, all fell within the finances that might be available to a talented Shadower who did regular jobs for the Shadowers Guild. Those could be lucrative. Cullen had slotted Shadow Walk, of course, but he'd also slotted himself for both crowd control and heavy damage. Disarm, Daze, Shadow Stab, and Brain Strike offered Cullen an excellent kit of abilities to stun or delay enemies or take them down before they could react. Fortunately, Becca's new Mage Steel armor would allow her to survive a direct hit from Shadow Stab, at least one. Glenn, of course, didn't intend to let Cullen get anywhere near her, but it was comforting to know they had that cushion. What surprised him was Cullen's third blessing. Gambler's Luck was available to any Shadower who chose a blessing, but it had one important caveat. The Shadowers first had to have a minimum luck attribute of 15. Many Shadowers never took it since their luck wasn't that high by level 15, and they wanted a Void Strider or Time Strider blessing at level 20 when they evolved. Yet Cullen had it, and it complicated things. Glenn didn't know exactly how luck would influence a duel. He just knew that the more luck a person had, the more likely they were to escape defeat when it seemed inevitable. Cullen wasn't cheating. Gambler's luck added 5 luck passively, just like the Soulseer blessing Lucky Soul, but he had been blessed during Luxterra's climb. Cullen's only enchantment was a freeze on one of his steel knives. His other gear had no enchantments, which again suggested he was self-financed. Either the people who had fitted out Keaton hadn't approached him, or he'd refused their help. Glenn filed this information away. As Caden and Cullen stepped into the red squares, Glenn beckoned Becka close. "Keep me between you and Caden like a pillar. We'll advance on him together and let him exhaust himself casting Volt. The moment you feel any tingles, shout out the direction and dive." "Understood." Becka shuddered. "I really don't want to get stabbed in the back. Also, if you can, try to land some shadow blasts on Caden. He doesn't have a helmet any longer. If we're lucky enough to blind him, he won't be able to target us with Volt." An officiant called out, "Step onto the field, blue team." Glenn stepped forward and entered one blue square. Becka entered the other. They faced down their opponents. While Caden scowled and involuntarily rubbed his now-healed nose, Kellen eyed them both with obvious amusement and sketched a mocking bow. Whitley called out again. "The stage for doubles is set. The bronze mage and his elusive friend now face down a newly armored rock troll and a sultry shadow goddess. A woman who conquered the luminous maze has a trick or 10 up her sleeves, so watch out, folks." "Get on with it," Cullen yelled to no one in particular. "I want my scroll." Glenn chuckled. He wondered if Cullen was annoyed because Mayor Whitley hadn't given him a ridiculous nickname. Calling Cullen Caden's elusive friend wasn't very flattering. Glenn took a breath. "Duel my party," he bellowed across the field. A spectral flag dropped. Caden and Cullen exchanged a glance, and then Cullen vanished in a puff of smoke. Caden turned back to Glenn and bared his teeth. "We accept. Go." Glenn charged. Becka huffed directly behind him as a freeze smacked Glenn at once, but he was shocked and pleased to find he didn't slow down as much as he had before. His new mage steel armor was mitigating the slowing effect from freeze, cutting it at least in half. This would actually work in his favor, as Becka couldn't sprint quite as fast as him. This slow would balance them out. "Look at him move," Whitley yelled. Glenn shrugged off that ice like it was a cold shower. Volt after Volt spell splashed into Glenn's armor, but while each burned, the pain was a fraction of what it had been before. He had no doubt that each spell was doing half the damage it had before, or even less, since it could no longer take advantage of the bonus damage from steel. Glenn reached the central pillar with Becka on his heels in half the time he had before, but this time, he didn't take cover. He dashed right past it and barreled on, taking more volts to the face. What a difference! What an upset! Graybreaker's chomping lightning and asking for seconds. As Whitley finished, Glenn checked his health bar. 342 of 390. In this armor, those volts were barely hurting him, and Caden would need to do far better than this to make a dent. Caden took off at a respectable run, sprinting not sideways as Glenn would expect, but at an angle to allow him to run almost parallel to their charge. He was trying to get a line on Becka, who he must suspect had far less health. Glenn altered his course to keep himself between Caden and Becka, and as he did so, tightened his grip on his huge new mage steel mace. "The bronze mage is on the run, folks. Can he keep his distance and recover?" "Left!" Becka screamed as she dived right. Glenn had been waiting for Shadow's sense. As his next foot landed, he swung his new mage steel mace in a sweeping arc that covered 5 paces of open air. A heavy thump followed. Cullen Two Blades rolled away with a third of his health bar missing, then flipped to his feet with a scowl. Most importantly, Cullen's Shadow Walk was now on cooldown. Glenn debated as to how to proceed before remembering how much he believed in Becka. "Take Caden!" He vaulted over her and charged Cullen. Becka cried out as a volt slammed into her, but the sound of her responding with Shadow Bolt told him she had cast her skill despite taking a volt to the face. All her training with the Blazers had hardened her for this. Becka could more than handle Caden at range. Whitley chortled. "The bronze mage and the sultry sorceress are toe-to-toe. I think this buxom beauty wants revenge for her man." Glenn used Soul Scan on Cullen. As Glenn charged Cullen with a howl, Cullen darted aside as if trying to evade, but then darted back with speed and agility Glenn could only admire. The man's enchanted steel knife sliced upward. A brown casting bar for disarm appeared. Just before Cullen's knife impacted his hands, Glenn voluntarily released his mace. The knife hit his hands and his mace went flying, but because his hands didn't tingle, he knew disarm had failed. He'd had other Blazers use disarm on him in duels before, in training, and the tingle left behind made it impossible to wield a weapon for half a minute. But you couldn't disarm an unarmed opponent, and he could pick up his mace anytime he liked. Cullen couldn't know that. As Cullen followed up with several lightning-fast stabs, Glenn saw the brown cast bar filling for Brain Strike. Becka was still fighting Caden one-on-one, and he didn't have time to be stunned for 20 seconds. He hit Cullen with Soul Singe, and the burst of unexpected damage threw Cullen off balance, just enough. His other knife whiffed over Glenn's head. Brain Strike failed. Glenn lowered his weight and slammed into Cullen's middle. He lifted the slimmer man off the ground and slammed him into a pillar like it was an anvil. Cullen wheezed with his breath knocked out of him, and as his health bar dropped to 1/3, Glenn knew he'd cracked some ribs. "Graybreaker just crushed Cullen like a grape," Whitley yelled. "We felt that one in the stands." Behind him, another shadow bolt fired, but Glenn didn't hear any more volts. Had Becka gotten lucky and blinded Caden with a strike? Finally, Whitley's blather provided useful information. "Caden's on the ropes, folks. Rebecca blinded him with that last strike. How can he toss out spells if he can't see?" As Cullen bounced off the pillar and thumped onto his stomach, Glenn snatched up his made steel mace. He hefted it and swung down without asking for a yield, which would take time. As he hit Cullen's back, an invisible force cushioned his blow enough that he could tell the difference. Cullen's health bar went to a sliver. He was out. Glenn spun and charged Caden. "Cullen's down, and Rebecca's still pummeling Caden with bolt after bolt. It's 2-on-1, folks, and the rock troll's back for vengeance. Caden better hope he knows how to use that shield." Ahead, Glenn spotted Caden stumbling along the edge of the field, one hand desperately wiping at his face. A black cloud buzzed there, blocking his sight. Shadow Bolt had a chance to blind its target, and because Volt and Burst required line of sight, Caden couldn't cast them. Becka was down to below half health after her ranged exchange with Caden, but Caden looked about the same. His fortified ring mail armor did nothing to mitigate Becca's shadow bolts. As Glenn thundered toward Caden, he knew Caden could hear his armor clanking over the crowd. A brown cast bar appeared. Tornado. This time, Glenn was ready for it. He dived into Becka and knocked them both aside as a storm of swirling air burst into being directly to their left. Becka landed and rolled as Glenn came to his feet, readied his mace, and charged Caden from the other side. Caden tracked him and channeled one last spell. Lightning. Glenn dived aside as Caden's blind-fired burst of lightning crackled past his ear. Had it struck him, he would have been stunned for a full 6 seconds and taken a good amount of damage besides. Yet, with his partner gone, his vision blocked, and his spells silenced, Caden was now nothing more than a big armored training dummy. A training dummy Glenn walloped so hard that Caden's health bar dropped to a sliver as he literally flew out of the arena with the impact. Caden thumped, rolled, and went as still as Nora. But Glenn was relieved to see that small sliver of health remained. Caden was unconscious, not dead. It was over. They had won doubles. Glenn threw down his mace and roared, then turned just in time to see Becka running toward him. Her face was scuffed and one of her bangs was still smoking, but the rest of her dark hair trailed in the sun, armor and all. She leapt into his arms. Glenn caught her and kissed her in front of the entirety of Sun's Cross. He kissed her as desperately as he had the night they'd kissed in front of all of Wolfpine after the guard selected him as a town guard. His world became warmth and joy as the crowd cheered so loudly they made him deaf. He couldn't hear Whitley's final commentary, and he didn't care. Brennan was one part of this victory, but Becka was the real reason they had won this doubles duel. At level 12, she'd run circles around 2 adventurers 3 levels higher than her. She was skilled, gorgeous, and kind. That was the moment. Glenn Redwood knew. He would marry her. 28. A speech for the ages. After doubles concluded, the rest of Glenn's day passed in a blur of congratulations, meetings, and tours. Glenn, with Becka and Nora in tow, found himself being led by eager and friendly Sandsea Cup officiants from meeting to meeting to meeting. Nora had recovered enough to hear what had happened after her death, and rather than be upset, she was overjoyed to hear they had won. Becka also promised Nora that the experience scroll for winning the doubles bracket would be hers as well. Between Glenn's semi-final experience scroll, 1,500, his doubles final scroll, 3,000, and Becca's first place in the Luminous Maze, 5,000, they wouldn't level Glenn to 15, but they would get him so close he could taste it. He could simply level by scanning the crowds with Soul Scan as they filtered out of Sun's Cross to go home. Once on the safe road, they'd give experience. The gods were going to resurrect Zach Silverstone, and Glenn couldn't wait to hug and then tease his best friend. Even so, as he watched tears streaking down Anna's face, happy tears, he knew his joy at this development couldn't quite match hers. Zach, like him, was a very lucky man. Though Nora had tried to beg off going on the victory tour with them, Glenn insisted. The two of them had climbed all the way to the finals of doubles together, and without her heals, he'd never have made it. Becka had won their last match, but Nora had won all the others. The only thing that made their tour a bit awkward was that Caden, as the winner of the singles bracket, was made to join them. Still, after a few awkward stares, Caden and Glenn ignored each other, and Becka and Nora seemed perfectly comfortable doing the same. As a group of four, they were paraded out in the arena once more, where they bowed before the raucous cheering of the crowd. Then an officiant presented official medals of gold for Glenn, Nora, and Caden, and one additional silver medal for Glenn. First, he met the wealthy financiers of the Sandsea Cup, preceptor merchants all, and Glenn wondered which of them had fixed the betting brackets. None looked particularly annoyed that Glenn had beaten Caden in the doubles bracket, but he suspected Caden winning there had been simply a bonus for them. Caden had won the bracket that counted, and these merchants were even more rich. Next, Glenn, Becka, and Caden were introduced to the preceptor spiritualist who was in charge of organizing healing and resurrection for every duel in the Sandsea Cup. Upon scanning him, Glenn was relieved to learn he was not a secret deathcaster. He seemed like a nice man. From there, Glenn and his friends were whisked through a gallery of important and wealthy officials who all wanted to congratulate him, Nora, Becka, and Caden for one thing or another. Glenn was a bit annoyed by how eagerly Caden accepted the kudos and congratulations. But then again, Caden wasn't the only one who cheated. At least Glenn had a good reason for doing so. Finally, just when Glenn was certain the glad-handing would never end, they were ushered into a private dining room where they were served a fine meal and dessert, while the officiants organized the closing ceremonies for the day. There were many such days of celebration ahead. While Glenn had now accomplished all he set out to accomplish, the cup would go on. Tomorrow the dueling and other contests for the 16 to 20 bracket would take place, and if Glenn wasn't passed out in bed with Becka, he might even come watch. There was also, of course, the chance that he would be in a church prison tomorrow. He'd find out soon enough. Just before the time to step out on the grand stage erected in the center of the Colosseum arrived, Sara, Ripper, and Leo arrived with Duncan Steelwright as their guest. Each winner of a bracket or event in the Sandsea Cup was allowed to have two guests on stage when they accepted their experience scroll and made their short speech, so Glenn and Becca's choices had been easy. Glenn had requested Sara and Ripper, and Becka had requested Leo and Duncan. As Duncan arrived, Glenn stepped close and spoke quietly. "Do you have what we discussed?" "I do." Duncan watched him with fresh respect. "I honestly didn't think you were going to win either dueling bracket there for a good while. Where did you acquire that armor?" "A good friend." Glenn hesitated, then thumped Duncan's arm. "I hope, if all goes as we hope it will tonight, I'll be able to count you as a friend as well, or at least not as an enemy." If you accomplish what you say, I'll have no reason to oppose you. Sara stepped to Duncan's side. That's wonderful to hear, teacher. Leo simply grumbled something and idly patted Ripper's head. An officiant entered the room. They're ready for you. Please follow me. As Glenn glanced at Caden, he found the man alone. As they all fell into line to head back out into the Coliseum floor, Glenn found himself curious enough to ask. No guests? Caden shrugged noncommittally. No one who wanted to come. That was a bit sad. Still, Caden was going to receive a 5,000 experience scroll for winning the singles bracket, and likely a fair amount of experience from his anonymous quest as well. He'd also receive a financial reward for his victory and leave the cup with gear well above his level. The only thing he wouldn't leave with would be his helmet, though, Glenn supposed, a blacksmith could repair it. As Glenn stepped out once more into the sandy surface of the huge Coliseum, he saw that the crowd had thinned out. The stands were still crowded, but a good third of the audience must have left to enjoy good food, good drink, good friends, or a good entertainer. That was unfortunate, since he was going to expose a Deathcaster conspiracy tonight, but hopefully word would get around. He was really doing this. He was really going to stand on that hastily constructed stage and reveal that he was a soul seer to an entire coliseum of people. After keeping his class hidden since he gained it, what he was about to do felt very much like a dream. He would no longer have to hide. Which still didn't mean he wouldn't spend the rest of his life in a church prison. The stage was already crowded when Glenn emerged with everyone else. He saw 6 more adventurers who had won various events, likely the monster battle and demon battle exhibitions that had taken place while he was getting glad-handed by the Cup's officiants. As he'd hoped, everyone important was also on the stage, and not just Mayor Whitley's of Sun's Cross. 6 male and 4 female preceptors in fine robes, all of whom looked hale and hearty despite their advancing age, were seated in the rows of seats on the stage. Because of the tremendous reliance on lifecasters, spiritualists, and shamanists to heal and even resurrect adventurers during the Sandsea Cup, there was no greater concentration of clergy than here at this event. These were their leaders. The 10 elected members of the Church of Celis were collectively known as the 10 Gospels. Each of them was charged with representing the interests of one of the 10 gods of Luxterra. The gods were even said to speak through their gospel on occasion, though Glenn suspected that was just a tale. There was even a gospel charged to represent Raylan, though that woman never spoke in public. Instead, she wore a silken bandana marked with the symbols of Raylan and Celis, a sun and moon. Glenn didn't know if Raylan's gospel had always worn that bandana. If Duncan was right, she hadn't. Most of the time, the 10 Gospels could never be found together. They spent their time moving between the churches in Eastwind, Doveport, and Arya, preaching to both their own people and others and doing good works. The Sandsea Cup was one of the few places where they could all be found together, as the Church of Celis hosted grand mixers for its clergy and staff here as well. The presence of the 10 Gospels at this cup was how Becka had sold Marion Hawkshadow on giving Glenn special permission to sail across the sea and enter it. There would be no better opportunity to scan the 10 Gospels while they were all in one place and determine if they, like others, were secret Deathcasters. Becka had figured that out long before he did. Glenn's mission, of course, was simply to scan the Gospels and memorize the names of any who were secret Deathcasters. He was not to expose them, and if he did, he suspected Marion would either kill him or pin a medal on him. Even if his plan succeeded, he wasn't sure which one he'd receive. Glenn scanned all 10 of them, one after one, and found the results as he expected. 6 of the 10 Gospels were secretly dual-classed as Deathcasters, Necromasters, or Plague Masters, though, shockingly enough, the Gospel of Raylan was not, nor was the Gospel of Celis. So now he knew. 6 of the 10 Gospels had decided that Deathcaster should be a class used and controlled by the Church of Celis, and they had spent the past 50 years or more arranging things to fit their goals. They had even suppressed the words of Raylan himself, the scripture of Raylan because it would contradict their words. Deathcaster was not a forbidden class. As Glenn marched up the wooden steps onto the stage and glanced at the stands filled with hundreds or even possibly more than 1,000 people, he felt good about his plan. This wasn't everyone at the Cup, but the news would spread like fire after he delivered it. In a few hours, everyone in Sun's Cross would know the truth about Soulseer and the Deathcaster conspiracy. As days followed, the news would spread across Luxterra. No matter what happened after he left this stage, the secrets of the church and the Blazers would come out today. The officiant ushered Glenn to his seat, and Glenn was amused to see a seat had even been set aside for Ripper. He was, after all, Glenn's guest. After he and Sara stared at each other for a moment, silently consulting, Glenn simply lifted the chair and folded it, then set it aside. Sara sat down and patted the blank space of stage beside her. Ripper settled in and sat with impressive dignity. Glenn took his seat beside Sara, with Becka to his left, Nora to the left of her, Duncan to the left of Nora, and Leo at the end of their group. Leo had insisted on sitting at the end, so he would be first in line to slow and stop anyone who came at them from the center of the stage. Once they were settled, Glenn could do nothing but work not to fidget, as preparations continued. As more people arrived and took the stage, Glenn was relieved to see the Coliseum crowd filling out as well. People had simply left to grab a bite or relieve themselves, and now the crowd was swelling more closely to its original size. Finally, Mayor Whitley stepped forward and stopped before a simple wooden lectern. A tall town guard took up position to either side of Whitley, and not just as an honor guard. Glenn had learned, almost too late, that the officiants of the Sandsea Cup weren't fools. They wouldn't allow even those who won contests to shout anything they liked to thousands of spectators, which is why the town guards were here. Each adventurer who made a speech would make it to the town guard, who would repeat their words while using public address. This had the dual benefit of ensuring the town guard could censor anything unpleasant, while also ensuring that everyone could hear a speech given from a stage all the way in the cheap seats. Public address was, in this case, the final trick that would allow Glenn to reveal the truth. As a former town guard, he knew public address, and he had slotted it at the temporary shrine of Celis before reporting to the stage. Tonight, no one would be able to censor his words. Mayor Whitley launched into a speech so long-winded and annoying that Mayor Coleman would have appreciated it. The crowd cheered and hollered for some reason. After that, the Gospel of Celis rose and walked to the podium. Glenn was glad she wasn't a conspirator. She had a kind face. The head gospel offered the typical tribulations to the gods and led the crowd in the arena in prayers. Glenn closed his eyes and joined in with them as genuinely as he had every time he'd prayed in Richard Deepscar's chapel back in Wolfpine. The gods might test him every day, but he had to believe they had the best interests of everyone at heart. They were, after all, giving him back Zack. Once the Gospel of Celis finished her speech, she returned to her seat. Whitley again took the stage, spent far too much time reminding everyone present how great the Sandsea Cup had been so far, and who, like him, was responsible, before finally announcing the moment Glenn had waited for. And now it's time to present the experience scrolls earned by the brave and skilled adventurers who reminded us all that the 10 to 15 level range is as filled with talent as the higher level brackets. To start, I'd like to call Caden Tallhorn to the stage. Caden, get up here. Caden rose and hurried to the podium. Out of curiosity more than anything else, Glenn checked Caden's status sheet. There it was, as he'd expected it would be. Level 15, win an event in the Sandsea Cup, anonymous, complete. Given the quest was anonymous, Glenn knew Mayor Whitley wouldn't be confirming it on the stage. That was the very opposite of anonymous. Still, Caden was going to get halfway to 17 by consuming a 5,000 experience scroll and completing that expensive quest. After shaking his hand, Whitley handed Caden his experience scroll, and Glenn eyed it curiously. It looked almost like the scroll created by a scribe to create a quest, and he suspected it was created by a scribe, like a preceptor. He also knew it cost a small fortune. Caden took his scroll and then bowed to the crowd. As he slipped the scroll behind his back, Glenn marveled as it burst apart in a shower of tiny white particles and vanished. Caden was, it appeared, wasting no time in using that scroll. Likely out of worry, he might be exposed as a cheater. Glenn supposed he might as well do the same. He checked Caden's status sheet and again confirmed what he'd expected. Caden was level 16 now, and sitting at 129,988 of 136,000 experience. If not for the mysterious benefactors Brennan had mentioned, that scroll would have been Glenn's. He would have reached level 15 tonight and could have resurrected Zack tomorrow. He hoped his good friend wouldn't mind waiting just a bit longer. Caden stepped up to the podium, then looked to the town guard. As he spoke, the town guard repeated his words verbatim. Caden thanked Mayor Whitley, of course, followed by the 10 Gospels and the fantastic audience in the stands. The only surprise was when he added one bit. And lastly, I'd like to thank Glenn Graybreaker for giving me the fight of my life. Twice. I know we hit each other hard out there, but I want Glenn to know I bear him no ill will, and that I'm honored to have faced both him and Rebecca Coldbreaker. Caden turned to Glenn. Good duels. Both of you. The crowd roared raucously, but this was the first time in forever Glenn had felt less than eager to return a courtesy from a former opponent. That feeling vanished quickly. Both he and Caden had bent the rules to get where they are now, and Glenn was just sore he'd finally lost a duel. Glenn stood, thumped his hand to his chest, and nodded to Caden. Becka waved. The crowd roared even louder at that, and Caden smiled and looked to a lifecaster, who then led him off the stage. Caden had another scroll coming. He and Cullen both had a 1,500 experience scroll reward waiting for taking second in the doubles bracket, but those scrolls would be given to them in private. To keep the speeches during the awards ceremony to a minimum, only those who won first place got to speak. As Glenn sat, Becka leaned close and patted his knee before she mouthed, "Well done." It took Glenn a moment to decide why she had said that. If he had been an ass to Caden after Caden had made such a gracious gesture, the crowd would have grown to dislike Glenn before he could even speak. He hadn't returned Caden's politeness for that reason, but now he was very glad he had done so. He needed people to believe him. Mayor Whitley returned to the stage. And now, folks, we'll move on to our second awards presentation of the night. Let's hear a warm round of applause for Glenn Graybreaker and Nora Rapidbloom, the winners of the doubles dueling bracket. Get up here, you two. Glenn rose and looked to Nora, who hopped up with a brilliant smile. She looked fully recovered from the arrow she'd taken through her head, though she had said that most of her memories of their duels today were scrambled. At least she hadn't suffered any worse effects from her death. Carefully, subtly, Glenn removed his enchanted blazer pin. If he showed his status sheet to anyone now, they would see his real status sheet. He could no longer hide that from anyone. Glenn walked to the podium with Nora at his side, and when they arrived, he motioned for Nora to precede him. She grinned and thumped his arm, then walked forward. Mayor Whitley handed Nora her experience scroll, and she bowed deeply as she tucked it into her unfilled bag. So she wasn't going to use the scroll immediately? Glenn hoped she wasn't squirreling it away to give to Terry or Carmelo, or worse, some impoverished low-level adventurer who desperately needed a boost. Nora was far too kind and generous, and for once, she needed to do something for herself. He could talk to her about that later, though. Nora stepped up to the podium, looked to the town guard, and spoke as the town guard, after a short delay, repeated her words using public address for the crowd. Even so, Glenn listened to her words instead of his. I never thought I'd be up on this stage, let alone claiming the title of winner in the doubles bracket. But before I say anything else, I have to congratulate a person who's not up here right now, but who will be very soon. Nora looked over her shoulder. Becka, you're amazing, and I'm honored to have gotten to know you over these past few days. She smiled. And you and Glenn are adorable. As the town guard repeated Nora's words, the crowd once again grew to such a deafening volume the town guard, and Nora, had to pause and wait for them to die down. Once they did so, Nora continued her speech. That's really all I wanted to say. Mom, Dad, I love you. I was honored to fight here, and this was the greatest experience of my life. Thank you, Sunscross. The crowd roared and cheered as Nora took a quick bow, smiled at Glenn, and then headed off the stage following an attentive lifecaster. Glenn was next up to the podium. As he stared out over the crowd, he, for a moment, saw Wolfpine and everyone he loved, everyone he'd left behind. If he survived this, if Glenn revealed everything, he would finally be able to visit. He could return home and have a drink with Carl Coldbreaker, and play a game of Strat Go with Erica Willowbraid, and kick back and enjoy mugs with the Wolfpine Town Guards. He could eat supper with his parents. His time away from home had been a whirlwind of adventures and excitement and terror, and Glenn, despite all he'd seen and suffered, wouldn't take back any of it. He had the life he'd always wanted, and the woman he was now certain he'd marry. All that was missing was home. Wolfpine was home. His family was home. The people who lived there were home. And if he did what he set out to do today, all the Deathcasters forced into service to the church or languishing in secret prisons would also be allowed to go home, to see their families, to sleep in their own beds. As he thought of Russell Stillwound in particular, he hoped Russell would find his way home. Mayor Whitley said something Glenn didn't really hear, then handed Glenn his experience scroll as the second winner of the doubles bracket of the Sandsea Cup. As Glenn touched it, he sensed that all he would need to acquire his experience was accept. He accepted. A heady rush of pleasure flooded his body, and then he was 3,000 experience closer to level 15. He imagined Zach pumping his fist from the beyond. Whitley stepped back. Now, my boy, simply step up to the podium and speak in a normal tone. Town Guard Mallow will relay your words to the crowd, but keep it short and sweet. Also keep in mind you can't say anything derogatory about the cup, about me, or about the church. The mayor chuckled amiably at his own, in his mind, joke. Not that you'd do anything like that. As Whitley winked and stepped back, Glenn decided he definitely didn't hate this man. He wasn't a Mayor Coleman, but he also wasn't a Mayor Earthwhite. He was annoying. He was perfectly happy to annoy Whitley and move on with his life. Glenn stepped to the stage and checked the status sheet of the town guard to his right. His name was Christopher Mallow. Time to make the most important speech of his life. Glenn looked at Christopher, then spoke in a normal tone. He would start by using Mallow to carry his words and take over with his own once the man balked. It would be useful to see how far Mallow would go before his duty to Mayor Whitley, or to Kaya, Goddess of Duty, stretched. First, I want to personally thank every adventurer I faced in the singles or doubles brackets of the Cup. I feel like I learned something from dueling each and every one of you, and also, I want you to know that I'm sorry I had to rob you of victory in order to win a dueling bracket. I hope, once I'm done up here, you'll understand why I had to win at least one bracket and speak to you tonight. As he spoke, Glenn kept his eyes on Town Guard Mallow. The man continued bellowing his words verbatim into the crowd using public address. If Christopher Mallow thought Glenn's speech was odd, he didn't say. I also want to thank Mayor Whitley for hosting this cup and everyone who made it run as smoothly as it did. This experience has been amazing, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. How about a round of applause for everyone who works behind the scenes? The crowd cheered wildly, and Glenn them. He needed to ease everyone into a false sense of security so they would be slow to react to what he said next, so they wouldn't immediately stop him. Finally, I want to thank each and every member of the Church of Suz for traveling here from wherever they lived, worked, or leveled to keep all of us safe. No matter what happens next, all of you are heroes. Know that I respect each and every one of you in the church tremendously. I always have. Glenn meant that. Those involved in the Deathcaster conspiracy were a tiny fraction of a very large group of kind, good, and selfless people. People like Lucy Skygazer, Richard Deepscar, and countless others who selflessly worked to protect Luxterra's people all deserve recognition. Unfortunately, as much as I'd like to conclude my speech there's something else I need to talk about before I step down. Something I need to get off my chest. Mayor Whitley hopped to Glenn's side and knifed a motion at Town Guard Mallow. We're out of time. Close out your speech with a thank you to the crowd, and we'll get some dessert. Glenn glanced placidly at Whitley. I can't finish my speech. It was a perfect speech. Let's go out on top, shall we? Glenn turned to face the distant crowd, and then, in front of Mayor Whitley, the 10 Gospels, the town guards, his friends and allies, and thousands gathered in the Colosseum, he activated his town guard skill, public address. He spoke his own booming words to the gathered crowd. 6 of the 10 Gospels are secretly deathcasters. His words boomed out over the stage, the crowd, and the Colosseum even more forcefully than those of Town Guard Mallow. Everyone sitting on every bench of the Colosseum in every direction could hear him. They might even be able to hear him outside the Colosseum. And Deathcaster is not a forbidden class, Glenn shouted, as Whitley's jaw dropped, and Town Guard Mallow reached for his guardian's mace. Some of the Gospels and others in the Church of Celis have secretly forced young adventurers to take the class of Deathcaster. They force those people to use their D-Sold to enforce the Church's will by violating the law of consent. Mayor Whitley recovered from his sputtering fit. Seize him! As both town guards clomped over, Glenn looked at Mallow and used Soul Scan. At the same time, he willed his status sheet to display. Then he spoke to Mallow without ending public address. He didn't deafen the man, but Mallow hunched down as Glenn's word carried to everyone. Christopher Mallow, you currently have 94,664 experience. Glenn read that off Mallow's status sheet, followed by his strength, vitality, and luck in front of Mallow, Whitley, everyone gathered on stage, and the now silent, breathless crowd. Mallow clanked to a stop as Glenn pointed at his own status sheet. As you can see here, Chris, I'm a Soul Seer. It's a new class the gods have personally bestowed upon me. It allows me to use Soul Scan to view your status sheet without your consent, which is how I know 6 of the 10 Gospels behind me have dual-classed as Deathcasters. Kaya can't be happy about that. Mallow didn't slap the cuffs on Glenn. If Mallow tried, Glenn would dance back and complete the rest of his speech at a run. He couldn't use public address if he was wearing lawgiver cuffs. Glenn pointed at unyielding. I'm a town guard, just like you. Kaya would want you to let me finish my speech. She's the goddess we both serve, and my duty to her is why I'm speaking here tonight. I can't let this horrific injustice continue one more day. Seize him! Whitley bellowed again. The town guard behind Mallow clanked to a stop. Glenn was relieved when Mallow incrementally shook his head. He had, thank the gods, lucked into a curious town guard. Christopher Mallow had a responsibility to follow Mayor Whitley's orders, but not if they went against the higher authority Mallow also served, Kaya, goddess of duty. She was the ultimate authority over every town guard in Luxterra, not the elected mayor of the city in which they served. Like you, Chris, I stood at a gate at Wolfpine for over 2 years before the gods chose me to correct this injustice. Worse yet, the Gospels have hidden a great secret. A scripture of Raylan exists, and its passions prove the Gospel's words are lies. Deathcasters have never been a forbidden class. Arrest him right now, Whitley shouted. What are you fools doing? Glenn was unsurprised to see dozens of men and women in white robes, lifecasters, spiritualists, and shamanists, clustered around the stage with expressions ranging from awe to shock to fury. Some of their stares were directed at him, but others were directed at the 10 Gospels. The rank and file of the church were starting to believe Glenn. Not a one of the Gospels spoke. None of them rose from their seats. All of them sat silently, placidly, and watched Glenn reveal their secrets with gazes ranging from kind to murderous. Some of you will question my words, but I wouldn't be here if I didn't have proof. So now, in front of everyone assembled, I call upon Preceptor Duncan Steelwright, a former Gospel of Raylan, to approach this podium and read to us from the Scripture of Raylan, Raylan's holy book. The Gospel of Idros leapt to his feet, followed by the Gospels of Ziva and Anson. Town guards, seize this man and anyone who aids him. Every word from his mouth is a foul lie. Chaos erupted, as the huge crowd of lifecasters, spiritualists, and shamanists down below rushed the stage and encountered a wall of town guards who were, in absence of order, defaulting to the orders given by Mayor Whitley. Under no circumstances were strangers to get on stage. In the chaos, Duncan Steelwright, teacher, produced a large tome from his unfilled bag. As Duncan raised it high above his head, the book glowed with ominous purple energy. Glenn's eyes were instinctively drawn to the scripture, and he suspected it was the same with everyone in the Colosseum, even the Gospels. All of them but Raylan rose. The 6 Gospels who dual-classed as Deathcasters were Idros, Xiva, Anson, Dinah, Levos, and Isden. The Gospels who hadn't dual-classed were Celis, Raylan, Kaya, and Vox. And as the dual-classed Gospels stormed forward to grab Glenn, the Gospels of Celis, Vox, and Kaya interposed themselves. "Stop there!" Even shouting at the top of her lungs, the Gospel of Celis had no way to make herself heard like the town guards or mayor. "Sit down. I would hear more from Duncan Steelwright and Glenn Graybreaker about this lost scripture. Brothers and sisters, I say he must be heard." "Silence him!" the Gospel of Isden bellowed. "He speaks blasphemy. By a vote of 6-4, I say the blasphemers must be arrested and silenced." As the Gospels began to argue among themselves, and the crush of church clergy below grew so numerous that even the town guards had trouble holding them back, the Gospel of Raylan stood at last. As the others faltered in their arguments, the Gospel of Raylan took 3 steps. She calmly removed her veil, and then, in a booming voice that turned Glenn's blood to ice, he spoke. "Let him speak." The voice of the God of Endings rumbled through the Colosseum. The silence was so immediate and so complete that Glenn was worried he had lost his ability to hear. Then, from the crowd of seats where the guests of the winners had gathered, Ripper howled. Sara's brave Arctic wolf offered a long, low, mournful howl that made Glenn long for home. Glenn turned and walked back to the podium, and no one stopped him. He motioned to Duncan to join him, and then, as he looked out over the crowd, he spoke again using public address. "We've now revealed the lies. Worse, there is a truth that's been hidden from you." He looked at Duncan. Duncan walked to the podium, and then Glenn couldn't fail to notice his whole body go stiff. Duncan no longer stood like a flesh-and-blood man. He swayed like a desolt puppet. And when he spoke before the arena again, it was not Duncan who spoke. It was Raylan. "Passion 16. Refusal of the climb. Heed well these words, disciple of mine, for I am Raylan, the ender of all things. You are a child of the gods, caretaker of a shard of Celis's divine spark. Such a gift is not given without responsibility. The levels you gain are a sacred contract between you and us. To honor us. To honor those who freely gave you the spark of divinity that created both your life and your will. You must climb the ladder until you reach the peak of strength or fall bravely in your attempt. Though your climb may be hard and your challenges great, you must never lose faith in your abilities or abandon your climb. To refuse to level and grow stronger is to stray from the path with which we entrust you. You refuse our call to action at great peril to both your life and soul." As he finished speaking those words, Duncan sagged, but then he surged back to unnatural life. He flipped through the scripture of Raylan as if possessed, which Glenn knew now he was. Raylan, it seemed, was done wearing a veil and remaining silent as his chosen class was kept in chains. "Passion 2. The charge of death. Heed well these words, disciple of mine, for I am Raylan, the ending of all things. All classes honor the gods, but my class is intended to honor death. As Celis guides you in life, I guide you beyond life. Know that death is not the end, but simply a transition. To remind you of this, and to help you on your climb, I offer my most potent gift. I offer Deathcaster, my chosen class. If you choose Deathcaster, your responsibility is not simply to level. It is to remind the world every day that death is not the end. Your diverse skills will not only allow you to protect your allies, but to save their souls. You can even ensure they remain in their bodies long enough to be resurrected. Raylan was right. Glenn knew for a fact that there was a Deathcaster skill, Flesh Anchor, that could bind a soul to an ensouled corpse for 72 hours. That meant that if someone fell in battle, they could wait 6 times as long for a resurrect, and anyone who used that skill on a friend would make it 3 times as likely a spiritualist would be able to use resurrect and bring them back. Should any tell you not to choose Deathcaster, that it is an impure, immoral, or forbidden class, you are to tell them this. You serve Raylan, the end of all things, and Raylan, like death, cannot be denied. If you choose to level as my class, know that no force in all Luxterra can claim you are not in the right. Glenn swallowed. There it was. Raylan himself, while possessing the body of Duncan Steelwright and reading his words from his own tome, had called every single member of the 10 Gospels who'd chosen to engage in the Deathcaster conspiracy a liar. No wonder they had suppressed this. As he looked at the gathered Gospels, all of whom continued staring in shocked silence, Glenn felt his first hint of rage. Without the knowledge that abandoning Luxterra's climb could leave them wandering in the dark after death, how many had met that fate? Could their souls still be saved? Duncan wavered. Glenn rushed over and caught him just as he collapsed, but as Duncan stared up at him, wet tears filled the man's eyes. He was crying, but it was happy crying. Duncan sobbed. It's been such a hard road, but they know now. They know. Thank you. Mayor Whitley had gone so white he looked like he might pass out. As for the Gospels, those who had favored the conspiracy looked ill as well. Meanwhile, the Gospel of Raylan looked pristine, and as for the Gospel of Celis, her bright smile warmed her whole being. Her eyes also glowed. The Gospel of Celis all but floated across the stage, and then, as Glenn remained as paralyzed as if he'd been struck by Guardian Smash, she hugged him and spoke in his ear. Not the Gospel, not the woman. This otherworldly voice could only be Celis herself. No matter how many times we think we've seen all you mortals have to offer, one of you always surprises us. Celis squeezed him and stepped back. You'll see him again soon. The Gospel staggered and almost fell, but Glenn caught her before she could collapse. The glow in her eyes faded, and then, as Glenn steadied her, she inclined her head. The Gospel of Celis, the most influential and powerful church leader in Luxterra, inclined her head to him. This is the end, just as Raylan suggested. We'll all leave our posts after this. You, Glenn, have torn out a sickness I couldn't stop. I only hope the church can heal. Thank you. Bless you. Redwood. Glenn swallowed. My real name is Glenn Redwood, son of Tanya and Hal Redwood of Wolfpine. I'm a town guard. She smiled. Until we speak again, Town Guard Redwood. The Gospel of Celis walked back to her fellow Gospels, some of whom had already collapsed on their seats in shock. Glenn had hoped his speech would have an effect on people, but he hadn't expected to have Raylan himself offer his contribution. Then again, Glenn had tempted him. Behind him, Mayor Whitley found his voice. Well, this is certainly unprecedented. Glenn turned around to find Becka, Leo, Sara, and Ripper, all waiting expectantly. Duncan stood at the podium, staring at the sky, and somewhere out in the huge mass of shocked Church of Celis clergy members, he knew Nora Rapidbloom had to be bursting with questions. Glenn walked to Mayor Whitley. You can arrest me now. I can... What? I think the best way to get me out of here without being mobbed would be to have an escort of town guards. My only duty here was to tell everyone the truth, and I've done that now. I leave my fate in the hands of your town guards, whatever gospels are elected to serve the Church of Celis, and, I suppose, the Blazers. But I'm not going alone. Glenn walked to Becka and reached into his unfilled bag. He pulled out his lawgiver cuffs, raised them so everyone could see them, and snapped one cuff around his own wrist. Immediately, he lost access to every skill and blessing he had slotted. He was once more a mortal man. He then knelt before Becka, whose eyes were widening by the moment, and offered the other cuff. My love, I've known you for what feels like as long as I've been alive. I know now I can never stop loving you. I need to ask you one last question, which I hope won't come as a surprise. He smiled. Rebecca Coldbreaker, will you marry me? As Sara gasped and slapped her hands over her face in delight, Ripper panted happily. Leo stared in disbelief, then shook his head. Of all the times, really. Becka, however, had eyes only for him. As her eyes flooded with tears, she reached for the single remaining cuff. She snapped it around her wrist without hesitation. Then, as they found themselves mortal and bound together, she gripped his hands and said one word. The word. Yes. 29. A triumphant return. Escorted by Brennan Shadesinger, Rebecca Coldbreaker, Leopold Argentshade, Svara Dawnwhisper, now once again living under her real name, Ripper, and, surprisingly enough, Nora Rapidbloom, Glenn Redwood approached the Shrine of Raylan, deep in the wilds of Stillwatch. Thanks to the dry, parched climate and the rarity of rain or vegetation, this shrine was in better shape than the one he'd seen in Gracia. While sand still covered its surface, Glenn had no problem seeing the central stone where he would touch the sun and moon and enter the Plaza of Selection. The past few days had been chaotic. Brennan Shadesinger's announcement that all betting on the Sandsea Cup was frozen until an investigation into cheating was completed had infuriated thousands. All 10 Gospels had simultaneously resigned, demanding an emergency election. The administration of Sun's Cross, the leadership of the Church of Celis, and even the mighty Blazers were busy with countless arguments and meetings trying to decide where to go from here. Some among the Church and Blazers were demanding that all captive Deathcasters immediately be freed, while others were accurately pointing out that many of the Deathcasters imprisoned by the Church had committed serious crimes, including murder. In making his speech, Glenn had likely caused more political chaos than any single person in recent memory. Even though no one yet knew exactly how everything would shake out, several goals were clear. First, the entire leadership of the Church of Celis, all 10 Gospels, had resigned in the aftermath of Glenn's speech. Elections would determine who took those positions anew. Even those Gospels who had opposed the Deathcaster conspiracy had silently allowed it, so everyone had to go. While everyone who ran and was elected as a new Gospel could not be a secret Deathcaster, there was talk of allowing a Deathcaster to openly serve as a Gospel, in particular as the Gospel of Raylan. There was already a great deal of talk about electing Duncan Steelwright once more to that position, after, of course, he served his prison sentence for abducting other adventurers. The Blazers were particularly worried about having Deathcasters among the Gospels, which surprised Glenn. He had thought the Church would have more objections, but they genuinely seemed to want to make amends. Putting one of the people they'd oppressed in power could certainly do that. He had been right about the Church, and knowing he'd been right was a balm on his soul. While a few still questioned if this was the right path, Church members overwhelmingly supported electing new leadership and freeing all Deathcasters who had committed no serious crime. Even those who had committed crimes to escape or defend themselves would have their cases reviewed. Every Church member Glenn had talked to, or who had talked to him, seemed adamant in their goal of making this right. Even those who had no part in the conspiracy seemed to feel guilty, which was just more proof, in his eyes, of the basic goodness of the average citizen of Luxterra. Russell Stillwound and hundreds of others, would languish no more. Glenn had done it. He had, in 1 week, unraveled a conspiracy that had vexed the Blazers for over decades, and would have taken decades more to end, under current policies. If they didn't promote him and Becka to full Blazers after this, he wasn't sure what else they'd have to accomplish. Yet, for today, all of those concerns and the chaos he'd left behind in Sun's Cross seemed distant. He was out here for one goal and one goal only. A reunion with a long-dead friend. As his party came to a stop at the edge of the shrine, he glanced at Nora. "I'm going to try to talk you out of this just one last time. You earned that scroll, and it's just 1,500 experience, Glenn." Nora chuckled and handed him the scroll. "I know you could earn it on your own, but I really want to see what happens today. Terry and Carmelo are utterly done with the desert, so they insist on heading off to Steel Bay after the cup. I could never forgive myself if I lost the chance to witness a man return from the forever death." Glenn ruefully shook his head. "I hope this isn't disappointing." Nora laughed. "Given Raylan himself graced your little celebration speech? I doubt it." Glenn closed his eyes, felt the scroll, and accepted. A rush of pleasure took him as he absorbed yet another 1,500 experience, putting him over the top. A much more turgid rush filled him as he reached level 15 and moved beyond. He had earned a new blessing today, but more importantly, he had earned a second life for his best friend. An annoying man, but still a good one. He had made a promise to Zach, and kept it. Glenn opened his eyes and walked out across the shrine. No one followed. He reached the center of the shrine, knelt, carefully brushed away the gathered sand, and placed his hands as he knew he must. One on the sun, one on the moon. And then the world drained away into nothing. A moment later, Glenn stood in a familiar void. Ahead, the brazier of life sat lifeless and silent. Within a shrine of Raylan, the brazier of life was always silent. Wind rustled his spirit hair, and then the gods spoke, or in this case, wrote. "Welcome, Glenn Redwood. You have now reached level 15, which leaves you eligible to complete Stage 3 of your epic quest, the Soul Seer's Path. However, you must speak to us at the Evelyn Trial Shrine to complete this quest. Until you do, the Calamity of Evelyn remains on the horizon." Glenn was annoyed, but unsurprised. The gods had made it clear he actually had to find the Shrine of Balance in Evelyn and touch the shrine inside it, just as he had in Gracia. Thanks to how fast he'd leveled, he still had plenty of time to do that. So much time. "The gods have taken notice of your recent actions and are pleased with your progress toward your goal. As a reward for your faith in the gods and devotion to Luxtera's climb, we will now honor our covenant and quest. We will resurrect one soul that you request. Say the name and they live again." Any person? The gods would let him bring back anyone? This had to be a trick, or a test. There were so many great minds that had passed into the beyond. Legendary adventurers who could do great deeds if they returned and got a second chance at life. Glenn even knew of a few, though only because he'd read about them in books. As amused as he was by this offer, he wasn't tempted. Given the chance, the man he'd come here to save could end up just as famous, or infamous. "Thank you for granting me this boon." Glenn smiled as he imagined how all the historians of the world might react if they ever learned he had the chance to bring back literally anyone and chose a level 15 shadower with questionable taste in jokes. "I wish you to resurrect Zach Silverstone. Your choice is made. When you leave this shrine, we will grant Zach Silverstone a second life with all of his experience, levels, and skills intact." Glenn waited, and then the void vanished. He once more found himself on the Plaza of Selection, surrounded by braziers on tiers representing his choices for new blessings. Words appeared. "You have 2 blessings remaining. Should you not choose them now, you must wait 24 hours before you can choose again. Do you wish to move to skill selection?" "Yes," Glenn said. He was too excited to think straight, let alone make choices that would carry on for the rest of his life. He needed to see Zach. The plaza shifted, but no new braziers appeared. He couldn't unlock a new skill until level 16, and he had no skill selections left. The void returned, and then the words of the gods appeared once more. Your skills and blessings are now locked. You may slot again in 24 hours. Go and challenge the best Luxterra has to offer. Darkness took him once more, and then, with a gasp, he was once more in Luxterra, on the Shrine of Raylan, in still watch beneath a hot sun. As he rose and looked to his companions, he found all of them staring anxiously in his direction. Everyone was waiting for a grand show. Nora was practically bouncing up and down with excitement. Becka was watching him with calm, kind eyes. Leo had his arms crossed and looked bored, and Ripper was panting in the sun. Brennan, oddly, showed no expression at all. He had mastered that ability long ago. Glenn looked up. The sun beamed down. He looked around the shrine, but nothing much was happening. Then, just when he was on the verge of touching the sun and moon again, the air rippled. Boom after boom shook the shrine, enough that Glenn feared it might collapse into the earth. He barely kept his feet as the earth rumbled with enough force that Glenn suspected they felt it quake all the way back in Stillwatch. All his hair stood on end. Glenn took several hurried steps back from the central tile of the Shrine of Raylan, and not a moment too soon. As the moon slipped in front of the sun and day turned to night, a portal of golden energy twice as tall as Glenn manifested in the center of the Shrine of Raylan. It grew larger and brighter, soon forcing Glenn to shield his eyes against the glare. In that portal, which seemed to stretch on forever to his eyes, a single shadow appeared. That shadow crept forward as if surprised, then rose to his full height, then walked, then sauntered. As a dark-skinned man in gleaming leather armor stepped from the portal, it vanished behind him. The moon slipped away from the sun as light returned. The quaking ended. And then, as he looked around at the barren desert in which he'd found himself, the man's eyes alighted on the blonde-haired woman who was sprinting across the shrine toward him. He grinned. Glenn grinned as well and stepped aside as Anna threw herself at Zack. Zack yelped as he barely caught her, but neither of them fell. Glenn's vision wavered as tears filled his eyes. Zack laughed merrily. "Calm down, girl. I'm just back from the dead. You couldn't have missed—" Anna's kiss shut him up. And when he kissed her back, Glenn offered his new fiancée a knowing glance. She grinned wide and hurried over, along with Svara, Nora, and Ripper, but Glenn was surprised when Brennan simply inclined his head and strode away. Brennan didn't know Zack, and Glenn supposed he'd seen all he needed to see. Seeing a man resurrected by the gods was another event filled with details and facts Brennan would file away for use in the future. Glenn wondered if Brennan ever forgot even the tiniest detail. Once Zack finally got done kissing Anna, or at least got some breath back, he eased away and grinned the grin Glenn had missed. "I'm gonna be honest, man. I really didn't think you'd pull it off." Glenn scowled and moved to slug Zack in the arm, but his now living friend somehow avoided Glenn's strike with ease while never releasing his grip on Anna. As Zack raised one hand as a peace offering, Glenn relented. Zack stepped away from Anna and opened his arms. "But I really am grateful. Seriously, Glenn. You told me you'd bring me back, and then you pulled it off. I still can't believe it, but you... all of you." Zack swallowed as he choked up. "You did it. You busted your asses to make up for my mistake, and I've missed you. Really." Anna sobbed quietly. "I'm never letting you go anywhere alone again. You know, that's fair." Glenn stepped forward and grinned through his tears. "Good to see you. Really." Zack eyed him in amusement. "Want a hug, big man?" "I'll be honest, I could use one." "Fine. I know you brought me back from the dead, but just the same, I'm not kissing you. You don't have to. You just have to agree to stand as my second at my wedding to Becka." Zack stared. "Wait, that's happening?" Glenn hugged his best friend tight and pounded him heartily on the back. 30. An epilogue. Glenn. 38 years later. As he sat on his favorite stump, within sight of the gates of the small town he'd called home since the day he was born, Preceptor Soulcaller and retired Blazer Captain Glenn Redwood sipped a mug of Lakebrook Orchard mead and enjoyed the sunset. After decades of exploring Luxterra, decades in which he'd faced its many dangers and seen its many wonders, he was long past the point where he was eager to tromp off into the wilds and fight. Wolfpine was home. His and Becca's cozy house was home. And after the rich life they had lived together, he was more than content to relax in Gracia, mentor young adventurers, and enjoy supper with all the other old people who gathered at the Mead Beast every few days. In his time on the road, Glenn had become a town guard, saved Wolfpine from a plague, unraveled a decades-old conspiracy that had paralyzed the Church of Celis, evolved Soulseer to become the first Soul Caller in Luxterra, helped found and defend an outpost in the 32 to 36 zone of Stormreach, led an expedition to the newly opened zone of Malia, uncovered an ancient temple that suggested there had once been 11 gods, wrestled at least one of them in the Six Hells, and, in his most impressive feat yet, raised a child alongside the woman he loved. That last accomplishment was the one he considered his most satisfying success. Glenn Redwood was now 56 years old enough to be a grandfather, though in his and Becca's case, they had settled for becoming parents instead. Given neither of them had been willing to request a child from the Church of Celis until after they retired from Luxterra's climb at age 41 and 40, respectively, they'd started raising their child later than most. Even if a couple requested it, it was rare for the Church of Celis to bequeath a child to retired adventurers. Glenn and Becca weren't most retired adventurers. He suspected Lucy Skygazer, who had been elected as the Gospel of Celis 8 years ago, had a part in approving their request. Even so, the entire church remained immensely grateful to Glenn in particular. Better yet, the festival of Isdan was just around the corner. In a few days, adventurers would arrive from all over, including many faces he hadn't seen in years. Leopold Artenshade, Svara Dawnwhisper, Ashley Bloodbraid and her merry band of rogues, Terry, Carmelo, and Nora, and even if the rumors were correct, Alan Starshine, his wife Olivia, and their second daughter Victoria, who was just a bit older than his own. Anna had promised they would come. Glenn was so excited to see all of them it was difficult to sleep. A ruckus from the deep Scorn woods drew Glenn's attention away from his lovely thoughts and the lovely sunset. A moment later, two bedraggled and bloodied adventurers burst from the woods, huffing and puffing, running for their lives. One carried a limp, unmoving body. It was Dylan Stoutmore and Diego Stoutmore, who were themselves a rarity in Luxterra. In 1 in 500 cases, the church granted a couple in a starter town twins. The two common-aged men looked identical save for how they kept their hair. Diego, a level 5 skirmisher, had his head shaved, while Dylan, a level 5 shadower, had his hair in cornrows, like his idol. It still amused Glenn that young shadowers across Luxterra now worshipped the legendary Void Strider Zack Silverstone as a paragon of power and prowess. Still, Glenn had admired Mammoth Cloudcrusher just as much in his youth. Old heroes might pass on and new ones might rise, but the need for legends to inspire young adventurers never ended. Dylan was huffing as he carried the body of Janine Moonmont, and Diego was covering his retreat as best he could. All three were freshly minted level 5s, and one of them was dead. They must have stumbled into a group of monsters they couldn't handle, or been reckless, which left him wondering what the last member of their party had gotten up to. Glenn glanced at the two town guards standing alertly at the entrance to Wolfpine, then at the pack of gloam wolves that were chasing down these two adventurers and their fallen friend. At the pace Dylan and Diego were moving, and with their wounds, they'd never make it within 50 paces of Wolfpine's town gates before the gloam wolves surrounded them. It was an all-too-chilling repeat of a decades-old tragedy. A tragedy that had led to Rafe Slatestriker meeting the forever death. This time, however, it would play out differently. Glenn set down his mug, then rose. He broke into an easy jog and then a full-on sprint, as spry at the age of 56 as men half his age. He had regrowth to thank for that. Despite how tumultuous his life as an adventurer had been, he owed a lot to the gods. But the gods no longer had any say in who he could save. A single gloam wolf outpaced Dylan and Diego and moved around to cut them off. Glenn raised one hand as he ran and activated one of his advanced soul caller skills, one only usable on a weakened or low-level monster. He had 35 levels on this gloam wolf. Extract soul. The gloam wolf instantly dropped dead as a mote of bright blue energy zipped from its body. The wolf ashed a moment later as the mote zipped into Glenn's hand. As the other wolves closed on the lagging adventurer, Glenn raised his other hand and focused on Diego. Regenerate soul. His powerful soul caller skill restored not just health points but blood as well, and it flooded the flagging skirmisher with energy. Regenerate soul would also continue to tick away for the next 20 seconds, restoring health points and blood. Given the skill was intended to heal adventurers of level 20 or higher, Diego was now all but invincible. Glenn cast Regenerate Soul on Dylan as well. They each cried out in triumph and redoubled their efforts, but as they continued running toward him, Glenn stepped into their path and smiled. "I've got your back, boys. Hammer away." Both of them grinned vengefully and turned around. Dylan set down Janine's ensouled body and once again drew his iron daggers. What was a battle of 4 gloam wolves against 2 adventurers became a slaughter, as Dylan and Diego fearlessly tore the gloam wolves apart. Even when they both got bit, the wounds healed almost instantly. Glenn was pleased at how the twins expertly defeated the gloam wolves. Both were getting better at avoiding hits, though he doubted Janine, their lifecaster, would get to relax anytime soon. Still, none of them could get better at adventuring if they were all dead. Diego had just ashed the last gloam wolf when one more female figure stumbled out of the deep-scorn woods. She was breathing heavily in her now tattered cloth armor. Glenn watched his dark-haired 16-year-old daughter proudly as she spun and expertly unleashed transfer life on one of the gloam wolves chasing her, and herself. She didn't slow down. Her wounds healed as the last of the gloam wolf's health ashed away, and then the wolf burst into purple ash. She continued running as she unleashed the skill on the second gloam wolf, never letting the distance close. She was so fleet-footed. Even as Diego and Dylan belatedly ran to their 4th party member's aid, the second gloam wolf snarled and visually prepared to use pounce. As it did so, the young woman snatched a crackling iron dagger from her belt and set her feet. Her grandmother had enchanted that dagger for her. The gloam wolf pounced on the young woman, pinning her but a second before she drove her Volt-enchanted iron dagger into its chest. That stunned the gloam wolf before it could so much as bite her, and 2 more stabs ashed the monster. The young woman stood, brushed off her tattered cloth armor, and turned to see him for the first time. "Dad!" As she yelled, level 5 deathcaster Emma Redwood narrowed her eyes at him in obvious annoyance. "I didn't need any help with those 2. Glenn smiled tolerantly. "I didn't give you any." She glanced at the 2 piles of ash, then back at him. Then she frowned. "Oh." Diego and Dylan finally reached Emma. Each stumbled over the other to assure her they were so grateful she was safe. Emma rolled her eyes and pushed them both away to hurry toward Janine. Glenn stepped aside as the 3 of them all gathered around their fallen party member. Diego looked up at Glenn. "Has Richard resurrected anyone today?" Richard Deepscar was almost 90 years old and still going strong. When he wasn't using resurrect on Wolfpine's young and fallen adventurers, he was out leveling Deathcaster for the good of Luxtera. So much had changed in the last 38 years. Now that Flesh Anchor, the Deathcaster skill that allowed an ensouled corpse to remain ensouled for 72 hours instead of 12, was commonly available, every Preceptor Spiritualist in Luxtera had either picked it up or was planning to. Fatalities among adventurers had fallen by an order of magnitude as a result, which was good, because it felt like every monster and demon in Luxtera had gotten more powerful in the last 3 decades. Glenn nodded. "Richard used Resurrect on Debbie Sunless this afternoon. However, I think his cue is clear if you want to bring Janine to the temple to wait." Dylan stomped one foot. Devil spit! We never should have gone after the Glowing Wolf den, Mother. Emma scoffed in annoyance. We'd have made it all the way to the bottom and killed her if you didn't kick over that bone pile. She spun on Diego. And you? What were you thinking, running off to chase a straggler? Your job was to protect Janine. The twins protested almost in unison. They were practically invisible bones. No one would have seen those bones. It was going to call more Glowing Wolves. I couldn't let it call more Glowing Wolves. One? Emma pointed at Diego. It wasn't, because we'd killed all the Glowing Wolves on that level of the cave. I counted. I was also planning to ash it once I finished with the other. Diego winced. Oh? As for the bones, Dylan, everyone knows about that bone pile. Didn't you read the write-up of the Glowing Wolf den that I lent you yesterday? They're on the map on the second page. Dylan turned beet red. Emma, there was a huge Stratco tournament last night. Emma sighed in exasperation. You're both hopeless, I swear. I don't know how Janine and I managed to keep you alive. She dropped to her knees by Janine and raised one hand. Purple and black energy coursed from her hand and washed over Janine's ensouled body. As Emma rose, she nodded in satisfaction. She had just cast Flesh Anchor on Janine. Janine could now wait 72 hours to be resurrected, which was easily within reach. Emma pointed at Glenn. Well, Preceptor Redwood is waiting. You two pay up. Again, the twins winced in unison. But Emma, Glenn approached and held out his hand. You know how this works, boys. I had to heal you to keep you in the fight. That means you pay the fine. Grumbling, both twins dug out all their life crystals and handed them over, along with 10 crescents apiece. It was a pittance compared to the fee for a resurrect, but Glenn knew they barely had more money than this. He also had no plans to spend their money. Glenn would donate this money to the Church of Celis, where we go toward a public fund founded by Mayor Moonmont to pay for adventurers who couldn't afford a resurrect. It still vexed him to demand payment for saving young adventurers, but that was the agreement he had come to with the town guards after it became clear he'd keep doing this. After he effectively robbed the town guards of their jobs, Captain Joanne Ducrest had politely insisted Glenn charge adventurers for his services. In her words, if he was going to be constantly saving adventurers beyond the gates, they needed to pay some penalty for almost getting themselves killed. Otherwise, they'd grow soft and fragile. Those were Joanne's words, not his. Even so, even at Glenn's age and with all his accomplishments, he hesitated to annoy Captain Joanne Ducrest. She was even more feared and respected than the retired Logain Cliff Breeze, and that was saying something. Once Glenn had collected his fine for saving the Stoutmore twins' lives, Emma pointed at Janine's motionless and ensouled body. Dylan, you carry her to the temple and put her in Richard Deepscar's queue. Diego, go let Mayor Moonmont know that her daughter has been blessed with Flesh Anchor so she doesn't worry about her meeting the forever death. The twins looked at each other for help, then at the intimidating Emma Redwood. Emma glowered at them. Now, please. Without another word, Dylan huffed as he balanced Janine's ensouled corpse over his shoulder and stumbled off. Diego gave Glenn one last thankful wave before heading off to notify Mayor Moonmont about today's incident. Unlike Mayor Coleman, everyone loved Mayor Moonmont. Glenn and Becka had voted for her in every election since she first ran. That left Glenn alone with his daughter on the outskirts of Wolfpine. And when the only person he loved as much as Emma emerged from Wolfpine's gates and stood there imperiously, hands on hips, Glenn chuckled. Uh-oh, kiddo. Looks like Mom wants a word. Emma brushed back her bangs. How do you know she doesn't want a word with you? You did spend another day lazing around at the gates. As Emma stalked off toward the gates, Glenn strolled after her. I wasn't lazing. I was reflecting and rehearsing. I only have 3 more days to devise my speech for the Festival of Isdon. You know how much I hate giving speeches. You were also drinking. If a man my age can enjoy a mug or two as he watches the sunset, why even level? Emma sighed. She's gonna be so mad. Glenn chuckled and rubbed her shoulder. Look at the bright side, kiddo. You got all the way to the bottom of the Glowing Wolf den and came back alive. Not many can say that. 4 different adventuring groups can say that, Dad. I know. I talk to them every night at the tavern. She huffed and shook her head. We're going to take that bitch down. We have the composition for it, and we have the gear and skills. I just don't know what I'm going to do with those twins. I swear, if they both weren't so devilishly handsome... She gasped, then glanced at him in alarm. I didn't say that. Glenn cleared his throat and rubbed the back of his head. Let's talk to your mother. Becka waited at the entry to Wolfpine. Glenn noted in amusement that both town guards, each of whom was not much older than him when Kaya had first selected him, were standing stiffly at attention. The young guards always stood a watch, but they only stood at attention for 3 people, Mayor Moonmont, Captain Dewcrest, and Rebecca Redwood. As they reached her, Becka fixed Glenn with a knowing gaze. As he held it, he felt Emma sigh in relief. She patted his arm and whistled as she strolled into town. Good luck, Dad. Becka stepped into her way. Oh, no, you don't. What happened today? Emma sagged in place. We fought some Gloam Wolves. You led your party into the Gloam Wolf den today? Emma sagged in place. Yes, Mother. And did those Stoutmore boys give you trouble again? Emma perked up. It's like they don't pay attention to surrounding monsters at all. Becka nodded in understanding and touched Emma's shoulder. Boys can be like that. I know you like them, honey, but you really could do better. As it happens, I heard from Erica that her youngest is looking for an adventuring party. Mom. Emma made a face. I'm not leveling with Ethan Caskshaper. Why wouldn't you? He's a brutalist. You could use a good brutalist in your party. Emma flipped Becca's hand off her. I'm going to get some soup. We had a long day, and I need food. Also, go easy on Dad. He's been trying to memorize his speech all day. Becka stepped aside and shook her head ruefully as Emma strode off. Then she turned on Glenn again. As he reached her, Glenn smiled his most innocent smile. Darling, is something the matter? Becka rolled her eyes and shook her head. Even at 55, she remained the most beautiful woman Glenn had ever seen, and not just because she'd chosen to level Entertainer as her second class, using him as her only source of experience. They still leveled every night. Becka made him happy and complete. He would utterly adore Rebecca Redwood for as long as he lived. His wife took his hand and drew him after her, away from the town guards. As they walked through a wolf pine busy with townsfolk hurrying back inside the walls to get inside them before sunset, Becka spoke. Did you know Zach was coming? Glenn nearly missed a step. He's here? In disguise. Apparently, he's finally grown tired of being lavished with adoration in every town he passes through, so he wants us to keep his arrival a secret. He also says you said he could stay in our guest room as long as he likes, which Glenn scowled. I did not say that. I said he could pop in for a drink if he was in Gracia, but I said nothing about him occupying our guest room for an extended period of time. Becka glanced back at him. Well, you tell him that. Oh, I will. Glenn softened his expression as he followed Becka toward the home they had inherited from Carl Coldbreaker, before making it their own. Though, if he really has nowhere else to stay, we could give him our room and sleep in the attic. Becka scoffed. Really, Redwood? I'm just saying. I have so many good memories of that attic. She giggled and took his hand. Husband? How are you still this amorous after all these years? I'm not the young filly I used to be. He pulled her to a stop, pulled her close, and stared at her. But you're my filly. She scoffed indignantly. So you're saying I look like an old mare? Becka, that's not remotely what I meant. She laughed merrily, shoved him away, and resumed her journey toward their house. How is your speech going, by the way? About the day you single-handedly ended the Deathcaster conspiracy? How does Captain Redwood, retired Blazer Truthseeker, plan to convince today's legions of skeptics that both Raylan and Celis spoke to him on that day? Glenn winced as he followed her. I actually wasn't going to mention that part. That is likely wise. Still, kind of curious what Zach wants. Knowing him, He wants to drag you away on another temple expedition. Glenn chuckled. Well, at least we know that's not happening. Don't be so certain of that, love. As they reached the doorway to their home, Glenn frowned at her. What do you mean? I'm not leaving you again, and I'm certainly not leaving Emma. Who says you need to leave us to go on an adventure? Becka smiled and touched his chin. I know how much you love it here in Wolfpine, but I've been thinking, Emma's old enough to travel now, and you're strong enough to wrestle a god and win. Why not show our girl the world outside Wolfpine? She's going to explore it without us if we don't. Glenn stared in surprise. You really think we should take Emma to another zone? I'm not saying we should, I'm saying we could. We could discuss it. With Emma. And Zach? The door to their home opened, and then a dark-skinned, gray-haired, brightly smiling man strode out onto their front porch. Glenn! So good to see you. Still playing town guard? Glenn scowled at his best friend. I'll always be a town guard. Which is why you're perfect for the job I have lined up. Now, before you say no, Glenn raised one hand. Not yet. At least let me eat supper first. Right, fair? Wouldn't want you hearing about the best opportunity of your life on an empty stomach. Also, I really want to drink some of that Lakebrook Orchard mead. Glenn tiredly rubbed his temples and smiled at Becka. Should I start cooking? His wife clutched his arm and smiled up at him. Emma and I can handle that, love. Why don't you hear what Zach has to say and see if you can get him a room at the Mead Beast? Zach frowned. But I thought He trailed off as Glenn and Becka stared at him. Yes, I've always loved that place. Haven't had shipwrecks in a year, and I really want to see what Randy has done with the menu. Becka gave Glenn a gentle shove. Take our visitor to get himself a room. I'll get supper started and enlist Emma when she returns. She leaned up on tiptoes to kiss him again. And Glenn, think about what I said. And remember how much you wanted to travel at Emma's age. He nodded as he stared in adoration at the woman he loved. I will. Becka slipped inside the house. Their house. As she closed the door and locked them both on the porch, Zach smiled gamely. Shall we go grab a drink, hero? Glenn gestured grandly with one hand. Why not lead the way, legendary hero? Zach fumbled at his unfilled bag for a familiar necklace, then slipped it around his neck. In another moment, he looked like another man entirely. That man winked at Glenn. Not today, Zach said proudly. Today, I'm just another anonymous preceptor. Unless I tell them Void Strider Silverstone is in town. Zach's eyes widened in alarm. Glenn, you can't tell them. Anna made me promise I was going to stop doing hero tours. Don't make me break my word to my wife. I'll stay quiet for Anna, not you. But at least tell me you told your mom. Zach scoffed. Of course I told my mother. Good. Now, drinks. But no expedition talk until after supper, or I'm telling the whole tavern about you. Anna would understand. Zach slapped him on the back and strolled off. Right, fair. As he followed his best friend through Wolfpine like they were both 16 years old again, Glenn couldn't help but smile. He loved Wolfpine, and he loved his life here, but Becka was right. Emma's wanderlust grew every day, and he could relate to that. Their daughter, unlike him at her age, could travel all of Luxtera without anything to hold her back but the level of the monster she faced. With Glenn along, nothing could harm her. So, why not travel a little, again, with his lovely wife and increasingly energetic daughter? It wasn't like they were going to the Six Hells, again, unless that was what Zach suggested, in which case Glenn would toss him out a window, though he'd be certain to pay Randy for the window. The end. This book was read for you by Neil Helligers, a member of SAG-AFTRA. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Champion, Divine Progression Book 5, by Jake Brannigan. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.